The guy.
The
That's
guy.
not Ryuji.
Have you
It's
watched
the
the,
other
have you
guy,
watched the
like, did
show?
you watch-
Oh wait,
Are
is
you-
Kitamura the guy
He's
that
Father
Taiga wants to be
Christmas.
with? Oh
Yes.
right. I always
What do you
forget
call him?
that.
Glasses-kun?
I just think of him as the guy, the other guy.
The guy.
The guy Taiga likes, you know?
Yeah, I call
Okay,
him...
copy video URL. This is...
call him
God
Uryu.
damn it.
No one gets that. Someone got it.
Of course.
Someone
Yeah,
got
of course.
it. Green's not gonna get it.
Yeah,
He
I don't.
does not-
I don't know what that's a reference to. Sorry.
Yeah,
he
don't
does
worry,
not look
don't worry
like
about it,
Uryu.
guys. Yes, he does.
Okay.
Remember when he dyed his hair?
I
Yeah.
don't remember.
Wait,
that.
who died?
I mean, I remember
not?
the episode.
Kitamura, not.
Yeah,
Okay.
I get it. No,
What are
but,
you guys even talking about? Whose turn is it? God damn it.
Look how
It's-
Ichigo is always like, I get so much shit for not dyeing my hair, but Orihime never has to deal with it. Why is there so many gingers? I don't get it.
I don't know. You know, if you have black hair and try to dye it, it does come out kind of orange. Maybe it's a joke that they're
I know.
Japanese and they don't know how to dye their hair.
No, like
The joke is Ichigo has naturally orange hair, so you
Okay.
should dye it black.
Wait,
But then multiple other characters also have like orange hair, and they don't mention it as a problem.
Okay,
No,
Jaws,
it's
it's
almost
your
like
turn.
Girls can probably dye their hair more easily, I assume,
if
Why?
you've ended your, if,
because it's like
Okay, yeah, I
fashion,
shot your
they
tank,
paint their
so it'll...
nails. Get the whole
Yeah.
what are they called? Gyaru. Yeah.
Gyaru.
Gyaru or more
Motherfucker.
accepted. I'm
Imagine,
saying Gyaru. I'm
Yeah,
just not
that's
saying Gyaru, like pronouncing it every
well,
syllable.
like pronouncing
Gyaru,
it like it's
Gyaru.
fucking Japanese, motherfucker.
Sure.
I can pronounce...
You're so fucked now. Every time you mispronounce anything even slightly, I'm gonna get up your fucking ass. Bone Druid. Oh, he's got a bone to pick, has he?
His name is Bone Druid.
Yeah, of course it is. Imagine a Japanese person saying Bone Druid.
Well, he would
yeah.
say Bono Duru, dude. They don't even say it right
Bon.
themselves.
It says
They...
Bon, dumbass. It's Bon Druid.
Bon is not a
Bone.
sound in Japanese. B-O is Bo.
Yes, it is.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
but it
yes,
would-
it
is
It would be...
Green.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it would be
Boru. What the
B-A. It would be B-A with a little squiggly end after it. It's...
What about
B-O is
Yojimbo?
Bo.
It ends in B-O.
Yeah, and it's
Yojimbo.
fucking Bo. It ends... It's not
Oh,
Yojin Ba,
I see what
it's
you're
Yojin
saying.
Bo.
Okay.
Like Bobobo, Bobo, Bobobo. It's not Ba, is it?
I
Michi, you're just... You come in here having the right
Actually,
opinion.
you make that joke in Bobobo.
For once, you come in and you have a
For
good
once,
anime
yeah.
opinion for the first time in your life.
I was
And now
wondering
you're
how long it would
ruining
take
it.
you to notice Michi actually agreed with you for a while.
Exactly.
You know what? I will say, when it comes to best girls, for some reason, me and Green are always spookily on the same level.
Spookily. Always.
No, seriously, like we'll be like, there'll be like 5 different girls, and we'll rank them 1 to 5 in the exact same order usually. I don't know. It's one of those mysteries.
Yep. Great mysteries of life. I need to turn this fan off. And I don't mean Michi. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay, so
Are you implying you turned me on previously?
we need... No.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to address this.
Think about that.
I don't really need this. Michi,
That's
are
it. You should call the stream the Gettysburg Address. The Toradora Address.
Oh, we could have tried. Jaws, are you going? I forget whose turn it is.
Gettysburg
if
Address.
you still have not ended your turn yet, or at least I don't
Okay,
know
it's
if
the
you
end of
ended
the
your
turn now. Okay, go ahead and
Here's
go.
my
Alright.
argument. Okay, here we go.
I
Taiga
will use
is
this to draw
sorry.
3 cards.
this is. I know this is. I know we're up for parole, but this is also a game stream.
Yeah, it is now. Okay, but we need to...
Everyone knows Taiga is the best girl. I don't need to argue that. Second,
Correct.
Ami is much more interesting, complex, like a lot under the hood to unpack character. She's probably the smartest character in the show. I like all her subterfuge and her mental problems and stuff is interesting. Midori is fucking nuts. And like she's not always like consistent though. She like does crazy shit and then later she like tries to justify it by being like, "Oh, I was doing this." Were you? Or are you just like, or are you just coming up with excuses? I don't know. She's a and I don't mind like crazy girls, but she's very inconsistently crazy, if that makes sense.
I still have I've not
It
rewatched
creeps
the
me
whole
out a
show
bit.
yet. I'm on episode 13, I think.
I
So
can never take her seriously, whatever she
No,
says.
see, I think that's why I like her, is because she's not serious.
But she's like, then she tries to be serious, like at weird moments. Like she'll just get Ryuji and tell him some weird, like, kind of deep. It's like, I don't know. I'm worried she's gonna shoot up the school.
What? Oh, come on, she doesn't even do anything that's that
She,
out there.
yeah, but
She would miss.
does like she. It's like a menacing like. She's like
Oh,
one day. I don't know. Okay, I mean
Why
it's
do
been
you
way
get that
longer.
feeling?
Cause like it's like she's like forcing herself to smile, and the facade is gonna crack someday. You know.
Yeah, sure,
I-
but that's not menacing. That's just sad.
I'm okay. I'm mostly kidding. I know she's not gonna actually shoot up the school. At most, she'd box cutter someone. I mean, this is Japan.
Oh
but-
wait, I have to fucking adjust the.
I don't know. I don't buy her shtick. I feel like if I was in that school, I wouldn't play her games. I'd get tired of her. I would just like I'm not entering into this like wishy-washy equation, Minori. Sort your shit out.
Yeah, Minori needs Jordan Peterson. Sort
Minori
yourself
needs
out,
pills.
Midorian. Yeah,
Okay.
they
I
all
don't
need
know.
pills.
Also,
Midori
also, I
needs
don't-
antipsychotics. Amy needs antidepressants. Taiga needs
her-
estrogen.
doesn't the whole I'm leaving, I'm letting her have Ryuji because he needs her. That tastes like that's like sour grapes to
That's
me. I don't
fucking
know.
bullshit. That's
Yeah,
why I don't
yeah.
like Midori. That's the main
Wait,
thing.
yeah.
I mean, I
Wait,
like her as a
can you repeat?
character,
I
but as a
wasn't listening.
romantic.
I was saying that the kind of big reveal crux thing of her that she alludes even to Taiga herself at the staircase scene is that she's like, I love Ryuji. I really wanted him this whole time. Yeah, sure. But I thought, you needed him more than me because you can't do your dishes and shit. So I will. I'm such a good friend. Oh, woe is me. I'll sacrifice my happiness for you, Taiga.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's idealism versus pragmatism.
That's fucking bullshit.
I just don't buy it. She
It's
missed
not
her
a very
chance because-
realistic character.
I think she
I
missed
will
her
give
chance
you that.
because she's like aloof and worried about other stuff and probably depressed inside. And then when she realized, she was like, "Oh no, I did this on purpose. Somehow actually I'm a good person for like." And it's like, just admit like you fucked up.
I will say, romance is one area where everyone is mean. It's like
I
the one
guess.
area. It's the one area of life where just
Oh my god,
Pe-
she's not even third best girl. I forgot about class president. You go-
I thought you were gonna say the teacher for a second.
I was gonna say the
No.
mom, or is she already in there?
I'm not counting adults. I'm saying people who Ryuji could possibly date.
Oh.
Or
The teacher
something.
is, yeah.
Okay,
I
that's
mean,
a different show.
I mean, it wouldn't be like illegal in a few years.
Yes, it would. Okay, fine.
Eventually.
Well, I guess it is Japan. It's 16,
Oh,
not
I have to
18.
discard some.
There really
But a
aren't that
teacher,
many
I think
characters
that would be
in
really
Toradora.
frowned upon with a teacher, even if he was 25 and she was
I mean,
she was
his
27-year-old college teacher.
well, she turns 30 during the show.
yeah,
During
that's
the
Oh no.
I mean,
30.
he comes from a really bad life situation. His mom is young.
Yeah, actually,
Not
like
bad.
Ryuji being a decent person is also kind of a stretch, just
Yeah.
because he lives with a single parent household.
I mean, I lived in a single. Well, hers.
Yeah,
mom
but how's
is-
your relationship with your dad, Michi? It doesn't sound like it's shit.
Oh,
It's great, actually.
See, that's
I
what I
mean,
mean.
To be fair, they only got divorced when I was like 7, so I was half and half.
So you at least
Um,
had some of a childhood with both
I
your
did.
parents together.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, he was mostly at work. Anyways, fuck. What was I gonna say? No, she's a really nice, like, kind parent. So it's not like that. It's like, yeah, my dad's missing and that sucks and that's traumatic. But it's not like he came from like a broken household. Really, like,
That's true. She just
she's just like she works at the bar that Maka's father from Soul Eater frequents. Did you know that?
I haven't seen Soul
No.
Eater.
No one watched Soul Eater. Okay.
Well, and
I
if
did,
you
but
watched,
I don't remember that.
He
March
goes
comes
to
in like a lion.
hostess bars, and they all wear clothes like his mom.
in
so-
March comes in like a
Oh.
lion. The older sister, and that is a hostess bar person.
Yes.
is a hoe.
Hostess.
Tess.
Cookie.
Putting the hoe
No.
in hostess apparently.
Jaws, what are you doing here? Did
Yes,
you go?
I finished my turn. I fucked up.
Oh.
Like, I could not shoot.
You
the
did by
fucking
choosing
thing back.
Minery. Oh.
Ha 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 ha! Man,
Green, you're the one that wanted to do this for drama.
Yeah.
I
will
just
say, I
refuse
do-
to allow you to
I
get
like
away with this. You don't
her-
get to be pro Minerine in public.
Her
Bleach
hair,
is the
her hair
best
tone.
disinfecting. It's the worst show, but it's the best disinfecting.
Shut up.
It was an okay anime for or a manga
Yeah.
for a while.
Oh yeah, just keep
It's a
restricting
no,
the
it was
categories
a
more and more.
it was a good manga for a while, and it was an okay anime for a while.
I didn't really watch the anime, so
No, it was a good. Sorry, I messed up. It was a good manga, good anime. Good anime. Fuck, average, okay
Piece of
anime.
shit. Hey,
The
unacceptable.
manga's better. The manga's actually.
It's a newspaper
keynote
cartoon
points.
that made me kill
yeah.
myself.
Well, I thought the manga was pretty good up until like the last couple chapters where he
Yeah.
had to rush the ending. It was like, oh, by the way, everything just happened and now it's over.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Well, I would say the Fullbring arc was pretty boring.
It ended okay, but
It ended
yeah,
okay. That's true.
getting somewhere
but
was.
It only hold on, you two other guys. Oh wait, no, Jaws not I'm talking about. Jaws, get in here. Let's exclude Green. No,
As always.
this is my podcast now, fucker.
Hostile
We're gonna rank all 78 Bleach girls.
Oh God.
That's the worst. Take round robin. No, I was gonna say Fullbring arc ends good because you've been Stockholm syndromed and you're just so happy to get saved
to
by
return
the
to the
Soul Society.
status quo.
Oh, my friends have come and saved me, Rukia. Thank you for freeing me from this.
Okay. So I
call
rolled a
in the
7.
the editor must have been like, Kubo, call in the Soul Society for God's sake. We'll take anyone. Just get us out of
You
here.
can see that it's -3 now for attack roll instead of just -2.
I will say I'm
Oh.
curious to watch the new Bleach anime because
Oh, I am attacking with this.
because the main like art problem was that it was like that kind of digital
I think it's
like
still
kind of
hits
more
Jaws.
soulless look, and there was no backgrounds. But the anime will have backgrounds, has backgrounds. So
Yeah, and they also
watching
won't
the-
have to rush
Okay,
the ending. the way
one
the manga
second.
did,
Jaws,
so.
what?
yeah, you've watched it, Jaws?
No, we're
I
think they're talking
resolving
about the
the
game.
I'm
kids.
trying to have two conversations at the same
Oh,
time.
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm so
You don't
sorry.
get to shut the fuck up. Okay.
So for green, I played the emergency stop card, so your attack roll is -3 now
Cool.
instead of -2.
And it's 7 minus 3 is 4. I think that still hits.
I'm
I'm attacking you point blank
Yeah.
with this
Yes.
one. Did
Yeah.
you think I was attacking with a different one?
No. I just
Okay.
hoped it would be enough to
No.
to not hit it.
And you
Okay. Have you?
and you can play that after I roll as well. Oh wait, no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
It says
Oh,
before
no,
it
no,
makes
no,
a
no.
roll. You were
Yeah,
right.
okay.
I'm stupid, but I'm rolling for damage. Okay.
Yeah,
And
roll for
it's
damage. That's-
6, 8 plus
Doesn't
2
hit. It's
because
8.
because it's point
versus 10.
blank.
Oh wait. 6 plus 2.
6 plus 2
And
plus
it's
2
10.
for point blank.
Okay, then it's 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's dead.
Yeah, just make up the rules as you go. It's the best way to win. Hey, it's danger.
But you did not turn your tank, but I assume you had points for that.
Hey, danger. We're
Oh,
playing
like-
the Girls und Panzer board game tie-in. It
No,
was
we're
only
not.
released.
We're talking about Toradora.
It was
Oh,
released.
we're done with Toradora. We're talking about Bleach now.
Yeah, no, we're still on Toradora. We haven't yelled
So the
enough.
Toradora argument
Uh,
was me saying my piece, then everyone else going, nah, and then
Yeah.
it ended.
Okay, but we're playing the Girls und Panzer game. This was only released in Japan. On tabletop, the Steam game, we found a English version, although it's
enforcement.
kind of tricky because it's a fan translation. It doesn't always make sense. But yes, that's what we're playing. And I don't remember saying the stream was on Tuesday. I said, didn't do last one. Oh God, what the? Desperate situation.
was
I
just
think you
enforcement
posted on
card, I
YouTube
cannot
said
take
maybe
actions.
stream Tuesday.
Oh, okay. You
Or
cannot
something.
use action cards this turn.
Yeah, so it's your turn again. Because I can't do anything.
Damn. How many enforcements have there been?
I think this is the third, right?
Although one, I think,
no,
was
it's only the second.
I think one might have been
It's
a
only the
scenario
second.
one. Was there one in here? Okay. I'm gonna draw. Okay.
Actually, let's see if there was one in here.
And
Search.
we're just gonna say
Hmm.
I'm gonna do. Wait, hold on.
Oh yeah, there was another one in here. So we are at the
Don't
there's
you
one enforcement.
don't
Whoops.
you have other people on the board somewhere?
I have this one. That's my
Oh.
last tank.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna do coordinated move. This person's turn, and then 1. That's unfortunate. And then this guy actually can't go, so I guess I'm. Okay, this person's gonna come to over here. Okay. Okay, that's what I can do. Your turn.
Yes, not that it matters much.
Yes.
anymore.
So you should have brought Thupa to make Ukraine war jokes. For him, they're not a joke. No, that is a
I
fun
think
thing.
for most people, they're not jokes.
Oh, right. Okay, but we need to establish Minorine is the biggest flaky piece of
Wait
shit.
a second. Shut the fuck up.
What?
Jaws, did you watch the new Bleach anime?
No, we
Yes.
have to establish why I don't like Minori.
Why are you talking about Toradora? What the fuck? You did
Because-
watch it, all of it?
Yeah.
Ignore green. Talk over green. Did you?
No, hold on. I've got
Did
to.
you... How
Oh
many?
my God.
What did you think? What did you think of it?
Hold
Jaws?
on. I need to. Hey Michi, I have I'm just gonna talk for a few minutes, and I suspect I
think I'm
won't
gonna
be
mute-
interrupted. Anyways, Minorine, the reason I don't like her is because she purposely rebuffs Ryuji over and over and over again. Then later she has the gall to act like a victim, or not act like a victim, but she acts all upset. Even when Taiga in his relationship was not very far along, she still just kind of blew him off. And he was about to confess, and she went into a weird rant about ghosts. And I find that fucking weird, and she deserves to lose. She's like Hanakawa, but worse. Okay, Michi's back.
I don't think she acts upset.
Were you
I
talking
think she
the
really
whole
is
time?
upset. Yeah. I don't think she. I don't think she acts upset. I think she is upset, but I don't think she has the right to be upset.
Exactly.
Yeah.
God damn it,
I
Michi
think
was right.
She should be a bigger person. Think for a second and go, oh yeah.
Why did she even do it? Like, she wasn't.
Why did she do it?
The
Why?
problem is that we don't know if when Ryuji basically confesses to her, we don't know if she is lying at that moment or if she's serious. That's the whole problem.
Lying about what? She starts talking about
Lying
fucking
about
ghosts.
what? Yeah.
She
He
says, I've never
he
seen a
changes the
ghost.
subject so she doesn't
John, are
have
you
Shut the fuck
implying
up.
that she
Shut
has
the fuck
seen a
up for a
ghost?
moment so I
Is
can
that
talk.
what Toradora's about?
Okay. Like his question is, do you have a boyfriend, right? And at first she doesn't say anything, and then she goes into her weird little speech about ghosts, which is in subtext all about the question that she has not found anyone she is in love with. So she ends with no, like she has no boyfriend, but she has not found anyone she is in love with. And the question is she lying or is she at that moment telling the truth? And we don't know.
Okay. And what's in the suitcase, bro?
Yeah. You know, Hanakawa, that was her problem. She couldn't go into a speech about how she'd never seen a ghost because she'd seen so many of them.
Okay, I appreciate Jaws, you're right. But it's annoying and we don't like it.
You're
Well,
right,
that's
but no.
perfectly fine. That's like we're talking about a difference in preference here, not like
Yeah.
here's
No,
my
okay, sure, of
objective
course.
10-page essay
complicated
about
and
why the
they
character
No, fine.
sucks or doesn't.
I mean,
I'm sorry, John.
it's okay, fine, but okay. There's two different arguments. There's should Minori be summarily executed, and there's and there's is she the best girl in the show? These are two different things. all the girls could be 10 out of 10, and you'd still have to choose your best girl. I mean, you have to do that. So I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys are arguing for Minori best girl, or if you're just arguing for stop being mean to Minori, everyone. Stop
No,
punching her in the
care what your
bathroom
opinion
stall,
is.
Green
I
and
just stated
Michi.
what mine was.
She deserved to lose. I'll say that.
Yeah,
I don't
she did
disagree with
deserve
that
to lose.
either.
Also, the other girls are just better.
See,
Ami is
that's what I was-
interesting and psychologically complex.
I recently watched a movie called The Hustler from 1963.
No, Michi, you were reading The Hustler.
No, I watched the movie called The Hustler, and George C. Scott told Paul Newman. He told Paul Newman that he was a loser, and he was like, "What?" And he was like, "I think you're a born loser, sucker." And you come up with, he's like, "I lost that pool game because I was drunk," and he's like, "You got drunk so you could lose, motherfucker. So that it would be easier on you." That's Minori. She's a born loser, and she makes up shit to excuse why she doesn't get Ryuji.
The problem is we don't know if that's true or not. Like, it's ambivalent. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Snake eyes. Yeah.
I'm not even saying make up like lie. I'm just saying like she will try and justify some things maybe that maybe were just you should have just like
Is it my
been
turn?
true to yourself.
I was out of
If
the
you'd
room.
been
Yes,
true to
it's your turn.
if
I
you'd
rolled
been
snake
honest
eyes
with
on my
yourself,
attack
you
roll.
wouldn't be in this situation.
I mean,
it's
I
not
have to
necessarily
rewatch
even
the
bad
entire thing
characterization.
to
We're
get-
just saying why me and Green wouldn't want to date her, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd
I'm
still
not saying
take
I
her
want
if
to
the
date her
option
either. You
was
just asked me
nothing.
who my
I mean,
favorite character was.
I'm not saying I would pass
She
up
had-
on Minori,
John-
but when she's standing next
Oh,
to Taiga,
shut up. Would you pass up any girl in the show, Green?
hold on, let me think about this. I
Oh,
don't
Also,
I don't
think
think
so.
Yeah. Wait, John, you said she's your favorite girl.
Yeah,
Okay.
of the ones in the series.
Well, yeah. Thanks. Who's best girl in Toradora? It's Sakura from Naruto.
Yeah. Oh, Green's gonna kill you.
You're just gonna
joking.
say Shauna for every answer, aren't you, fucker?
Okay, Green,
Well,
Green
she does
just
have
won
the
the
same
game.
voice actress. As,
She has the same
Taiga.
voice actress
I
and the
sure
same
did.
body.
Hey,
Okay, hang on. I would like to say, before I forget, one of the best things about Toradora is that it's one of the only rom-coms you can name that has a savage fist fight section.
That's true.
And it's really well animated. I love. Yeah, it's so
Yeah,
cool. They
it
did
is.
like the kind of semi-solid like hair clumps. And
What
I'm talking
episode
weird
is
shit.
that
No one
in?
notices, but
yeah, the
I'm
line
not
work
sure
gets
what
all
number it is.
scratchy. They go off
Yeah,
model a bit.
like the hair is all like this crazy like fluctuating twirling mass instead of just being like a like a flat object. And I love
what
she just
episode
fucking
was that
sucks her in the teeth.
It's pretty late, isn't
I
it?
don't know, Jaws. It's pretty late. What, 18, 17, like that?
Okay.
Around there. I mean, it's just about when she leaves to go to America.
I don't fucking remember anything.
Japanese school kids are so fucking scary.
You know what's great about Toradora? Every character, their dynamic, they're always pressing into each other and kind of testing each other without ever going
Fucking
too
mind
far
games,
or having
bro.
me in corner. Because in a lot of shows, they'll just have people kind of like say what they mean and stuff. In Toradora, there are all these like little prods and violations where they're always teasing each other without going so far it's going to start a fight, and they're always hinting at what they really want to happen without outright saying it. Like there's a lot of prodding and jostling in Toradora, and a lot of shows it's just people autistically passing each other in the night.
Yeah, a main part of like the interest in Toradora is just seeing like I know like Green's no, but like Green watched this as an adult, but like I watched this as a teenager for the first time, then I've rewatched it multiple times. And it's interesting when I'm a dumb 15-year-old, I am Ryuji and Kitamura, and the girls are just like running circles around them because Ryuji and Kitamura constantly misinterpreting and not understanding, the stuff that to the female cast is extremely obvious. Like they're just like dumbfounded half the time. Like Ami is always calling Kitamura dumbass. Yeah, Ryuji doesn't understand why Taiga is sad on Christmas. Like all these like stuff, and then when you're an adult, you totally get it. Not only because you've watched the show, you're just like, you get the hints, and you're like, you're an adult, and you're just like, it's so funny seeing them, seeing kind of, seeing them learn. It's like a learning process for the male side of the cast, and then the female side too. But I enjoy that aspect of like the girls are just a bit ahead of them, like
realistic.
slightly. Yeah, it's a funny like dynamic where you're like they're all friends, but that there's like different levels this is being played on, and Ryuji doesn't get them all at the start. I like that.
Toradora also has a really good job with the misunderstandings. They're believable and proportional.
Yeah.
And they
They're
make
never
sense.
frustrating.
The only
Yeah.
like ridiculous coincidences in the show is that Taiga lives right next door to Ryuji, and that's
Yeah.
like the weirdest thing that happens.
Even though is that a
that's stuff
coincidence?
that
Because
happens in
that's
real
why
life.
that's why they go to school, right?
And
kinda.
when you think about it, they both
That's
have
not that
shit-
big of a town.
They
Yeah.
both live there because their parents are, incompetent. Where Ryuji's poor, so he lives in a shitty area. Taiga's rich but abandoned, so she lives in a big shitty building in a gentrified area that was not very well planned and just got built there. So
And-
it's not a pure coincidence. Like both of them, their family situations kind of increase the odds they'll live together.
It's a bit more realistic
and-
than
Okay,
than
and
usual.
the other one big coincidence is that Kitamura and Ami were childhood friends.
that. That's true. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Fine.
Does that
It
even
is-
ever come
But it's
up
not
again
so much
after
of a
it's
stretch that
mentioned?
you're
No,
just like,
not really.
I can't buy this.
No, of course not.
Other than how
Do you
often
remember that?
people are on the
Do you
roof
remember
of
that
the
weird
pool.
scene when Ryuji he puts the curtain aside, and Taiga's trying to put a plank across, and she's like, come here, come to me, to my apartment, and she had
Very
like a
funny.
creepy ghost face. And she,
I'm gonna wait and see if the other two knew what you're talking about, but that's a good
Jaws,
reference, Michi.
That's
Jaws
why I'm
knows what I'm
laughing.
talking
But,
about. Yeah.
Was that Junji Ito or something else?
Yes. Yeah, that's a Junji Ito.
Which is one of his best works.
One of his best moments.
And the best part is it's not the creepiness of how scary the woman is directly. It's like
No.
how childish her thinking is. Like, here, little boy, I'll put a wooden stick here and you can crawl over to me. And he's like slapping it aside. It's such like a weird it's such a weird little fight scene because it's a decrepit old woman and a child slapping an object out of each other's hands. Like
I
it's
wouldn't
so
call Ryuji a child.
no,
but-
ha ha ha. No, in Toradora, the child was the one doing it. Yeah, it's
This
also
this apartment
Ryuji's
was
just
made for me.
also hey, Ryuji is just a good guy, and Toradora actually sells having the main guy just be a good person who's worthy, and you understand why girls like him. He's like the main guy in Monster Musume, he takes care of the house, he's responsible, he pays his
Yeah.
taxes.
Yeah.
It works.
Not yet,
I
not
love
yet.
Ryuji. No, not yet. Actually, if he follows his dad's example, he won't ever have to pay taxes. But I also love how a lot of these characters are like they're like realistic versions of their archetypes, if that makes sense. Like Taiga
Yeah.
isn't just a tsundere. She is like
But she is
mentally
actually a
unstable,
complex
unhinged.
character.
Yeah, she is like
Real
like
quick, is there
taking a sorry.
No, is there something else I should throw up as a visual? Like, is there a game you guys want to play, or should I just put this down for now?
I think
don't
you
know.
can
Up
put
to you.
up something else.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think it's
well,
fine either way.
here. Okay, well,
Put up the gif of Taiga crying, or put up the gif of her getting socked in the face by the class president.
I can do
um,
that.
I'm just gonna say most tsunderes are just like hot air. Like you don't get a fucking Asuka very often, and Toradora and Taiga, she's not exactly Asuka, but she, taking a fucking like wooden sword to school is a fucking serious thing. Like I love that she actually gets suspended. it just feels like much more believable. Where it's like
Yeah, well, their actions actually have weight.
she's
and
not she's not a
consequences.
psycho, but she's definitely like, she's not quite right. Like,
I mean, I know
and
what you mean.
it's a realistic teenager. That's what teenagers are like. Like they're they'll do
idiots.
crazy shit. Yeah, they're fucking crazy.
Impulsive, yeah.
Impulsive like that. And I like that it's like it actually brings to the forefront how her personality can become problematic. It's not just drop kicking, and funnily slapping
you
people.
still get
It's like,
the standard tropes that go along with that.
yeah,
kind of
yeah, you still
character,
get the
but
standard tropes, but you're like,
instead
what is
of
the
that being
logical?
all that there is to the character?
Yeah, what's the
it's-
logical extent? And it's not like goofy and ridiculous where she turns into a fucking yandere and she gets a knife out and she carves up Kitamura. But it's like, but it's just like she assaults a fucking innocent student, and I love how the class rep is like, she kind of feels like she deserves it a bit. Like I feel like she kind of plays into it. Like she could just be like fuck off and leave the area and call a security guard, but she's just like, I'm gonna fucking fight with you because I feel like shit as well. Great scene, for sure.
It really is.
Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of good episodes.
It's the best show. We can all agree.
Isn't it? Isn't it so cool how like Ryuji learns about Taiga because she's like fucking delirious in the snow.
Oh, that's actually I think my favorite part is the
I
snow
love
arc.
that, and he keeps it like secret.
Yep. Which
so
I
many
think
little there's so many little like private conversations and secrets that people are keeping up from each other in such
Yeah.
a satisfying way, where it's not frustrating, where it's not like, what, just tell her.
It's like, why don't
It's
you
like-
tell
it's
her?
It's
Yeah.
like they slowly build this minefield for themselves, kind of, and it explodes in that classroom scene where Taiga runs away.
I will
And it's
give
like,
them
the whole show, everyone has been like kind of slowly building up their secrets and stuff that they shouldn't know or are uncomfortable knowing, and then it has to burst at some point.
I will
Yeah.
give them credit. As annoying as I found Minorine's approach to life, the part at the very end where they reveal that she actually does like Ryuji, and you realize, oh, they never actually did positively show that she doesn't like him. It's just really fucking ass backwards the way she did it. That was kind of a clever moment. It was like, ah, fuck, you got me. There
Why
was
does
more
no
to
one
this person than
acknowledge
met the eye.
that Ryuji is the hottest guy in class? No, Kitamura's pretty good, I
Yeah,
guess.
Kitamura, he like
If you're into that.
he takes his clothes off a lot. He likes
He
to-
does. He
likes to
to
flaunt
get
it.
naked.
He knows what he's got.
A good another example of them just being clueless, like Kitamura just walking into the room with a towel on.
Yeah.
just
Glorious
watched
scene.
that yesterday.
Minorine takes a picture of his dick by accident.
Not by accident. She gets down on her knees and she's like
No.
taking
Yeah.
loads of photos of
No,
us.
that's her as a character right there. She's like, oh, I'll
Yeah.
get up in his junk, but it'll be covered and I'll be safe.
I love
then the flimsy
Ryuji.
covering
I'll just
falls.
open it.
It's just like Confetti
Oh, that's
to
right.
Ryuji.
Yeah, that's right. She's taking photos of
Yeah.
She pulled that covering down with her other hand.
That's another
She
thing I
stepped on
forgot.
it.
Toradora has a few raunchy moments in it that I did not remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually in that same episode.
Did you forget the pad?
Well, yeah, the pad. I mean, the pad is also kind of cutesy and
Surprisingly,
silly
it's
at the same
surprisingly
time.
not lewd for what it is.
Yeah.
But he does cop a feel if it is indirect.
He's like, oh, I touched her
Uh,
tit, or is that her shoulder? Fuck.
Or did I? Yeah.
Or did
Somehow
I
it's
think.
both
I
at the
think.
same
Yeah.
time.
One that I forgot.
I love when Taiga comes out of the Ami's gone into to have a shower.
That's actually what I was about to say.
Taiga runs. Yeah, Taiga runs downstairs
Yeah.
and she does like I guess it's her bush. I mean,
Yeah, that's what got me.
And they play like a horse sound effect. It's like
Oh.
she throws a fucking sandal at her head or
I
some shit.
remembered Taiga talking about how Ami had good
Fucking
tits.
funny.
Then I completely
Boing,
forgot.
boing,
She starts describing Ami's crotch, and Ami runs down
Yeah,
and fucking
yeah.
hits her.
Yeah, she like throws something at her
It's like
head.
that's a little farther than I remembered. Taiga's a
Yeah.
problem.
Taiga is very insensitive when it comes to like that kind of stuff. She has no filter.
And she's very
For that.
sensitive regarding herself.
And she's very sensitive, regarding herself or
I
seeing.
also forgot how
bare chests.
incompetent Taiga is. She accomplishes nothing the entire show. She can't do anything by herself.
Now you're just taking me. I keep thinking like, oh man, Christmas episode's best episode, and then I'm like, well, the fight scene though, and when she comes out of the when she comes out of the duffel bag and she's an angel. Fuck.
I forgot that she's a clumsy idiot. I knew she wasn't very
Oh
independent.
yeah.
But she has
she's a
trouble
fucking
walking
dumbass.
downstairs. She falls. She drops things.
I love.
She can barely use a
she's
knife.
Like,
she cuts potatoes into cubes because she
half-
can't skin them.
yeah. Half the show she's got. I love that. Yeah, I love the cut. She like wastes 80% of the potato. I mean, I feel like half of the show she's like covered in band-aids. Like she's that's great. Yeah. I love you said in the chat it was like she was an infomercial character. I was like, yeah.
She's the
fucking
person who
she's
can't
like
use the mop.
it's like a fucking Neil Breen movie. Like she's just fucking knocking shit over constantly. Yeah. Burning herself. I love the that was like one of the first times in an anime I saw like the pixelated look for something gross. But it was like her fucking kitchen sink.
Oh yeah, they did censor the sink. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to do that with cockroaches a lot in anime.
Undescribably horrendous.
I found some gifs of people in infomercials. A guy sits in a chair and his food just flies out of his hands in every direction. Taiga would do that.
Does this happen to you?
Yeah.
Are you tired of cutting your fingers? Of having to wear false boobs? Well,
Are you tired of forgetting you don't know how to swim and you jump in the deep end of a pool? Or no, she got pushed.
She got thrown.
But she was
She got
no,
thrown,
she went
No,
there
she
by
got
herself
hit.
later too.
No, she got accidentally knocked. There
No,
was,
but
like,
then
two
later in the
characters.
episode when Ryuji's drowning, she jumps in the pool and still doesn't know how to swim.
Well, that's right. You're right.
Yeah,
Ryuji gets hit. Ryuji gets hit by two dudes. Like
First
But in
Taiga
this
was in
case, it was just
trouble,
a panic
then
reaction.
Ryuji was. I think.
That's right.
Oh, that's the
Yes.
fucking thing that gets me about Toradora. Episode, I think 7 is the one. So the very end of episode 7, a third of the way through the show, Taiga is straddling Ryuji on the side of the pool, screaming, "Don't touch him! He
Yeah,
belongs to
that's
me."
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
At
nothing
that
comes
That's
point,
of it.
right.
they're together. And the funny thing about
Green.
Taiga's nonsense with the confession is ridiculous because Ryuji was the last person to know that Taiga liked him. Taiga was the second to last person. Everybody else has processed this a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it's just two idiots accepting reality that everyone else knows.
Wait. Did you say? Oh, okay.
What?
Yeah. I was gonna say Ryuji knew before her because she told him in her
Oh,
in her zonked out state kind of.
That's true.
That was her subconscious. That was her Freudian subconscious telling him. Also, a great thing to love about the show is how much like bang for your buck you get out of like so many shows. Characters just wear the same outfit. Taiga has like 15 iconic, great outfits and hairstyles. Like the pool, she has the fucking Mickey Mouse ears.
Oh, yeah.
When she's selling chocolates, fucking beauty pageant, even the fucking school play. You just get to. It feels all the characters are always like tying their hair and getting into like different clothes depending on situation. They have all their summer outfits.
I mean, in terms of production values, it's
great,
probably
yeah.
best for a rom.
Oh yeah.
There's probably none that has this.
I mean,
this
again,
highlight.
Karikano has like loads of animation highlights because it's you get to see Hiroyuki Maishi like animates like goofy sequences and stuff, but for the most
Yeah,
part,
but
it's
it's
like
different.
well, it's like Evangelion where it's like you have lots of oh no.
Who's talking shit?
Oh,
no.
God.
Oh boy.
Oh, no. Someone messaged RA and said that we're trashing Minori.
No, I don't want to go over this. We already made a watertight
Yeah.
case. You're too late.
Yeah, but,
You're too
yeah,
late
but
already.
yeah, no, I'm not.
No.
Oh, yeah, well, the cavalry
decided-
reserve is here.
Me and Green
so
decided
it's actually not.
class
late.
rep who I can't even remember the name
Yeah.
of is a better
It
character.
was fucking Helm's Deep here for a little while, and then guess who arrived with the fucking Rohirrim?
Hey, Gandalf.
Yeah, Gandalf and
You're
co.
too late,
So,
alright, because me and Michi we put the
Me and
TNT.
You and
We put
Michi and I.
me and Green put the Saruman TNT into the grate, and we already fucking
Yeah.
perforated the
yeah, well,
walls.
guess what happened to Saruman?
Uh, I
Well,
didn't
it
watch the
depends.
extended
In the book,
edition. I
it was
don't know. I
different.
have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I never watched
Michi.
the extended cut. He
Yeah,
lived forever.
Michi, your staff is broken.
Oh.
Okay. Without rehashing all the prior points here, I'm not. I obviously understand it's something of a contrarian take. I still think Taiga's the star. I still think Taiga's the star of the show. Okay, I still think she's a great character, right? It's I probably actually agreed with you guys when I first watched it. It's just over time. It's just like, she's just like, she's not actually mean. Taiga's mean. Sorry, just like you don't want a tsundere in real life. Like you don't want that. Okay,
Hang on.
it's purely
Minori is meaner indirectly, accidentally, kind of.
yeah, but that's all women.
Okay.
Oh,
I guess
God.
you're. I can't argue with that. I guess. I didn't think of it. I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
that's
have to-
So you
what did you
prefer
say?
he said I said Minori was also mean, but like accidentally and indirectly because she's a dumbass, and already said that was all women, so
Nothing.
it's a hard.
The girl being stupid is like not a big problem. I don't understand why that's a problem.
Okay.
Like, I'd rather have someone stupid.
We all know you're
than someone who's like too clever and like violent. Like Nina's not going to be violent with you. Like
she could be.
if
you
I
she's
don't,
got
I don't.
when she gets that 1,000-yard stare when they take the
that's fucking
the
hilarious.
shine. Yeah, when they take the shine off her eye and she's like talking about ghosts.
That gets
She
me every
starts
time. That gets me every time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was surprised when she rolled up her sleeve. I didn't see more marks. That's all I'm saying.
Although I just think this dislike of her comes from like a general distaste of Genki girls, and it's just like Genki girls are fine.
Hang on, me in the chat we were obviously being, we were having a little goof, a little gaff, and we were pretending that we thought Minori.
So.
No, I'm saying we were pretending Minori was like bad character. She's not. For me and Green, I don't know. I think Green agrees with me. We're putting Taiga in S. And we're putting Ami in A, and we're putting, Minori in B. B's fucking good grade. We're just not. We just don't think she's best girl. We don't think she's like a terrible character. We just find her annoying.
I think I'd actually put Taiga in A.
B's aren't good grades in Asia.
I'm talking. I'm talking. You never get an S in Asia. I'm talking inside of Toradora, Green. I'm not talking every anime character.
Oh no, I meant A is like cup size.
Get your head out of the gutter. We're talking about Toradora here.
Well, I mean, I said a moment ago, Toradora is actually way raunchier than I remembered. Not to a crazy degree, but there were some.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's just like it's not an ecchi, but it's like it's not. And you could watch it with your parents, but it is a little bit uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, I did. My dad was like,
"What good anime
dad was
is
like
slightly uncomfortable?"
I mean, there's some uncomfortable stuff in like Cowboy Bebop if you're watching it with your family. Like
that's true. Yeah.
Like even that has like some
the little boy
the face scene when she takes that trumpet guy on Ganymede back to his place, but it's actually but it's actually his place.
Or if you want to watch Knocking on Heaven's Door and Victor cuts her shirt open.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
And doesn't he cop a feel? He does, just for a second, and then he's
pretty
like,
sure
bye.
he does, yeah.
Talking about Cowboy Bebop movie?
Yeah, the movie.
Remember when Vincent he takes this big knife and he cuts her shirt open, and then I think he puts his hand on her tit, and then he gets up and he's like,
it's a glorious sequence because it's just like it has some heft to it, but it's also like realistic heft. It's not like it's not like water balloon.
I actually
shit that you normally see.
You know what?
I actually watched
feel
this
like
with
Victor,
Michi. I just realized.
I feel because Victor knows like he's kind of going for the end. I kind of view that as like him his last like test to himself, just to feel like to try and see if he has like any humanity. And I think he tried it, and he didn't feel anything,
Yeah.
and he was just like,
Yeah.
"Yep, thought so,
Yeah.
so, fucking knew it."
I'm not grabbing
Are
your
we
shit.
actually live right now?
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
No, that scene makes perfect sense though.
is-
It's
Just
like
gotta tell me this shit.
I'm not.
This is actually live to the White House. They're
Yeah.
watching the great Toradora
And we
debates.
have,
I mean,
Yeah.
unironically, but
and we have,
everything is.
and I have photos of all of us attached to our names,
Yeah.
with addresses.
No, you don't.
But no, when he grabs. Oh, thanks.
Okay,
Thanks,
guys,
John,
just
you
to
got it.
clarify, I am number one. I'm number
You
one
can't
woman.
fool me, Green.
I'm number one woman respecter. So anything
Oh.
I've said about women that
I
might
would
seem
never-
derogatory is completely ironic.
How
and
can
a joking
you?
purpose.
No. How can you respect them if you aren't willing to degrade them when they need to be?
Exactly.
No comment at all.
Okay.
No
I'm not-
comment. I have never
Reading it.
even once. I have never even once threatened Faye Valentine with a knife. Not once.
Not much.
Okay.
That one time doesn't count.
At one time,
No,
Yeah, he
and that
was-
was
he was
a
playing.
baseball
He was
bat
playing.
is different.
he was playing with her. You know,
He was. He
She
was. He
likes
was just
it.
toying. He was just toying with her. He was being like, I bet you think I would care. You know, I
I
would
only
care
wa-
to rape you or something.
I only watched
No.
this. Yeah, he's like Sargon.
I-
I wouldn't even rape you.
Yes,
Which
yes.
famously went over so
Oh
well.
my
Look,
God.
all he.
I
all
mean,
the-
that actually did go over pretty well in the end.
The
Yeah.
only thing that gets him hard is Christmas is Halloween pumpkins and shit.
He's a
Like,
goofy. He's just a goofy guy.
He's just a goofy guy. He wears a witch hat like it's Haruhi Suzumiya. he's playing bass up on stage.
Man, a lot of people that I know don't seem to like that movie very much.
Well,
And
I
the
mean,
Heaven's Door.
I watched it just a year ago with. I watched
it.
I watched it with Michi. It was one of the many things we watched while I was
Yes,
coughing
yes,
up
yes.
a lung on his
I-
couch.
I knew about its reputation, and when I was watching it with Green, he didn't seem like he was kind of quiet, and I was kind of worried that he wasn't really into it because he'd been like, in the past you were like, you know, I get why Cowboy Bebop is cool, but I don't love it. So I was like, oh, maybe he's not really, maybe he thinks this movie is kind of pointless because it's just like, it's kind of this weird side story that doesn't amount to much or something. But then at the end, I think you liked it quite a lot, didn't you?
I liked it more as it went
I don't-
along. I had a lot.
I don't-
I have a lot of problems with the movie in general. Like I don't like that the tone feels different. I don't really like that the music feels so different than most of the Cowboy Bebop. When the music is such a big part of it.
Yeah, but the ED is like one of the greatest EDs.
I really like the
and the
idea of.
OP.
Like
Ask
that
DNA is fucking.
saves-
Ask
that
DNA
almost-
is fucking awesome.
That's almost like saves the movie, even if like for whatever reason you really didn't like it. It's like, oh yeah, this is Cowboy Bebop turned out to 11
I
basically.
mean, it
here
opens
with this
really.
ED.
It opens.
And the opening's good too.
One of the most famous fucking like even people who haven't watched Cowboy Bebop know the grocery scene.
Yeah. The problem with the soundtrack in that movie is there's not a lot. Music is not very central to the identity of the actual movie outside of the opening and the ED.
That's true.
Yeah,
There's
that's fair.
like one good song, insert song where Faye's in the spaceship, and it's like a pop song, and it's like a good song.
Yeah.
But outside
Oh
of
yeah,
that,
I forgot about
there's-
that.
there isn't like it obviously has a soundtrack, but it's
Vincent-
feel like it's like
Vin-
muted.
Vincent should have had a grand piano in the apartment.
Yeah,
Or
exactly,
something.
like-
Yeah, or playing the violin on top of the fucking Eiffel Tower.
Yeah,
I really want to like.
Also, I just thought of a really good argument for Taiga and for Cowboy Bebop. Knocking on Heaven's Door. I love a woman who can kick my ass.
Oh,
that's true.
Get it? Get
Um,
it?
I'm sorry that you feel that way, but
I'm not.
also, Ryuji can
clearly
totally
not.
beat up Taiga. He just chooses not to because he's a good person.
I
And
don't
that
know.
woman couldn't actually kick Spike's ass. He
the
was
Taiga-
being
Taiga-
facetious.
The Taiga Ami fight, or Amy, or whatever the fuck her name is.
It's not Ami. It's the class rep. Yeah, I think you're confused.
Yeah.
Wait, why would Taiga beat up Class Rep?
Okay, what's the name of the? Actually, there's two blue-haired chicks. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
There's the
that's what
class
we're.
Yeah, there's
And then
Ami.
there's the-
Okay.
That's the big problem with Toradora. You can't tell the difference between class rep
members
and
of the
Ami.
jury. I would like to bring to attention that all of RA's opinions are discarded because he barely remembers who is who. So
I will go on the record.
he thought Taiga punched Ami. That never happened.
I thought Taiga punched Ami too. Does she? She beats up
No,
the
she
class
slaps
rep.
her. She slaps her, but
Why
she fights
would
the class
she?
rep.
Why would she fight the class rep?
She gets into a,
Are you fucking retarded or
Yes,
something?
I don't remember.
Because she hurt Kitamura's feelings because Kitamura loved her, and Taiga's like, "Fuck you for hurting Kitamura's feelings. I'm gonna take a big sword and beat the shit out of you." And class rep's like, "Fuck you."
I completely forgot that was class rep.
That's
Are you...
all I was gonna say.
Okay, all of you
all
of you cannot talk about visuals and stuff anymore because your eyes don't fucking work.
No, my eyes are
Fucking
almost
different
fine.
art style.
Number
brain is
one,
bad.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the show in years. Number one. Number two,
Yeah.
I have never been good at character names. Okay, like
I don't know her name either, but I know they're different characters.
It's Kano
there's
Sumire.
I know that
Dummies.
there's two blue-haired characters that look very similar, but there's there's a model bitch who's like the third wheel in this harem thing going on that she kind of likes Ryuji, but but like the Sakuga fight where she pulls out the sword and they get
That's
into
not against Ami, yeah. That's against
what? Okay, it's like against the blue-haired chick. Okay,
I know. I'm just reminding you who the character is.
Look at this punch. How could you even tell when the punch makes their hair all fucked up?
All I was saying is the Sakuga
Kitamura
fight is good.
It's good. I know. That's what I was referencing when I said I like a girl who can kick my ass. Because it looks like the Cowboy Bebop broom fight.
Yeah, and the reason I brought up that was because I think Green said that Ryuji could actually kick Taiga's ass. Is like, I don't know. She's pretty fucking vicious.
Oh fuck
Yeah, she's vicious.
Like she'll scratch her eyes
Ryuji's
out.
dad is so tough. He used to keep magazines in his pants in case he got stabbed.
Yeah, that
Okay,
doesn't
the
get genetically passed down to his son, Green.
The only dumb piece of Toradora is early on where people are scared of the way Ryuji looks.
Yeah.
That's just stupid.
That doesn't really
Like,
fit in.
That gets resolved very early.
He doesn't look like he's not some tatted up like fucking like
No, that's true.
The anime adaptation
his
was
eyes
nice.
are
I
so
think-
scary, and it's just like, what the fuck? Who's ever been scared of someone's eyes?
Well, I think but if you're going for a cutesy anime art style, I think that was probably the best they could do. The expression that he pulls with the creepy smile.
I like
looks-
Ryuji's design. It's just like I don't think anyone would actually be scared of how he looks.
I guess.
It's obviously just for comedic effect, but it's just like they kind of drop it almost early on. It's like a gag.
I think
like,
they're also
it's
like
not
Very early.
part of
because
it
Tiger
is
threatens the
also
whole school.
part of it is also that he's pretty tall, I think. So that kind of
Yeah.
also makes him a bit intimidating,
5'9".
especially in a Japanese school. 5'9".
Yeah.
Okay.
the tallest man in Japan.
The tallest man in Japan.
There was a part in there where I think Taiga's mad at how tall Ami is, and I did the math in centimeters, and it was like 5'4", and Taiga was fuming that someone could be that tall.
Tallest
Also,
woman.
I will defend you a bit, Ray, because as much as I love the character designs, you could argue same face for Toradora, and I wouldn't really be mad at you for all the for the class rep Ami and some of her classmate friends. Yeah. I mean, I hate making that argument because I think that's something Super Eye Patch Wolf once used.
I was actually
and I hate myself now.
Yeah,
but
in his character
they do
design
have
video,
similar. The eye shapes Toradora uses are very distinct, and I love them. But they they're pretty common. Even Kitamura kind of has the same eyes as everyone else.
Well, and specifically what Wolf brought up, he complained that Ami is supposed to be impossibly gorgeous by the standards of the show. But if you compare her to random other characters, you would have no real
true
way.
for so many
I know,
anime.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
But his point was,
she looks so much like the other blue-haired character.
No,
and it's like
similar.
I like the design a lot. It's just like, but I agree with you. It's just like, is she a bombshell? It's like Ryuji's mom is way hotter.
I always thought Class Rep was hotter than Ami. I like her design more. She has slender. She has slender eyes and kind of a cool
Class Rep and the cooler Class Rep.
Can someone drop the Class Rep in the chat?
Sure.
Dream,
looks
you
like.
do it.
I'm trying to find her
I would
because I
assume
certainly don't. I
Dream
sure
did.
as hell don't
She has,
remember her.
she has. I'm gonna do this from memory,
Fire
but she has like an
Hana
a bit of a more upturned nose. She has like pointier bangs. They're like pointing downwards.
She has a
and
megaphone.
Her
Yeah,
eyes
the
are
mega-
more.
Yep,
Her
like
eyes
the
are more
megaphone.
like. Her eyes are more like slim, slender, like kind of slanted
Gotcha.
than Ami's giant fucking eyes.
Yeah.
She has like thinner pupils. She's
Okay.
cool, and she's like gonna be an astronaut and shit.
Yeah.
Well, an asshole.
And she knows how to fight. I like that she punches Tyga in the fucking face.
Yeah, exactly. I like
And they're
that
both
too.
bleeding from their no. That we already talked about that before you got here. Like that's a Kino scene. In fact, I said like
Oh,
I said
I'm
it's.
sorry.
I said it. No. I'm not. I don't mean it like that. I'm just saying. I said that like it's one of the few, maybe only rom-coms where there's like a vicious fist fight between them, and that's a plus. Every rom-com should have a scene, should have a punch out between.
Although for the record, Eat a Kiss has a lot of slaps in it.
Yeah.
A lot of
yeah.
slaps.
Violence
I know
against
that's not a
women
fist fight.
is portrayed
I'm
as-
I'm not counting school days fucking knife scene.
I'm never gonna.
That's not a
watch
fight.
that.
That's not a fight. That's a slaughter. I don't watch that better. What a stupid fucking show.
I think what did Tyga have to do with? Wait, what the fuck did Tyga have to do with Cowboy Bebop movie? I think
Because
Greeny
I
said that there was something.
no. Oh. Was there?
Well, we were
Oh,
talking
no,
about the
no, we were
breast
talking
grab,
about
and we talked
breast
about
stuff, yeah.
Vincent
Oh.
doing whatever he was doing. I will say about Vincent, I want to like Vincent. I like the idea of Vincent. It's just for too much of the show, what he's about isn't really established, and I can't really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's not
He's
like Gren,
he's like-
where Gren they establish very early he's likable, then you're like, oh, he's broken. Then you see him fly off to crash into Mars and die. With
Vincent is
it's
trying
like
to be.
you don't really. It
Wait,
feels
Gren
removed.
dies?
Oh no!
What? Oh no!
No!
Vincent is trying to be like Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now. He's like a fucking zonked out, I have visions character.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
those. I mean, I tend to
and,
like
um,
characters like
and
that.
I-
It's just it
I
wasn't
think,
established.
I think they
enough,
sold
you
it.
know?
I think they sold it. Yeah, they should have had. I would have. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being stupid, but it would have been cool to have more scenes of like the Mars Wars. Actually, seeing like
Yeah.
like just cut to a mission where he's like solo, has to go deep into the thing, and he has to fucking knife someone or
Yeah,
shoots a kid or some shit. I don't know.
I'd say I agree with you because the
Yeah.
movie's so fucking long to begin with. You might as well throw
Yeah,
that in
yeah.
there too.
Like because there's like multiple flashbacks to just like him seeing the sky burning up and shit, and it's like swap one of those flashbacks for something more solid, more concrete. You could do that thing where like when you start the movie, his flashbacks are very vague, and then the further on you go, he's like getting closer to it in his mind, and at the end you finally get like the flashback to like the real, like the mega traumatizing thing. I know it's not just trauma. I know his genes are getting fucked up by these like nano machines that are inside him are making him fucking crazy.
I completely forgot about that element of the plot.
Yeah,
You're right.
he it's like a Blade Runner replicants going nuts thing, and it makes him hallucinate the butterflies. But
Good for him.
I thought he just had really
yeah.
strong hands.
he does have really fucking strong hands.
He could have crushed face
yeah.
chest like a balloon.
He has the fucking Kill Bill one hit kill move almost. That is fucking scary though when you hear the crunching noise when he sticks his fingers in Spike's chest.
Oh yeah.
Such a fucking cool fight he just bashes his face into the subway seats and he's like unfazed.
Well, Spike doesn't feel anything anymore, so.
No, I
it's
meant
just like
Vincent's the one who's unfazed. Like Spike kicks him in the kicks his head into like one of the seats and he's just bleeding. He's like, whatever.
Well,
I'm
maybe it was,
Vincent, I don't give a
it was
shit.
a comfy seat. It was.
I don't give a
comfy.
shit.
Multiple best scenes in Cowboy Bebop series and movie are Spike jumping into a fight and the other character not being unfazed, and like
Yeah.
Pierre LeFou, Ed's dad.
Yeah,
that
Ed's
guy,
dad is a short
Yeah.
great.
Vincent. Like whenever Spike comes up against someone who isn't like phased by his kung fu movie
Bullshit.
theatrics,
A little different.
he's really out of his depths.
A little different. I would also add him and Andy frivolously shooting the pistols at each other.
Oh god, that's such a fucking cool scene.
because it's just so silly. It's
Yeah, but
almost
that's
the
like
equivalent of
that.
not
That's
caring.
like that's two idiots like pretending to like trying to convince each other to make the other one care.
Yeah. Vincent
Also,
Christensen.
I think Electra's an underrated waifu.
Yeah, she's cool. Well,
Because people
she's
because
the
people
kind
are
of woman who
freaking
can
out.
kick your ass.
Everyone's freaking out right now about the Lewis Lane brown tomboy. And
Oh,
that
yeah.
it's a Superman show.
She's
And
a
it's just like that's just
she's a
Electra.
Kino Brown. Yeah, she
That's
is.
just
Yeah.
I
Electra.
like her design. I'm fine with that.
I mean,
No,
I like
I
it
don't-
too. It's just like
I like it, yeah.
It's a brown tomboy that looks very similar to Electra.
Yeah.
I'm not
If you
saying they
want
were
to see,
copied.
if you want to see that character design, but with actual like shading and attention to detail in the drawings, and not just being a flat Western cartoon, then yeah, go watch Cowboy Bebop movie instead. She doesn't, but they don't get together though. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Spike doesn't really
Spike,
get together with it,
yeah.
which was
He
one of
doesn't.
my major criticisms of Spike in the actual show, because he should have gotten
Really?
together with. But
Well,
whatever.
he's married. He's married to Julia. For a
Who's
life.
just like this? Who's just like this?
Julia is kind of
Like-
boring. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's just like he's just like, he, like
What?
he's like married to the idea of being in love with her rather than
Yeah.
like actually like
Yeah.
being in love with her.
She's like the platonic, or no, she's like the impressionist painting version of like a femme fatale, but she doesn't
Yeah,
do
basically.
anything. She's just like the
Yeah.
beautiful wavy blonde with luscious lips who stands in the rain. Okay.
Like Taiga.
The only funny thing about Julie's death. Spoiler alert!
The
If you
only
haven't
funny
seen the
thing.
show that came out in the late 90s.
Some people think there's multiple funny things about her death, but
But like a funny detail I just noticed. So after it's like she lingers for a little bit after she's shot, and then she dies, if I remember correctly. And then you see the white doves,
that's right.
fly up. But it's just like the white doves would have flown up immediately during the gunfight.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's just so
They
loud.
they were really
like,
brave.
they're not gonna
They were
fly
really
up
brave doves.
in
Yeah.
sync with, it's not going to fly up in sync with their death. They've flown away a long time ago, guys.
Yeah, I mean,
That-
how much
That was
do you
that
think?
was the only like funny thing that I just want to.
How much do you think? I forgot his name. Who's the silver-haired
Vicious.
edgelord? Vicious. I kept thinking Vincent or Viral.
Viral, Viral.
yeah,
Vincent
when-
and Vicious. We're all
yeah,
great. We're
no,
all beautifully
Vicious
solid villains.
Vicious spent years training his crow not to fly as soon as he shoots this fucking gun.
It's like, damn it, I'm almost the perfect villain.
Yeah,
Stop
every
fucking flying.
every time he kills someone, cut to like him trying with bird feed to coax him out of the rafters of the building. Come on! I swear I won't do it again.
There's actually a. Oh crap! Am I talking?
Yes.
Yes.
There's actually a funny part in Blood Meridian like
when your
that.
mouth moves, you're talking.
I turn. I'm eating, so
I
I,
know,
turn
I
off
know,
my.
I know.
Okay.
Oh yeah, eating. Nice.
Yeah,
I
have-
turn away from the mic to breathe.
I turn away from the mic to eat ice cream. There's a part in Blood Meridian
Chocolate fudge.
which
I was
is
just
really
thinking that Cowboy Bebop had chocolate rain during that scene. Yes.
I couldn't think of a joke. You win. There's a part in Blood Meridian where the murderous gang of scalp hunters go into a Mexican village, and that's actually just a fun little signal of what's about to go down. Because when the fight starts, someone shoots their pistol, and all the horses that are tied up in front of the casino that
Yeah.
are local start freaking out and tearing at their reins, and their
Kick everyone to
horses.
death.
Yeah, and the gang's horses just stand perfectly still because it's like, yeah, they do this all the time.
Yeah.
They shoot
Well,
guns like
you know,
every
Green,
10 minutes.
It's like tears and chocolate rain.
That's my favorite line in Blade Runner.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
metering sucks. We established this now.
Yeah, I think we've thoroughly established
Oh
that.
my
We did.
God.
And if you like her, you're a bad person.
I know
Okay.
I'm a bad person.
I'm
I
I'm
don't
gonna
need you
get
to tell
my
me that.
Vegeta brand Badman shirt.
Classic debating strategy. Take the Cowboy Bebop, curveball route to establish
my
Minori
God.
sucks.
You guys are such anime tourists. This is so fun.
Hey, I
Sure is.
live
It's
here.
just
I've
like,
watched-
oh, Megumin's the best character in
Oh,
Konosuba.
okay, hold on.
Wow, what a,
Hang
what
Hold
a,
on.
You can't
What
just
a-
have
Green is a noob, but I've
Well,
watched a shit ton of fucking.
anyone can have an interesting, unique opinion if they're willing to just be wrong about everything.
I haven't
Yeah.
watched Konosuba, and I can tell you Megumin is
Okay.
the best girl.
Yeah, okay. I will tell you. Okay, I will admit, I do genuinely feel much more strongly that Aqua is the best girl in Konosuba than I'm willing to defend Minari in Toradora. It's just like Taiga's
Who has
outstanding. It makes total sense why it would be your favorite. So it doesn't ruffle my feathers, but it's just like Minari is like is like worst girl. It's just like
I don't necessarily like Taiga just because she's like main character. I like that archetype. I like her design.
Yeah.
That's
everyone
why I watched
does.
the show was because of her.
Everyone does. Like,
Who has a really weird best character in show take?
apparently me and Aqua, because most people don't agree with me. On
Is that really that weird?
No,
Aqua's pretty
it's
fucking
not.
popular.
Like, I
isn't she?
fully defend your position there, even though I don't.
A weird
share it.
take would be the fucking armored girl. I don't see many people.
I think
repping
I've seen
that.
like one person in the history of
Yeah.
ever talking about Konosuba say Darkness is their favorite.
Darkness. That's it.
Yeah, that person was probably gay and just deflecting.
Yeah.
Darkness is to me. Darkness will always be the character from Chunibyo. You don't get to. You don't. I'm taking the name back. What a shit fucking show.
You know, the real question is this: who's better, Ryuji's mom or the teacher?
I don't remember the teacher much at all.
Oh, it's fine. She just
Teacher
is mad.
real
she's
fast.
old.
All right. Teacher is like she's like a redhead, and her gimmick is like being really mad at the students that they're not taking advantage of their youth.
I remember,
Because
I remember that. I definitely remember that.
Yeah, she like writes on the chalkboard, and she's like, "I'm gonna be 30 soon."
No, Ryuji's mom is way better. Oh my
Really?
god. Yeah, dude.
As a
I like the
character,
teacher.
yeah.
I mean,
Like,
everyone's
it's
gonna
a,
take
that's a
that.
fucking throwdown right
I was
there.
just trying to move the convo along. I didn't think anyone would actually
Okay,
think
fine.
otherwise.
Okay, since
Who's the
RA
best?
and
Who's the
EG
best girl in My Hero Academia?
Oh,
I don't
fuck.
care.
I don't really care either.
I usually like Hero
Okay,
quite a
hang
bit.
on, hang on.
So many,
yeah,
there's just
I'm
so
with
many
I'm with.
girls in it.
I
You know
read
what?
the manga. I never watched the anime, but I got a fair bits into the manga, and I
Okay.
do think. And I have a weird relationship with this because this is gonna be so stupid. When I was a teenager, I bought this rando 2-volume manga called Barrage, and it is by the author of My Hero Academia before he came up with My Hero Academia. Like at the time, he
Oh.
wasn't well known at all. So I was like, "What's this weirdo obscure manga?" And I really loved his art style. And at the time, I had a shitty anime blog, and I wrote about this. It might be one of the only articles about this fucking manga. Honestly, it's like a weirdo version of The Prince and the Pauper, but it's like a cool shonen thing. It's pretty good. And so when My Hero blew up, I was like really surprised. Like, oh my god, it's a Barrage guy. And I think he's a really cool guy. And the best girl is it's the fucking Amp girl, the Ampere girl.
Jiro?
Yeah, that one. Sure, whatever.
I don't know.
Hey,
Hey, she's your favorite girl. You can't remember her name, so
I could have said the Knife Girl. She's iconic,
Toga?
I guess.
do you know any of their
Toga, yeah.
names?
Why would I remember?
I know Midnight and Mount Lady, and that's
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. If you pressed me, I
Mira-
would have remembered. I would have
Mirako-
remembered
wait.
Toga. I said that more for the sake of everyone else in call.
Oh,
Okay.
Mirako,
all
I
right.
know.
Toga is a weird thing you wear when you're Roman, so I don't know how that connects. No, I know all the names I know Endeavor and fucking the Frog Girl is called Tsuyu.
Who
Yeah,
might be my pick for
Oh,
best
Frog Girl is the best one. I messed up. I totally forgot she was from that show.
I like Frog,
Frog Girl is the best one. I love
Which
Frog
one?
Girl.
Oh, Frog. Oh, yeah,
The
yeah.
one who looks like a frog.
Yeah.
Turns out.
It's a very
Yeah.
short list.
I'd say I don't really have a strong opinion here, although I do find it funny that Mount Lady is the only one that is both that's her name and it's also an instruction manual.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Ha, ha,
Goddamn.
ha, ha, ha.
That's one of those like actors whose faces look like their names. Charlie Sheen.
Mountain Lady always Mountain Lady always threw me because that weird pun she does in her intro, like where she says like ass acquaintance.
I never liked her.
I always wanted to know what was the
supposed to be
original
one of the main
Japanese.
characters.
Oh yeah, because he did a lot of reworks, didn't he? Where he and Bakugo
I
was supposed
never-
to be a girl, and they completely fucked that up.
I hate giant fetish shit.
Ah, fuck you.
What? Oh, come on. Okay, Green.
Whoa.
Sorry you want a big giant to sit on you so you can get fucking.
No,
you're the
into
one-
no, to
Gucci.
eat me, idiot.
Michi, you're the one who wants to get the shit beat out of him.
Yeah, not by a fucking 7-story tall monstrosity who.
Oh, okay, yeah, really walking it back here.
What? I'm not into. Okay, sorry, I don't want to get shoved into a giant pussy. My bad.
Green never said that.
No.
You're putting words in his
That's a
mouth.
fetish. That's a fetish.
No, there's
Yo,
all.
what's
there's
your
also
favorite
just-
One Piece character? Shirahoshi? Oh, you didn't get that far, did you?
Really
fucker?
quick, can we let Jaws talk? He's tried to talk like 3 times.
I didn't notice. Sorry.
You wouldn't.
This was before the
I'm looking at Isaac. I'm not looking at the call.
Fuck.
before things went on the My Hero Academia train. Since since RA and Michi are here, I can tell the the little dream story again, which I wanted actually to tell when everyone was there. So now everyone is there. Green and John have already heard it, but a couple of days ago, I dreamt the police came to my house to arrest me, and they sent like a whole SWAT team. And when I asked what I was being arrested for, they said very vaguely, "You're being connected with a certain individual." And in my mind at that moment, I just went, "Oh shit, they know that I know Super."
Yeah,
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Russia's most
The-
wanted.
Police did come inside my house the other day. It freaked me the fuck out. I don't think I
Also
ever
because
told
you know
this on
Super-
call.
Wait, your country has police?
Yes, I
Your
know. And
country
they actually
has
have guns
houses?
too.
All right, I mean,
They came to
Hey.
my door. 2 police agents knocked on my door in the morning, and I was like, "What?"
what were
and
they?
they were like, they instantly said, "Don't worry, you haven't done anything."
They don't know
you know
that.
I've been
You
been
sure?
watching Chunibyo.
yeah,
know.
yeah, it's like, yeah, we've received reports you have Megumi pictures on your house.
We received reports you have Megumin pictures despite not having watched Konosuba, and we've come to arrest you.
I mean, that
Yeah.
describes
Well,
most
that's me on a
people.
lot.
No.
That's me on a lot.
was
of
really
things. I have
weird.
a lot
They-
of pictures of things I've never
my dog was like barking at them, and I was like, "God damn it! I don't want my dog to attack a police officer and then I'll get killed." So I locked him. I locked him in another room. Then I opened the door, and they were like, "Do you know anything about a MacBook that was found in the empty field next to your house?" And I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Do you have a MacBook?" And I was like, "I do." But and they're like, Is it missing?" And I was like, "I don't think so. I haven't been on it in a while. It's kind of
Double
broken."
check.
And they were like, "Double check." And I was like, "No, it's still there." And they're like, "Oh, it was an iMac, not a MacBook. Sorry." And I was like, "A whole iMac was out in the field?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" And they're like, "Is there a way to get to the field from the back of your house?" And I was like, I guess so. You can climb over the wall on my top of my side, my first floor of my house." And they were like, "Can we come in?" And I was like, yeah, I guess so. Because I was like trying to explain to them how you could get onto there, and they're like, "Oh, it's easier if we just look." And I was like, "Okay." So like,
And then
went
they fucking
upstairs.
slammed you to the floor. You idiot! You let us in.
They went on my computer and they started watching anime on my Crunchyroll account, and they kept me in handcuffs.
Oh, you're on
And-
Crunchyroll account?
You're
now-
watching
now-
dubbed anime and you're gonna like it.
Now I have a really embarrassing historic on it where I have like ReZero on there as watched.
Oh,
It's like
shit.
it's so
dude.
yeah, I know. I had to explain to my girlfriend why I had all these shitty animes watched.
This is like, honey, we need to talk. I noticed
Yeah.
you have ReZero in your search. Honey, that was me a long time ago. That was 5 years ago. Okay, I'm a different
anyway,
person now.
they
Trust
go
me, I
upstairs.
only watch shit like Strike Witches. Okay, I promise you.
How did you know I have the Strike Witches art book? You fucker! You told them. You tipped them off. It was you. No, so they go upstairs like through my bedroom out to my like upstairs porch, and they climb onto the wall, and they're like checking if they can climb over the walls and shit. And then they're like, "Okay, cool. We'll stay in touch. The whole time my dog's like freaking out in the locker room, like barking and scratching.
Oh yeah,
And then
this
they
was
just
a-
left, and I was like, oh, I guess that can happen. Apparently there was a robbery nearby, and I guess the perps dropped the iMac in the middle of a field. I don't
Well,
understand.
they saw it was a Mac and they just didn't
This
want
is
it.
busiest
So they
day
sto-
for
so they saw-
busiest
so they-
day- busiest
in the
day for your
dark-
country's busiest day for your country's police force.
All right, I'm surprised you know what country. Wait, no, you
Yeah.
ordered my first book.
Yeah, I
That's
know
right.
I know what country you're from.
Also, we
I
all
know
know
your
you,
country.
and I stayed at his house on the way to your
Yes,
country. Do you
yes.
think I didn't tell him where I was going?
Oh, I totally forgot about that. That's right.
Yeah.
You said you
That's where I
said
got COVID.
you said he sellotaped your eyeballs back and forced you to watch every episode of Urusei Yatsura.
We
It was
actually
fucking
did watch.
scary.
We actually
We
did
didn't
watch.
we didn't watch much anime while he was here.
No, I mean for us it was a lot, but for
Yeah,
staying together
watching
for a few
watching 1 hour of anime was actually watching a lot for us.
we actually watched. I got him a gift. I found a DVD of Apocalypse Zero. Do you guys remember
which
that?
is awesome.
Oh yeah, I do remember. Oh my god, you just
It's
talking about
pretty
fucking memory.
fucked up.
I've
Yeah.
watched that. Isn't that the no? Wait, I'm confused. No, Apocalypse Zero is the one with the tit monsters and shit.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cockroaches eating people.
No.
And
I was
things like
thinking of Mars
Giant.
Walls or whatever the fuck it's called.
Terraform Mars. Are you thinking that?
No.
Oh.
It's this shit. It's this shitty like 90s anime. It's
Oh.
like Garzy's Wing.
Okay,
Uh,
I couldn't read Terraform Mars. It was. I know it's supposed to be notoriously offensive and shit. I just couldn't get into it.
Isn't that that's the big cockroach one, right?
Yeah, where they it's like rape cockroaches on Mars that like rape everyone. I don't fucking know. But
Yeah, Super Eye Patch Wolf was really mad about those rape cockroaches.
yeah. It's an offensive
said they
depiction of the
He
Scottish.
said they were a very offensive depiction.
Oh my god.
Oh
Like,
my
what is
God.
what? Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The fiction offends you.
Yeah.
Show me on the
Sorry.
ball where the fiction hurt you.
I just watched True Detective season 3 yesterday, and there were
Oh, I'm
copious references to Angolan prisons and you will bleed black cock and shit like that.
Oh wow. That's fucked up.
That was like the go-to for one of the characters for intimidating perps, was telling them he was gonna put them in an Angolan prison camp and they were gonna get their fucking asses pounded till they died.
Okay.
Uh,
Isn't Angola in Europe?
No, that's an
No,
African. Man.
you fucking idiot.
Wait, what am I thinking? What's the micro country in Europe?
There's
Lithuania.
many. Andorra.
Luxembourg.
Andorra.
I've been to
Andorra's
Andorra.
tiny.
It's right next to my house.
Vatican
Yeah. I've been to
Angola.
Washington State.
Funnily enough, is a former Portuguese colony.
And Angola is a large sub-Saharan country on the western coast of
is a
Africa, and it is
we-
a absolute nightmare of a country.
It is absolutely not. It is the current headquarters for ISIS, supposedly, or Al Qaeda, or something like that.
Seems like a good
When they
place
moved out
for
of the
'em.
Middle East, they went down the Fertile Crescent, and ended up in Angola. Angola is a fucking nightmare. My uncle fought in the war there.
Yeah, the
Much
Angolan
more
Civil War is. It's just like you think wars are bad.
Yeah. My uncle
they get
was-
worse, man.
Yeah. We call it the pink map in Portugal. It was like all the fucking territorial dispute 20th century for all the colonies. It wasn't pretty. No, Angola is a terrible place. Don't ever go there. Everyone is dying.
What's
Okay.
interesting about it though, there's one port city in it that's like the most expensive
That's right.
cost of living in like
Yeah,
Africa,
it's like-
basically.
Isn't it like, because it's like Las Vegas-y kind of place or something?
I mean, I don't even know exactly why it's so expensive to live there.
Is it a
I imagine it's
Chinese
like-
outpost?
It's probably like the one. It's a one tiny, and I'm sure most of the city's horrible, right? But like, there's one like tiny slice of it where the 0.000000001% basically like live and do well in the country. I don't even know where the money comes from. It's obviously corruption and blood money of some kind, probably, but because there's no. I doubt there's
If
much
you
like
guys,
legitimate trade going on there. But yeah,
Let me check something.
So-
No. Hang on.
it's like if Nigeria is like a hopeless place, it's just like hopelessier is like Angola.
Yeah, why
No,
do you even
it was a
what do you even
horrible
do in a
nightmare.
situation like that? Just give up?
You just, I mean, you basically do just give up. But also, if it's the only thing you've ever known, so that helps a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
sure.
It's expectations are everything in life. You just have to lower your
Sure.
expectations. You see,
Well, I mean, the expectations are automatically lowered for you in Angola, so you don't even need to do that.
yeah. If you start in Angola, you can go in literally any direction, and life will seem amazing as you get farther and farther from it.
Well, you're also surrounded by other sub-Saharan African countries, Green. So I don't know.
I was gonna say this isn't like that is so much of that's so much of sub-Saharan Africa is like 90% of it is the most terrifying hellhole, and then one of the cities is like inexplicably rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's never good.
And it's horribly disheartening.
Inexplicably, huh?
It's like
Well, no, I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's not
Yeah.
it's not easily found out exactly without getting killed by some covert.
I mean, I'm not.
Metal Gear Rising told us about this, okay?
And you'll probably just be killed anyway, whether you're looking for answers
What
or
are you
not.
gonna do? Arrest me?
I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
it's not a fair comparison exactly, but when I was younger, I went to Vegas to visit family and stuff. And I don't know, I had a crazy aunt down there, and she wanted to show us the poverty of Vegas just to, I don't know, wound us psychologically. And it kind of worked. But she took us down to Old Vegas, and we just kind of drove down the side streets. And it's nuts how when you go outside where the lights are, where the lights are still not broken, you can go down a little road, and there's just mounds and mounds of sleeping bodies on the side of the road, on the grass and in the weeds and stuff, and little tents and shopping carts. And you can look over, and the strip, or the sub-strip, the Old Vegas strip, it's only like 100 feet away. But they're staying just far enough that the tourists can't see them from where they are. And you can just kind of look back. It's like, that's kind of freaky. As you're standing there with your, girly little drink, there's 500 crackheads just looking at you from the darkness, just waiting.
I mean, I've heard that was I've heard Hollywood is like that. Like there's like a glitz and glamoury part, and then you walk 5 feet, and it's just like crack houses and bumps.
Yeah, like California hates people.
Yeah.
I mean, every city in America basically has places like that. California is really bad because it's so unequal, and it's so habitable to homeless people because the moderate climate and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, when I lived in Seattle, there were homeless camps, but it wasn't nearly as bad as in like the actual huge urban areas like in Los Angeles and shit. Because Los Angeles is so big, their Skid Row is like the size of a small city.
You have homeless camps. Here we have homeless people who are camp.
Like gay?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure some of ours are too.
I
didn't ask.
Speaking of Andorra, you mentioned it's really weird because I just thought it was a weird thing. Have you heard of do you know about the Taured man?
The Taured man.
Taured, yeah.
No.
Taured. In Japan in the 60s, this guy arrived in the airport to take a flight, and then they checked his passport, and it looked like a legit passport, and it had like multiple stamps from other countries it visited, but it said his birthplace was in a country called Taured, and they're like, what? And he was like, yeah, it's a country, it's existed for like thousands of years. You don't know Taured? And they were like, step aside, sir. And then they like quizzed him about it, and he gave like addresses of like places they could call, and he was going to the big meeting in Tokyo and shit. I guess he arrived in Japan, maybe. I don't know how he got through with the shitty passport, but they showed him they gave him a map to show them where Taured was, and he pointed to Andorra, and he said he didn't know why it was called Andorra. That's where Taured is. It's between Spain and France, and it's always been called Taured. And they're like, what? And apparently he just fucked off and never heard from him again.
Oh wow, that's
It's a weird, spooky.
I mean, countries are named things in different countries, so it wouldn't be that.
It was the
crazy.
United Kingdom of Taured, I think.
Oh, it's like Japan is Nihon or Nippon, whatever the fuck it is.
People do think there's like an Eastern European country called like Taujed or something, or Taujel, which they think it might have been like a typo on his passport or something. But then he did specifically point to Andorra and say it's never been called Andorra, it's called Taured. So I don't know. And I thought that was funny.
It's funny. I was just looking up in an episode of Code Monkeys from back in the day. Actually, one of my favorite
Not
episodes.
this again.
Yeah, no,
Not
but they
this
went to Japan. They went to fight Nintendo's ninjas or some shit.
Did they?
And
Did they
the
agree?
cowboy guy kept calling Japan Japin, like JAP''N. And that
That's
just
kind of
stuck
more
with
correct.
me.
It's closer to Nippon.
Yeah, he's before his time. Yeah. What the
Well,
fuck were we even
like how
talking about?
China used to be called Cathay.
Really?
Cathay. Pretty sure.
Also,
Well,
China
well,
itself has a bunch of different languages in it,
Yes.
Yes.
so it's hard to even fucking know. Americans are called Americans, even though American is the
There's a lot of
continent.
places.
I can safely say I will never go to China. So yeah, Cathay
Yeah,
was
I'm
a historical
terrified of
name.
China
So
too.
Cathay is a historical
Yeah.
name for China that was used in Europe during the early modern period.
There's a lot of countries like that. Even Spain has like different languages
Yeah.
in it. People think it's just
España?
Spanish.
Oh,
What?
yeah. They have Catalan,
that's-
which we know because of
Yeah,
George Orwell.
They have Andalusian
Yeah.
dialects and shit.
George Orwell got shot in the neck, and he coasted off that for the rest of his life. But why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's true.
If I ever get shot in the neck, my opinion is going to be so fucking valuable, and I will not hear otherwise.
Well, if you get shot in the wrong spot in your neck, then you can't give your opinion. Except
So you're
maybe
definitely
for-
that guy. So Green, you definitely would be rocking a Purple Heart license plate here in the U.S.
I don't think I'm in the military.
Well, I'm just saying you're the type of guy who, if you did get injured in the service and you were in a Purple Heart, you definitely would get that on your license plate
Yeah.
because you're allowed to get a Purple Heart.
Because I won 3
License.
Purple Hearts.
Hey.
Yeah. And it's also like the Purple Heart's the only award for doing poorly at your job.
It's like Trump. I like the guys who didn't get captured.
You're saying, all right, you're saying like the correct
Some-
way to stop a grenade is to die. It's like stop it with your head, put it in your mouth.
Well,
If
actually,
you
the correct way to stop a grenade.
if you survive jumping out of a grenade.
The correct way to stop a grenade is to shoot better and kill the guy who was about to throw a grenade at you.
Oh.
It's preventive
No.
maintenance.
The correct
and
way
more.
is to run up to him really fast, poke his eyes like Three Stooges, and stick the pin back in.
Okay, well maybe that's how Europeans fight. I don't know, but
You
Yeah.
fucker, we invented the grenade,
yeah. Well, you guys haven't used it in a while.
but we
either,
never
so-
used it. Yeah, we
We
didn't
never
know. We,
used
didn't...
Yeah,
we
but
thought
it'd
it'd
be
be
crazy.
better
Imagine
off.
if you had to use this thing. Jeez.
Yeah. They're just walking around with.
I'm just getting flashbacks of a fish called Wanda when John Cleese is arguing with Otto, and then he brings up Nam.
I also love how
Kevin Kline gets so fucking mad. It's so funny.
RA never
That was a
wants.
tie. That was a fucking tie.
RA never wants to get into like too deep a conversation ahead of time. Then every time he just shows up, it's just like, let me tell you a thing or two about the military-industrial complex, pal. It's just
RA just wants to make fun of me for being European. Fair
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
That's
You're an
fair.
easy target.
Yeah, but
I just like looking
in
at
lavish
castles.
comfort and
Okay.
safety, so it's also like he can take it all in stride. It's just like, oh,
I
that
live
really
on, like,
hurts. This wonderful climate and safety.
Yeah.
That will soothe me. It will soothe my
beautiful-
total soul.
old school architecture and pastel painted building.
We
I
don't
can
have
walk up
architecture
to the
here.
castle and old cathedrals.
Well, actually, the U.S. did have architecture until through the Art Deco period of the early 20th century, and then it just completely gave up on architecture.
I just love that I can like step out, like look up, and there's like a grassy hill with a medieval castle at the top, like I'm in a fucking fantasy movie.
Yeah.
Like it feels like it shouldn't be possible. Still,
I mean, you
understand
probably
that.
you are living on a movie set.
I will
Yeah,
corroborate.
kind of. Yeah.
Michi's living environment is pleasant and comfy to a degree that should be criminal.
Yeah, it's just like any
we were
insult,
like,
any
we were like
insult
strolling.
any insult I provide should just roll right off his shoulders.
No, I know. No, but I mean, now I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, it really goes back to that chart Green posted a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I did post that.
All right, I took Green out like it was like midnight or something. We went out for a stroll, and it's like the streets are just like
Stroll.
empty. Yeah, it was just like it's like extremely pleasant because it was like summer night, so it was just like a nice cool breeze. It was like we walked down to like a park with like loads of trees. Everyone was out like laughing and playing cards and drinking beers, and there was like no cars. There's like no cars passing by.
Yeah.
Ever, and yeah, there's no noise. Like it was like
Have
really
fun,
silent.
Yeah, have fun taking a stroll at 11 p.m. in the wrong section of St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, I wanted to talk
You'll be
about that.
disappearing real fast.
I've been like in a bad mood, and my bad mood go to is to watch scary fucking horrific movies, and I watched like I watched like Deliverance, and then the next day I binged the first season of the first season of True Detective, and I'm just terrified of the fucking Bayou now. Like I'm just like you can just get away with any crime. Just dump a body, and then 2 years later that place won't exist anymore. It's 40 meters under the water.
Michi,
if it makes you feel any better, Deliverance takes place in West Virginia. I'm actually considering moving to West Virginia.
Oh God! And in both movies, a big part in both Deliverance and in True Detective, a big part of how hard it is that everyone is related. So you can't report any crimes because they'll just get someone will come to your house and fucking kill you.
I mean, Michi,
lynch you
just to
make it look like a suicide, and I'm frightened now.
Just to give
for
you
the
a
record,
little...
though, I do hate Louisiana. Like no cap.
I mean,
like,
everyone
I fucking
does.
hate that state. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Just to give you a little context, Michi, I live in the American West. A significant portion of my family are actual rednecks to one degree or another. I don't really have redneck mannerisms for the most part. Sometimes you'll notice me like not pronounce a G at the end of a word or something, but I have like the turbo autism that canceled out the redneck.
You're a Mormon, so that cancels out.
Yes, and I was also raised Mormon, which is a whole other thing. But two of my grandparents were literal hill people. They were actual hillbillies. You know,
did they fuck anyone up the ass?
One in Tennessee, one from Arkansas. Like, it's a real thing. And I live in an area, I go up. There are small towns here I could, potentially show you someday in a distant hypothetical future where you go there and they're in the mountains and you're like, these people could just kill me and nothing would happen.
What I came away with from it though was not anything like especially like being against anything or scared of anything American. It was just like I just realized that America's greatest problem in regards to those things is just it's so fucking massive. There's so much scary empty there's so much scary empty space where something can happen, something horrific can happen, and no one will ever find it for like ever probably. It's just like, oh my god, that's like such a terrifying concept that there can still be so much.
There are
it's actual wilderness. It's actual like Stone Age wilderness.
Yeah. If you are smart and skilled, there are a lot of places you can fucking disappear in this country.
Yeah, Michi, you would have a hard time understanding this. When you
don't even need to be killed. You can just crash your car in the wrong place and just walk for a few days and die, and that's it.
Yeah,
you'll find your skeleton in a few years.
In some fairness, that's kind of Australia too.
Yeah. No, I would never go to Australia. Fucking
there are trucking routes that go through like the central part of the country, and like if you pop a tire or you break down, it could be a week before another person shows up.
I can feasibly cycle up and down my country.
Oh, your little weenie.
Isn't it just like about an 8-hour drive from the north to the south end?
Yeah.
Portugal.
Yep.
And Michi,
that's the long way. Yeah.
It's hard for you to understand, but I feel really claustrophobic in cities, or not really, but my brain can't process the reality of what a city is. Because I'm in a place where there's usually just a lot of physical space, like even the roads are wide. It's common for people to have just a big patch of bare earth next to their house if they live outside city limits.
Driving a huge vehicle as well.
When I see like a construction,
and American roads are like ludicrously wide.
Oh yeah, I mean
they're not wide enough.
I'm in a neighborhood. I'm in a neighborhood where there's cozy room for cars to pass each other, and there's enough space on the side of the road for cars to permanently park as well.
I know that. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you guys when an ambulance comes, you all just stop the cars because
yeah,
there's enough maneuver. There's enough maneuver space to just make your way.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
if you
pull
did
to
that,
the side
if you
of
did
the
that
road.
over here, it's like all the roads are like tiny little back alleys behind like a bunch of houses. It's like if anyone stopped their fucking car, the ambulance driver would
Yeah.
get out and break their windshield.
Well, there's usually enough space on the side of the road between the road and the
Yeah.
canal or whatever the fuck's there that you can just pull
That's
over
why-
onto the dirt, and there's enough room in the middle. It's basically a new lane. Yeah.
That's why they were able to film that scene in the French Connection. Because, like, of course he could drive that way through the open fucking street
Yeah.
because there was so much fucking.
Well, yeah, like
yeah.
the emergency lane on most interstates is a true lane. Like
You
it's
can-
not
yeah,
it's not as
yeah.
wide.
It's not a little. It's not a little tiny
like-
strip
like,
for
yeah,
one
it's not-
person
it's not
to stand
as
in.
wide. It's not as wide as the actual highway lanes, but like you could just drive in the emergency lane and not have
Yeah,
any
you
issues.
can- I feel like you could drive like in the opposite like
Yeah.
direction for a bit
And-
and then
and
just
some-
swerve
and
out of the
some-
way.
And some
comfortably.
states allow you to drive in the emergency lane during certain high traffic hours,
That's
which
cool.
is insane to me because it's just like the whole point of the emergency lane is that it's
Yeah,
where you
for
pull
emergencies.
over
Yeah.
if you break down, and now you get to worry about like, oh, I can't use
Yeah.
the emergency lane today.
Well,
'cause
it's like
police
every
are
time they
traffic."
expand the highway in a big city, by the time they're done, they should have doubled the size of the expansion.
Yeah, because it's like Pennsylvania's going to take 10 years to do any highway expansion.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
If
Yeah,
you're
I
lucky,
used
like-
to when I lived in Oklahoma still, I used to go down to Texas about once a year, and there's this section in Tulsa that for like 2 or 3 years in a row was just constantly under construction.
oh yeah,
Wow.
that's.
I mean, where I live, it's like that too, because people have been steadily
Yeah.
moving here so long that it's constant construction. But Michi, just to
My-
hammer home the point,
Oh,
like
okay.
just physical space here, the conception of it is so different. Even other parts of America, like RA is on a completely different wavelength, I assume, with space than I am, and then you're in like another universe. Because like
Yeah, I mean, even in-
I'm in a place where there's usually
Portugal
just
is like yeah.
patches of dirt
No,
and
no, go
desert
ahead.
and weeds and shit that you could just drive off the road, leave your car somewhere, and there's nothing for like 100 feet. And that's a common thing to have around here.
I mean, Portugal is a pretty green. It has like lots of like forests and mountain areas, and there's wilderness, but like it's small comparatively, and it's well like accounted for. Like there's outposts, there's guards and stuff, and but even without having to just resort to the teeny tiny example of Portugal being like this micro country that's funny. Like I spent a lot of time in the UK, and even that, like it's not exactly a micro country, but yeah, it's completely it's nothing like what you're describing for sure, at all. It's all like tiny little streets.
I think Britain fits inside my state, or at least England
Yeah.
definitely does.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
sure it
but,
does.
but I still don't feel like I'm like, even though we're on opposite sides of the country, like I don't think my idea of physical space is like radically different than yours, Green.
No, I
because
mean
it's
it
just
really
like, I've been-
depends
like,
on
I've
if
been to
you're
Maine.
a
I've been to
city
Maine a-
dweller.
Yeah,
or if
I've been to
you-
Maine a lot, and like Maine is just like people do not understand how remote and huge that state is until you actually enter, and it's like, oh, unless you're on the coast, there's nothing
I kind of want to go there and see it, actually.
in this state. And then like, and New Brunswick is like is in Atlantic Canada, and it's connected to Maine. And I was driving through New Brunswick last year, and I remember on the it's not the interstate or whatever, the Trans Canada Highway is in New Brunswick, and my brother and I, we crested a hill on the highway, and when we crested the hill on the highway, there was not a single sign of civilization or people as far as the eye could see. No cars, no communication towers, no house, nothing but the road, like type of thing here. And it's like, and it wasn't like I was like, I wasn't on like a peak or something like that, but definitely like a high point in the area. I don't remember being in like a national park, but even then, if it was a national park, you'd think there'd be people. It's just like, no, there's just fucking nothing out here. And it's like a major road. Like it's just like, and it wasn't like 4 a.m. or something. It was just like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning. Like,
No, there's definitely, maybe not exactly where I live, but there's definitely stuff like that in the area.
yeah.
Well,
So when you get,
I guess I won't be visiting.
I mean,
Well, you see-
I actually.
I mean, I would spend all my time indoors. I'm not going on a hike anywhere. I'm
mean,
not going
if
on a
you-
canoe trip. I'm not.
If you ever came here, I would kind of assume that was part of the idea. You know,
What, to
when you
stay
want
in a house?
no, when you want to see the natural environment, when you want to
Oh
see
God, no.
what's actually unique about
Green,
the
what I want to
area.
do, what I want to do in America is take advantage of the shops actually having fucking anything in them. I can actually buy manga instead of having to fucking order it
Okay, yeah,
online.
we'll
I can
take you
actually
to
walk in. I can actually
the
walk
nearest
into a
Barnes and
fucking
Noble.
yeah,
and-
exactly. Barnes and Noble probably has more manga in it than my entire country.
I mean, that's probably true. Every time I go to Barnes and Noble, I do kind of. It's very weird when I think about it, but I walk into the manga section just to see what the people are into these days. I just kind of stand around the kiosk.
What the kids see what the
Yeah,
kids are up
what are the
to.
what are the
Yeah.
what are the Zoomers? What are the Zoomers?
Well, I'm legitimately
fixating on?
curious because I'm this
I'm not.
fucking online, not super OG,
Yeah,
but
I'm
otaku
curious.
guy. I just wonder, like, what are normal-ish people? What's their
Yeah.
concept of manga these days?
I'm always surprised by like some of the weirder stuff that gets picked up. Like
and
for
actually
example-
put in a store and not just something
Yeah,
you have to
for-
order
for-
off of,
well,
off of
for
a site.
yeah. Like I'm not gonna find my my precious Strike Witches book in any of these stores, but the
You'd be surprised.
If it's not a chain,
No, I mean-
you're
I mean-
actually
no, I
pretty
mean- I mean-
likely, to
I
find
mean
some odd
regardless.
stuff. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, there is this one place that's like a total like oasis where it's just run by some weirdos, and they have like import Japanese actual like magazines, art books, and shit. But I was gonna say, what's interesting to see is the stuff that gets translated into Portuguese, because most of the time, like 99% of the population can read English. So generally people just buy manga in English and read it. Like very rare. Manga being translated into Portuguese is only something that started happening like in my adult life. Like when I was a teenager, the whole time it was all English for sure, and all the kids read in English anyway because we all speak English. But what's funny is like seeing the stuff that they choose to put. So it's obvious like stuff like Naruto, One Piece, Demon Slayer is in Portuguese. But recently they started translating Chainsaw Man, and I was like, whoa, that's pretty fucking cool. Because it's a big show, sure, but it's like a weird fucking thing, to be like, this is what we're gonna bank on. We're gonna invest in Chainsaw Man. I thought that was kind of neat.
One thing that was
Who knows?
crazy, I was in Barnes and Noble and I saw not just on the shelf, but actually turned sideways, so they're trying to call your attention to it. I saw an issue of Time Stop Brave, and I was fucking shocked. Have any of
That's
you heard of
amazing.
that except for me?
Yeah,
No.
that's like, isn't that like? Oh, am I thinking of the wrong thing?
You almost
tell me what it
certainly
is,
are.
and then I'll tell you.
Time Stop Brave has anyone here heard of Tamakick?
No.
Nah.
Tamakick is a niche, ecchi, and not quite hentai, but it's a niche.
Maybe I am thinking of the right thing then.
It's a niche sexual thing about it's like one of the OG E&F comics, like embarrassed.
I was gonna say
nudity
this sounded
situations.
like. I was gonna say this sounded. What the first thing you said reminded me of rants for some reason. I guess it's not that much. I guess
It's not that far.
Right.
It's
Not-
kind of the same vibe. But the Tamakick guy, who was like an OG, old schoolish, ecchi comedy manga dude, he came out with a
Sure.
newer series called Time Stop Brave, which is just. I almost respect how brazen it is because it's just the most obnoxious fucking manga ever. It's about
Didn't
a
you tell
guy
me
who
about
gets.
this because it has kind of like an old school art style, right? Because it's that kind of artist.
It's maybe kind of simple. I don't think I've talked to you about this. Maybe I have. But it's about just a guy who gets isekai'd, and he's holding a video game controller, and it lets him stop time, and he goes through the motions of being an isekai hero who has to fight monsters and shit. But the gimmick of it is every time he meets a new girl, he uses the time stop power to undress them or just peek up their skirt. It's
Green,
it's the most bottom of the barrel.
That's a dedicated tag on a lot of websites, right?
I'm sure it actually probably is.
Nice.
Do I know that? I don't know if I know that or not.
It's
Yeah,
just
you
called
do.
it's just called time stop. It's just
it
a
makes
genre.
But
Usually it's a stopwatch. but-
this is like, it's fine for what it is. I'm aware of this manga, but it is the most like bottom of the barrel, like super exploitative,
service,
basic
actually,
fan
yeah.
service manga ever. And it's like, of
And it's
all
at Barnes
things
and
to have
Noble.
at Barnes and Noble, like, I am convinced the people at Barnes and Noble don't know what they're fucking buying. They're buying
Did it
shit
have, like,
randomly
a-
based
Dude,
on
they
numbers.
literally
They're not
don't.
reading it.
They
Did
don't
it have like a blurb?
No, it didn't have
It's-
a blur, but
because-
it was like
because,
turned in a way that they were trying. It was one of the ones that, you know,
Yeah.
they have some where you just see the spine
No,
and some where it's facing the person. Some Barnes and Noble person fucking turned Time Stop Brave just to get the attention of the youngsters who were crawling around in
Nice.
front of.
That could have been a customer too.
It could have.
But
Yeah,
But I
actually,
was
that'd be
gonna
pretty
say-
funny if it was.
well, I just wonder because like in the UK there's this bookshop called, maybe it's in America too. It's called Waterstones, and the employees. One of the cool things about it is usually each section the employees will write on a little piece of cardboard, a little bit of piece of card. They'll put like a blurb to sell you on something.
Oh, a bunch
Like,
of
kinda
places
like a-
do that here.
Yeah, like a mini review, and
Yeah.
they always had them in the manga section. It was pretty fun. So I
Barnes
wondered
and
if they
Noble
had one
does
on there
that,
where it was
Half
like,
Price Books does that.
have you ever wished you could stop time at just the right moment?
Yeah.
Well, pick up this.
Yeah, you'll get random recommendations in Barnes and Noble sometimes.
Yeah, I
It'll be
like
a
those
little
like
blurb from
editor's
employee,
choice. Yeah, exactly.
and they'll
yeah,
have
that's what I
a
mean.
note. It's like, actually, I saw one for Tomo-chan. And a Barnes and Noble, actually, that was kind of funny. I need to buy them.
The tag just said she is my waifu.
Stay away
Like,
from
I-
her.
Yeah, do not buy this. All of these belong to me.
Danger said, I feel like people who translated manga in their sacred library choose not to know. Okay. I mean, whether or not the Barnes and Noble people have a fucking clue what they're selling is something that I've been asking myself for years at this point.
I'm sure that varies on a store-by-store basis, but at corporate, probably not at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It has
Barnes
to
and
be
Noble
just a
so
numbers
Barnes
thing,
and Noble
right?
is so huge.
Yeah, of
It
course,
has
of course
so
it's a
much-
number.
Well, Green, did you see the thing the other day that came out
I
where
think they have
Dark,
some guy
Dark
checking
Horse
them all.
Comics was like, manga makes up 1% of what we print, but it's like 60% of our sales.
Well,
Yeah.
the biggest book this year was Spy X Family, wasn't it? Like, it
Probably.
outsold
Yeah,
every other
pretty
form
much.
of
I mean,
written fiction.
Dark Horse is the only the big ones is like Kodansha, I forget the other main one, and then Dark Horse is like up there. It's like the only like Western one I think that's got like a gigantic manga market.
I own.
I mean, Viz Media,
uh,
of course. Viz Kodansha, and
Yes,
like Dark Horse.
Jaws.
Yeah. I own a manga adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft's The Call of Cthulhu and two of his short stories. I mean,
That's cool.
that must have been a strange story. Like, how does a 1920s weird fiction horror author get adapted into a Japanese manga, which then is translated into German?
I mean, there's lots. I keep seeing in stores the Star Wars manga. The fucking I have an adaptation of an anime called Toradora in manga form. Actually.
No way!
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Toradora.
Is it
Oh,
good?
yeah. Have
Why
you
would
heard
you
of
go
it?
from the anime to the manga with Toradora, of all things?
Yeah,
How
if
did-
anything,
I
I would
didn't
read
say
the
I didn't say
novel,
I didn't say I've read it.
I would
That's
say
not.
I would say probably the
It's on
the
my bookshelves
farthest,
because I got it from my sister as a gift or something. I
Probably
mean,
the
I leafed through
farthest-
it. I looked at the drawings.
probably the farthest we strayed from Toradora in this conversation was Angolan prisons. I think that probably was the farthest.
Yeah, I was gonna say Deliverance is pretty far away from Toradora. But there are similarities.
Well, I mean, I guess
Ski
Ryuji's
trip, canoe
dad
trip.
might be prison.
Ryuji's
Wait, did Ryuji's dad die or did he just disappear?
no,
just
he just
left.
fucked off.
He's
He's
out
fucking-
there.
He's
his
fucking
mom
bimbo.
tells him
He's out
that
there.
he's dead,
He's out there
and he
for the
doesn't find
sequel.
out that
Does
that's
she?
not the. Yeah,
Oh my god, that's fucked
he's
up.
dead?
Yeah, the mom lies and says he's
he
dead,
thinks
right?
his dad is dead
Damn.
because his mom didn't
Wow.
want to tell him that he left him.
I guess. Oh, well, I'll comfort Ryuji's mom.
Have a
Ryuji's
17-year-old
dad is a
son
playable
in your
is a
30s.
playable character in the Yakuza games.
I think Green. I think you sent the image during your rewatch of Ryuji's mom with like the bills in her hand and pointing.
Oh yeah.
to his
She, like,
son
fuck
because
off.
she's tired
Yeah.
and she wants him to get out of the house, but it's just like this looks like a different transaction going on.
Oh yeah, he's
She
selling
was actually,
Ryuji.
she wanted him to go around and buy condoms.
No. I mean, it's a prostitution thing. It's,
I do love
Yeah,
the
I
mom
know,
in
but-
Toradora
No, well,
because
yeah,
she's
he didn't
so
have condoms. The
convincing.
prostitute gave him money.
Like the mom in Toradora is both a fuck up and a totally sympathetic person.
yeah. She rules, actually.
She rules,
I
yeah.
like her. Like she's trying. Like she's made some mistakes, but she's definitely doing the best she can.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Ryuji's just like, "Fuck you, mom. I'm gonna help you," instead of going to school. And she's like, "No, if you truly loved me, you would leave me and go to college." I'm kidding. I'm
I was
obviously exaggerating. It's just an
I was playing
interesting dynamic towards the end.
It is.
Yeah, well, and you realize everybody's being kind of dumb about the whole thing, so.
Yeah.
Yep. I was
Yeah.
playing Yakuza Like a Dragon, the JRPG one.
Yeah, with
The
Ichiban.
newest one. Yeah, I was playing that, and I love how one of the main like quests you have is to protect the seedy side of Japanese society. Like you're beating up people who are protesting against like bathhouses and hostess clubs. I just love how it's totally just like it glorifies these things, like makes them heroic in a way I really appreciate. Like it's like, hey man, these places are giving people lots of great opportunities. The managers are pretty like kind guys. Even if they seem mean on the outside, they care about these people. And these guys who are like pretending to be like the moral, majority, they're actually like just like pretty scummy themselves actually. So it's a cool perspective to play a JRPG about. It's a good game. It was on discount.
That's the Yakuza game?
Yeah, it's the most
Yeah,
recent.
have you
I-
played any
I've
of
played
them?
I've
only
played
played like
previous ones,
have
but I've been
listened to
enjoying the
Bakamitai,
JRPG
though.
twist.
okay.
I like the
that's like
Bakamitai.
that's like half playing the game.
Yeah, Bakamitai mixed with Snowhalation. That's one of the best videos ever. I
Oh
love that one.
yeah. I mean, every song mixes with Snowhalation. That's not fair.
Okay, that's fine.
I've seen so many Snowhalation mixes.
It's always
And I've
good.
never watched any Idolmaster, by the way. I'm not a
I'm not
weird.
Miura.
I'm not a loser.
weeb.
I'm not a weeb.
Yeah.
No, I just find their faces off-putting in like a Children of the Corn kind of way.
An Idolmaster?
Yeah, they all have the same like kind of vacant, glassy-eyed look to them. I'm not a fan of the character designs and stuff. I'm a fan of how other artists draw the character designs sometimes, but the actual look of them, they all have like this kind of vacant smile, soulless eyes.
Huh.
That can be disturbing.
Yeah,
Like a doll's eyes.
like a doll's eyes.
Man, Jaws was such a
What a
good
good movie.
and good
Yeah,
person.
and a good guy.
Yeah.
Jaws was a good guy. You're right. It's a shame. It's a shame he died during the call.
And a
but-
Bond villain. I mean, you joke, but he has disappeared at a few points.
Yeah, I have very little to say at the
Yeah.
moment.
Jaws, you have my general permission to just like mute other people, if you ever feel like it. I should make you a producer as well.
We're all being
It's so
unfair.
talk.
Because like me and RA and Green will just tell each other to shut the fuck up in loud obscene tones, but Jaws is like really quiet and polite, so he's not gonna even when he tells us to shut up, it's just like he's just like shut up please.
We need to get Jaws a bell.
You can just turn on the
give him-
soundboard.
Oh,
Give him
right.
like
We just
Jaws,
got
use use like
Americanized him.
yeah, exactly. Like use like a klaxon. Yeah.
Oh fuck! Where do I turn on soundboard again?
Actually, you should just fire a revolver into your roof every time.
I mean, I have
mean,
a
he has-
close to the mic, just like
He is armed. He could do that.
you are.
Who is?
I didn't know.
I mean, no. I said Green is a gun owner, so.
Yeah.
No. I was saying Jaws should do that.
Oh well,
Yeah.
I mean, he can't procure a weapon.
There are no guns in Germany.
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
Not
No
anymore.
guns in Germany. It's like no cats in America.
Hey. I have a long-standing desire to fire a gun during a stream or a video, but I have yet to have an opportunity. I actually used to
You
have.
just said that. You just said that live to everyone.
What?
He's gone on record saying this before. So
Yeah.
Did it?
I-
Okay.
I
That's the first
actually-
time hearing of it.
I
Yeah,
actually
he
used to
said-
think
You
it'd be
didn't
really.
mention this when we met, Green, when we first when we first video called.
Well, we don't have to have.
voice call.
We don't have to exhaustively cover every topic that ever comes up with anyone either of us knows.
What? No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's funny that this is when after all these years you spring the I want to fire a gun live during a call.
Yeah, it's
thing.
the American thing, you know.
It's a traditional way of greeting here. It's firing our revolvers on both ends of the call.
I'd
Oh.
like to fire a gun.
Yeah, it's like moshi moshi, but with guns.
I guess I could go to my I could go to my grandpa's old locker and fire his shotgun or
Yeah.
something.
Michi's all insecure. I have guns too, guys.
No, I don't have guns. I don't have
we
guns.
invented the musket in 1446. I mean, we never fired it since, but you know.
Look, you guys, you invented the flamethrower.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad.
We fired one and they gave us Brazil. We didn't need a second.
Yeah, I mean, we invented nuclear weapons too, so you know.
Oh
It's,
yeah.
And that turned out real well for
I
everyone.
mean, in a
it turned out pretty
way,
well for us.
you know, as we got anime, the war
Did it?
ended.
Yeah,
You know,
we did get anime out of the. It is pretty crazy that there's a direct connection between birth of anime, and nuclear annihilation.
Yeah, like
Yeah, kind of.
can't defend.
Kind of. I mean,
action.
Of
I
course.
think Disney had a bigger influence in creating anime than nuclear war did, but
I mean,
I don't
Osamu
know.
Tezuka never mentioned WWII as a big influence. He was just a
okay, all
baby.
the early manga guys fucking wrote books about nuclear war and apocalypses and
Yeah,
shit.
like
Like,
little-
you can't
like-
just
yeah, like-
sidestep that. What about fucking
Yeah,
Akira?
but all the
Not. I mean, we don't
that's
have
an
to do
early
it.
that's an early that's an early manga, is it, Green?
What
Akira,
Astro
yeah.
Astro
The
Boy is
80s?
literally like-
What an
Astro
early
Boy-
manga to bring up when manga had
Astro
existed
Boy-
for 20
Astro-
years by then.
Astro Boy is
it's
Astro
a
Boy
bit- it's
is
for
nuclear
70.
powered.
I'm talking about the art style. It's Disney based. It's not Godzilla is influenced by World War II the same way manga isn't influenced the same way.
I think I'm gonna argue with you on this. A lot of
Manga
iconic
is
Japanese
pre-World War II.
a lot of
Green.
iconic Japanese media from when it was exploding is obviously subtextually about the war and about the bombs.
Sure,
Yeah,
but like you
Astro
don't.
Boy's about it. Godzilla's
Yeah, if
about
Astro
it.
Boy were the first manga, but there's manga dating back to the 1920s.
It's not the
like-
art
but no one
style
cares
that makes
about
anime
that.
good. It's the angst and the repressed rage at
sucks.
humanity. You know, it's
Not true. Art style is a big part of it.
okay, fine. I was just
You're
talking.
saying that as you post copious screenshots. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at class reps' dead eyes. No non-nuke
She's dead
country
ins-
could
she's
produce
dead
it.
inside.
I'm not saying it's
She's
a big
dead.
part. I'm just saying like
She's dead
Focal
inside, but
point
I'm gonna bring
wise.
her back.
Oh no. Uh,
I don't have much to offer,
Astro
but
Boy
you know.
and Astro Boy is a very late, is like a middle career thing. Like he had written so many mangas by then.
okay, fine. It's
Like,
still
yeah,
written by a fucking
yeah, but
guy that lived
how
through
well,
World War
how well
II.
remembered are those?
By lived by World War II, you mean like okay.
No,
Fine.
it started in 1952. It was 7 years after
hey,
it fucking
hey.
happened.
Hey, this was America's
No,
war, okay?
okay, fine.
Let Americans talk about it, okay?
Yeah.
We literally occupied the country for like 5 years after the
Imagine
war.
staying neutral in World War II. Even Jaws wins in this case.
Why? What?
Because at least you weren't neutral.
Well, he
Jaws is my
definitely-
friend because
I
my
personally, I am neutral.
Okay.
my country sold lots of material for Jaws to make his weapons behind the scenes.
I mean, you know, that's what friends do. You know,
Yeah.
help each other out. Sometimes those friendships are good, sometimes they're bad, but it's still, you know, there's something honorable about friendship.
Yeah,
So-
friendship is magic.
No,
No, I mean, anyway, Akira
I'm sorry.
obviously has World War II massive tones, sure, but it's not an early manga by any stretch. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
You know, animation used to be propaganda. Yeah, Dr. Seuss, you know, he made some
But I'm not.
racist
I wasn't just
propaganda.
talking about like the art style. I mean, the kind of stories that Tezuka told were very Disney fairy tale based, and also he was very influenced by like musical theater and stuff like that.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, you would
Not
know.
that he doesn't have stories with no clear tones. I mean, he has Metropolis. It's like Metropolis is so funny as a manga because it's like a retelling of the Fritz Lang movie, but he never watched it. He just like went. He just went off of like what he imagined it might be about off of like the poster. And there's like multiple. There's
That's
multiple
actually
manga
an
of his.
amazing. That's
Yeah,
an amazing
no,
way
I
to be
love it.
inspired
I
to do
love it.
something, actually.
Well, it's like it reminds me of like one of my favorite movies is like the Francis Ford Coppola Dracula, and the reason like the costume design in that is so iconic is like it was a Japanese woman who'd never watched any or read any Dracula thing. She had no
Nice.
idea like what the fuck a Dracula was. So he has like that cool geisha outfit. He has that weird armor that looks like is made out of like muscle fiber and shit, and it's such a cool
I mean,
design
the
for
movie
him.
does look really cool.
Yeah, it looks really cool. Like that's the main reason I like it. Is like the design. I hate Keanu Reeves in it though, but I'm not alone in that.
I don't think I've ever finished.
Music. There's monsters. Ugh. But anyway, I was just what the fuck are I talking about? Metropolis. Yeah, he has like multiple manga like that where it's like he kind of would adapt something or even he would allude to stuff, but like he misremembered it or he had never really watched it, never really asked anyone. He was just like, the Metropolis, right? There's like a little robot girl. There's a bird with a top hat. Yeah, sure. Whatever. What? Best-selling manga ever again for the like 6th time in a row? That's cool. So that, yeah, I think that's cool. That's like kind of like it's kind of like a form of like being an auteur, you know, like outsider artist kind of in a way. I mean, he kind of was. He was like pretty much self-taught. I mean, they didn't have manga schools back then.
I mean,
He was
that's how
basing it on the very few manga that existed when he was a kid. Like there was the Momokuro, which is like a war manga about World War One. No, not World War One. It's about the Chinese-Japanese war, obviously. And it's like but it's around the time of World War One. It's like a dog and his buddies in the trenches, shooting pigs. Yeah, and Tezuka read as a kid, and he was like, I could also cartoon draw. And then he watched fucking Snow White and watched musicals and went, hell yeah.
Well, he's one of
love
those. It's just every time an art form is taking off, there's just inexplicable people that somehow make half of all the art form that will ever exist, and they just die and disappear, and we live in their shadow. Where like
he's definitely a hero.
Where
sure.
Mozart made as much music as like all of his contemporaries put together, and then he just dies, and there's never a Mozart again.
Yeah. And people who prefer Beethoven are fucking wrong.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes. Like, oh, Mozart makes like hundreds of things, Beethoven makes like 20, then fucking Brahms or whoever the fuck makes a couple, and it's just over. The art form just goes away. That's something people never think about. Art forms just go away sometimes. Like we haven't seen that.
Do I need to break it to you
but...
that classical music didn't go away, Green, or what's going on?
Okay, fine. John Williams
made
the Jurassic Park soundtrack, and now we're done.
Yeah, John Williams. Let's just skip over all of 20th century, 19th century classical. Wagner, whatever. Stravinsky, Satie.
Yeah,
whatever.
Exactly. All those fucking composers.
Yeah, and how many anime girls did it produce? Yeah, that's what I thought.
You're like paraphrasing the Third Man quote. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Probably not, because he's probably quoting me.
Well, or what, Orson Welles? Yeah, I guess he was.
Yeah.
No, he's like, look at Italy during the Renaissance. A bunch of warring states vying for power. For what did they produce? The architecture, painting, sculpture, the beginning of science. Meanwhile, Switzerland, 300 years of peace. Then we got the cuckoo clock. That's what happens. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with
that.
Man,
think of all the wonders we're getting out of Angola.
It's a great movie, The Third Man. Orson Welles doesn't direct; he acts in it.
Yeah, let's just
it's a great.
By that.
Well, we got anime out of that's what we were arguing about, of nuclear fire.
Exactly,
so,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
I
know there's definitely a connection.
That was a furnace of like the bread baking oven of maximum degeneracy.
Of course, I mean, and anyway, even if it wasn't like even if it wasn't conscious, like the entire structure, the economical structure, the societal structure of Japan is all forged by the two bombs, essentially.
Yep.
Unfortunately, in some ways, unfortunately in other ways, it allowed for
Look, it
economic
was terrible,
booms and
but good
yeah.
stuff happened because of it.
Yeah, good stuff happened.
We'll
because
go
of
with
it.
that.
Wait, good things can come out of bad things? I
Yeah, no.
don't think I could.
Tell that to
That
people on
seems pretty
Twitter.
controversial.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
of course, but I wouldn't go up to a Hiroshima survivor and say, "Look, I think it was worth it. We got Precure, okay?"
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Slavoj Žižek had a really funny quote during one of his speeches
no.
about that. Well, no, it's basically the same thing. Because he was
I'm
getting
not-
mad that people kept saying, "Oh, what about the good things in the second half of the 20th century?" And he got all mad, being like, "They only happened because of the bad things. Like no one would say
Well, yeah, some of
that
them
post-war
are only
European
good in
culture
comparison.
is worth the Holocaust in World War II. You know, no one would say
Yeah,
globalism
sure.
is worth Hiroshima. Like, if you had to actually weigh the cost, no one would say we should do these again."
Yeah, especially for countries who are like in the Great Depression and then they're not. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The fucking.
It is kind of
I mean,
fucked up for America to be
I'm a
laying
big
back going like,
proponent for,
World War II worked out.
Well,
yeah.
you know,
Yep.
it's fair. Whatever. I've got no grudge. Fucking.
I gotta hop out,
I'm a.
guys, so take care.
Oh, okay.
Oh
See you, John.
shit!
Bye.
See you, man.
Like I
Bye-bye.
was saying, I know I'm totally a fan of like cool stuff coming from fucked up shit, not just on like a big world war level, but also just on like a personal level. Like I like that when I was a kid, there was like kind of fucked up, scary stuff in like kids shows, or you could watch anime as like you could find like watch Ninja Scroll when you're 9 or something. I think that's cool. Like that's what makes people usually make them cool artists, is like stuff that got them thinking. I'm not saying they need to like have watched traumatizing war footage as a child and be fucked up, but like it's stuff that's like not only like scary or frightening stuff, but also just stuff that is confusing, that gets you thinking.
Yeah,
like
like,
references to stuff you have no idea about, like inside jokes, subversive stuff. As a kid, makes you wonder and makes you imagine cool stuff as an explanation.
A good example of that is how the Dark Souls games came to be, or rather the storytelling in them. Miyazaki
Oh yeah,
wasn't that
I have those books.
proficient
Steve
in-
Jackson. Yeah.
wasn't that proficient in English, and he read English books, so he understood parts of what's happening in the plot, and other parts he did not understand, and this kind of inspired his style of presenting the stories in the Dark Souls
Of how the
games, where you have
NPCs
to
are
puzzle
like
everything
vague
together,
to you. Yeah.
and where nothing is explicitly told.
And that's like reflected in. I'm sure that's part of the ethos for them. Like they do the English dub before the Japanese dub. Like the main dub is the English dub even in Japan, and that gives it like a cool like sense of otherness in Japan, where like you're playing this game with subtitles. And fucking I those books you're talking about specifically, he was a big fan of the Steve Jackson like choose your own adventure books. I have a few of those, like fucking Firetop Mountain and shit. And it's so funny, like I started reading one of them, just going through, and immediately there was like a shady character in the woods who if you play your cards wrong backstabs you, but if you do the things right in the next book, he's like a cool ally of yours.
Wait,
The sorcery books. Sorcery by Steve Jackson.
Steve Jackson. I mean, I know Choose Your Own Adventure books, but I don't know if I have...
He did
same-
also did the Wizard of Firetop Mountain, is probably more well known. I have the first sorcery, the Shamu Santi Hills or whatever. It's like but these are like dice roll choose your own adventure books. Jaws,
okay.
You have like a stat sheet in the back cover, and you roll you do skill checks, spells, you have an item, like you write down your items in your inventory. They're pretty
so
fun,
they're like-
but no point to do them because they did a really good video game adaptation of all the sorcery things. Like it's perfect. Like they kept all the original illustrations.
I
They have a
agree.
little map that you go between areas. You can go back in time if you fucked up some choice.
Like in Re:Zero.
I mean, people do that with choose. Everyone who has ever done a choose your own adventure book keeps their finger marked on the original page.
Yeah, I remember having two think it was two as a child, not Steve Jackson, but just I don't know who they were. Like one was about pirates, and the other one being about stranded in the jungle, and like
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like
yeah, but those Miyazaki was a big
65% of the choices would make you end up dead or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of, I think it comes out of like D&D design, because like early Gary Gygax maps and stuff are all like that. They're just like, you are in a room. Here's a few things you can interact with. Oh, turns out most of them kill you. Oh, that was my level 5. That was my level 5 wizard. I spent 2 years leveling up. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, this campaign is for dick DMs who like to fuck with their friends, apparently.
It sure is.
Yeah. God, it's fucking hot here. I wish I could have a fucking fan.
It's fucking hot
I don't even
here.
own a fan.
You have no idea how hot it is here.
Okay, sorry. You're cooler, you're hotter, you're bigger, you participated more in World War II. Okay, I get it, okay? I get it. You got more guns than me.
Everything we do, we go harder than other countries.
You're fatter, you're more diabetic. I get it. No, sorry.
And that makes the heat worse.
Yeah, the good and the like we go harder in just about everything. It's just like we're bigger, our food portions are bigger.
Yeah.
We have way more guns, our crime is way worse, right? It's just like so yeah, you know,
I'm glad everyone's caricature of America is so accurate.
Yeah,
It
our national park
kind of...
size of European countries. Like that's just like that's our reserve land. It's just like, you know, this is just here for you guys to enjoy.
To be honest, you know, it's funny that I like in the calls I'm like I'm playing this role because like I'm in every conversation here I'm always like on the defending side of America because I just hate like how hypocritically annoying like it's so easy to like take pot shots at America when you're in Europe. It's like, oh, Americans, blah blah, and I'm always like, all you guys do. No, okay, fine, but you guys do pot shots at Europe is like whatever, you know, because it's like there's so much stuff.
It's like I was in Spain recently. It's like where the fuck can get a decent sized cup of coffee? Like I thought this was a first world country.
Yeah, but
no, I just go ahead. That's me being annoying.
No. But I'm just like, I just find it annoying how people are always just like, oh, America sucks. They're so dumb. They make dumb shit. And it's like, all you do is watch American shows and movies.
Yeah, exactly.
All your culture. These are like normies who are into fucking Marvel movies, and then they turn and go, oh, Americans are all fucking dumbasses, and I get, and they don't take that step and go, and I'm the biggest fucking dumbass because all I do is consume all the stupid shit they come up, and it's like,
and then also,
what are you talking about? And I'm always like, yeah,
and they've also been protected by us, almost exclusively since World War II.
Yeah,
we literally just bankroll your defense so that we don't get healthcare.
Yeah, and I'm always, they always just like shit on like their American politicians and governments and stuff and doing like conspiracy shit, and I'm always like, the only reason that doesn't happen in these countries is because there's nothing to conspire. Like, there's no money. Like, what's the biggest scandal that's gonna happen over like in Portugal? Oh no, someone embezzled like what a few like 3 million. Ooh, big deal.
Yeah, it's like the UK. Someone embezzled 20,000 pounds.
Yeah, it's like there's never gonna be a fucking Watergate or a fucking 9/11 here, is there? Come on, like,
do you even have any buildings tall enough to knock down?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like so I don't know. It just annoys me because it's just like such a like pissy baby pussy thing.
I am now enchanted by the image of jihadis trying to hit a building with a plane, but they keep bouncing off the grass because they can't get low enough to hit the plane.
And people like make fun of like the culture stuff, and it's like, it's what you're saying. It's like there's so many Americans doing so much stuff at the same time that it's like, yeah, they like, you guys have like such like, you don't have like the history and you don't have like so much cultural stakes, but the thing is like in such a short time you've like rivaled, like just in terms of like artists. I think of like I love so many like American painters, and painting has been going on there for so much less time, but there's so many, you know, that there's bound to be so many, there's gonna be a bunch of talented artists and stuff making really good stuff. That's how it works, right? Yeah, like it would be insane if
for
like
better or worse, for better
for
or worse,
exactly. Yeah, that's what I
for
mean.
better or worse, the arts definitely really do revolve around the United States and what it produces.
Even novels, because one thing about novels,
Yeah.
they kind of peaked as a medium in the early 20th century, which was when America's, writing tradition was probably strongest. So, like, how many of the iconic novels of the 20th century came from outside the U.S. compared to the ones that came from inside it?
I'm sure there's a lot, but like I would argue it's probably like 50-50, which is impressive considering like if you take the previous stuff compared to like the 19th century, it's like a massive flip. You go from Victorian controlling everything of like the culture, basically. Having a grip hold in 20th century just flips like almost immediately, pretty much. As soon as Queen Victoria dies in 1901, it's like, yep.
Yeah,
it's
also it's also funny how you just mentioned, because it just brought to mind that, like, when you're just like there's no money to embezzle, right? Type of thing. Like, there's no like some, and it's just like, it's like people do like to shit on the US for like
there's
no social services. But then it's just also like, okay, let's bring out the chart of like what a doctor makes in the UK versus what a doctor makes in the US. It's like it's like the equivalent of like $60,000, and like we're making like 200K, and it's just like, and it's cheaper to live here too, like as well too. It's just like, and it's just like, I'm just throwing that as like examples, like just like you just have no idea just how much money is flowing through our system. Like here,
UK is a different thing. You can't lump in UK with Europe. UK is a completely different thing. No, really, you can't. Like culturally,
I'm going to take my notebook. Okay, sir, can we just go on the record and say the UK
culturally speaking, the UK has a completely different relationship to the rest of Europe than the rest of Europe does between itself.
Yeah,
like Europe doesn't. The UK doesn't have a history of like conquering European countries and. And then it's just like between France and the UK. But like the rest of all of our countries are just like, Germany's over there going against Lithuania, Belgium, all this stuff. Spain, Portugal was Spain, then wasn't Spain, then was Spain. Like it's a big smorgasbord. Germany and France aren't even countries till much later than people think they are. They're just a bunch of states. So was France, Portugal. Like, it's a completely different thing. England was pretty much a whole kingdom for a long fucking time.
That's true.
And it had a hold on like world culture and a lot of
it literally invented the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, and even before that, it's a massive wellspring of like Shakespeare, all these things. It's a completely different thing, and of course, America would come from being a UK colony and not from being, it didn't happen with the Portuguese or French American colonies. It's going to happen with the UK one because that's where the seed is for this drive to be this like just the fucking smorgasbord of all these things happening. London is just this melding pot. That's why like England, despite being so small, has like so many serial killers and stuff. It's just because it's like no, seriously. You compare it to
you guys know the meme.
Portugal, I don't think has any serial killers.
You know that meme of that 3-headed dragon where it's just like it's got like the 2 cool dragon heads, and then there's one that's got the big eyes and it's just, like, sticking out, and that's just like it's like UK, US, and then Australia.
Totally. Yeah, exactly.
Canada doesn't even get a dragon.
Exactly, but like there you go. The UK colonies are so distinct and culturally pervasive as compared to like, Green Thought Angola was in Europe.
It's in America.
It's Louisiana.
Yeah, it's Louisiana. That's called Little Angola.
Also,
we don't talk about
also, there was a cultural thing with England.
France was like that, I will say, before America. But again, France and England are so interconnected, where they owe so much of their existence and culture to each other. Like,
yeah, they're the same.
Yeah, basically they were for a bit. I'm just saying, like, the stranglehold of like the main character of history throughout, like. So much of it is consigned to so few countries. It's not like each country gets its turn,
Yeah, so true. Although I will go on the record here saying, Michi, while I do appreciate your willingness to defend the greatest country on earth, I would definitely prefer you defend Minari than my country. Because I have the country taken care of. Like anything a European says about it, like I've got a ready retort. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just annoying because it's like
Right.
whenever someone says like they have so many like literally literacy rate dumb people, school shooters, it's like also the greatest scientists, some of the greatest inventions ever. You know,
Yeah,
most of
America's
this
just
important.
really unequal in every respect. Like America
Exactly.
has the best of everything and the worst of everything.
Yeah, it's just like oh, you don't have like adequate socialized medicine. It's just like I can just get that all paid for my own. It's like, oh, good luck defending yourself.
Yeah.
It's just like,
oh, that's the thing though. Like in other countries,
money.
it
we
totally makes sense.
We just happen to prefer to stoke the coals of an infinite war machine. So,
in other countries, it's like of course you're gonna think guns are dumb because you don't need them. In America, it's like I'm just watching all these movies and I'm like, I'd be fucked if I didn't have a fucking gun there. Jesus Christ! Like I would instantly have I totally agree with like not having a gun here, but like, you know, when you I would be more comfortable with a gun over there. It's like I have kids around the house or anything.
I genuinely think one of the great tragedies of our time in first world countries is that Japan has such an infatuation and respect for guns, especially Western guns. And like you've got all these like amazing like, mechanical artists and things like that just like, poured their life into like drawing these weapons, and then like Japan just doesn't allow you to have weapons, and it's just like just let them have it. Come on,
dude,
guys.
You read fucking.
It's Japan. They'll be fine.
You go read fucking Gunsmith Cats. Like the hard on for foreign cars and guns is so fucking glorious.
I just want the Japanese to be free. It's just like we occupied their fucking country. Why didn't we just overflow with weapons and made them happy? Like,
yeah, I mean, you made their constitution American. Why couldn't you make their police force American?
It's just sad. It's just like they just yearn, just like the children yearn for the mines. The Japanese yearn for self-defense.
They yearn for a lot of things.
It's slightly worrying. It's slightly worrying that like recently I became addicted to watching like there's these YouTube channels that just have like it'll just be a dude who owns a big farm, and he'll just have like a trillion like vintage guns. And it's just them like silently like taking out the cool ammo box, loading it, and just firing it at these metal targets. And I'm just watching all these in a row, just being like, "That's a cool gun. That's a cool looking gun. Ooh, that's neat."
I mean that's literally that's almost exactly what I did when I visited friends in the Midwest here recently. It's just like they just brought their fucking arsenal of weaponry. And we just fucked around shooting it in their yard.
I've always been a person who always like takes stuff apart, learns how to I like machinery and stuff like that. That's the main aspect for me. Is just I think guns are just cool objects.
Yes.
Like regardless of their killing ability and blasting something apart. Like I'm just always a fan of like cool mechanisms locking in, sliding in, just the sounds of them.
I'm imagining Nietzsche just pressing the slide lock and it comes off and he's just fascinated, like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It's in two
look,
pieces.
my favorite scenes, like I watch Good, Bad, the Ugly, and I'm sure it's not even realistic. I love when Tuco goes down to the gun shop and he disassembles all the guns and builds this weird like hybrid gun. I love in Full Metal Alchemist just seeing like Riza Hawkeye take apart her semi-automatic pistol and just like washing it because it got blood and rust in it and putting it all together. I like cool, slightly springy, clicky mechanisms. I like seeing them put the clip in, push all the rounds into the rifle, hear the click. It's satisfying, like on an ASMR level.
I mostly agree with that because it's just like I'm somewhat similar as well too, where I think guns are super fucking cool, but I also don't really care that much about like learning deeply about like individual ones. Like I'm definitely not a gun otaku, number one, but number two, like I don't really enjoy firing them that much. It's like it's fine. It doesn't like But it's
Yeah,
just like I'm not like
that's the
I'm not like
aspect.
a gun enthusiast, but like I think guns are like so fucking cool
That's
as well
the
too.
aspect I'm like least interested in is actually the firing of them. You know.
Well, to
Yeah,
say
so
about
it's like I'm not that interested in
I
firing
grew up in
guns.
like a gun area. You know, all my relatives owned guns growing up. I owned a few guns growing
America.
up. Well, yeah. Well, and rural Western America, where
Yeah,
gun
yeah.
ownership is just completely assumed out here. I'm in a place with guns where I don't know that much about them, but I can use them. Like whenever I get a new gun, I don't immediately know how to operate it. I have to familiarize myself with it, but I am capable of shooting one. I know how to shoot them. Yeah.
Yeah, the army did have to teach me how to shoot one. So
Yeah,
When I went to my dad's friend's house, he just had like a replica Desert Eagle for like shooting pellets with like a gas canister.
Oh, that's adorable.
And I shut up. And I no, it didn't have a canister in it, but I was just like watching TV shows, and I like having like keeping my hands busy when I'm not drawing. Like I'm always like I don't know, like like just now I was like solving a Rubik's cube as I was talking. But I just kept the whole time when I was watching shows. I had that like replica Deagle, and I was just like popping the magazine out, clipping it, the clip, putting it back in, like pulling the hammer back, just like clicking it. It's just like a nice. It's just like God, I sound like a fucking psycho.
Really?
No, I was just like no, because I was just gonna be like it's satisfying to just have like that weight, like that heft of it in your hand, and just
yeah,
like
I think what surprised me and what I think would surprise a lot of people who've never fired a gun before is just how fucking loud it is. Because movies do not prepare you.
No, yeah,
for
that's
how splittingly fucking loud it is.
When you know that, you're just like every scene. It's like especially in a closed room where there's like reverberation. You know that like everyone in there would be like deafened for like a good 30 seconds, like with their eyes closed, be like it's like a fucking flashbang when
I mean,
sure.
RA can corroborate this. I knew someone in the military who said the thing that people never get is they don't realize how loud grenades are.
Oh, for sure.
Like he
That's
said,
gotta be like
he said you can hear them
grenades.
for miles.
I had grenade training. I had a little bit of grenade training. I never actually threw a live grenade.
Well, you've heard
So,
that, right?
I mean, I've heard artillery. I don't know if I've heard actual grenades, live grenades, because we don't use those in training.
Oh, you don't? I thought you just threw grenades for a while. Like
we do
recreationally.
But I've definitely heard artillery at like close range. That is fucking unbelievably loud.
I mean, there's plenty of movies where like when they throw grenades, there afterwards you just hear like the ringing, you know, it's like the ee, like
mortars, actual artillery thing. It's just unfucking real how loud. It's just like you take a gun like an M4 or revolver or whatever, and just magnify that by like God knows how many fucking times. And it's just like you would even know it's about to go off, and it still rattles you.
My only real life,
and you've heard it a million times.
Gun loudness idea is just like being in the countryside and my grandpa or my uncle, everyone's kind of related in that village would just be like you just hear their like shotgun shots off in the distance. Yeah. And they can be pretty fucking loud from how far. I mean, judging from how far away they are, you know.
Hey, speaking of loud,
a kilometer away.
Hey, everyone, be quiet for a second. Michi, listen.
Uh-oh.
You hear that?
Oh man!
I just clicked my gun close. I'm holding my gun.
Nice.
What kind of gun is
he's
it?
Not a gun. He's not a gun otaku. He's a gun ASMR otaku.
Yeah, I'm
Actually, I'll take a picture of my gun. I have a SIG.
I mean, I enjoy them. I enjoy them aesthetically. They're cool objects.
Yeah, reload again.
Some of them are really gorgeous looking.
Yeah, but Michi,
I really enjoy the Makarov, like the real when you see the shells popping out, the mechanism where it slides back like a little lever. It's neat.
Yeah, I definitely plan on getting a revolver at some point. That's just like
what is yours? What is yours, Green? Yeah, I like revolvers. I mean, I've watched like every old Western.
Mine is a SIG Sauer 365 XL. The SIG 365
XL, you say? It really is American.
Yeah. It's a subcompact or whatever the fuck. It's like full size semi-autos are like what you see cops have on their hip as they walk around. They had a lot of bullets, but they're kind of too big to be comfy. Compacts are like little girl guns, and subcompacts are like narrow enough you can put them in your pants pretty comfortably, and they're not that
I
big.
love my gun.
I mean, I'm talking shit, but
Well, you
Good
just
to
have a
know.
little girl,
Yeah.
like little weenie girl gun.
but
I love my gun.
I have the XL version, which it's the SIG 365, but just a little longer, and it has a little guard for your thumb on the back. It's basically the same gun. I'll drop a
I just
picture.
remembered when I was staying at that house with the replica one, and I was watching all the movies. I watched like a shit ton of westerns. I watched all the Dirty Harry movies in a row, and then I watched Gran Torino, and I had the same gun the guy did, and I was like, "Whoa!"
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh god,
'Cause
I'm
I-
getting fucking fat guy hands.
it looks like a little girl gun, but that's because it's in your hand, probably.
And also, there's, and then you can end up identifying like guns with certain characters because Spike uses a Jericho,
Yeah,
right? And Gunsmith, like, there's a lot of guns in Gunslinger Girl, but the P90 is like
I've got that manga on my shelf, baby.
I fucking love Gunslinger Girl. I think it's
I
really
love the Delgados.
Oh.
yeah, the
From the
Delgado
opening.
too. Yes.
Oh,
Actually, I mean, straight up, like, even though I watched Gunslinger Girl for the first time pretty early in my anime watching career, because it's my job. But yeah, I'm a YouTuber, guys. But I think probably the Gunslinger Girl OP for season 1. We don't talk about season 2.
No.
In this world, it was only ever season 1 and nothing else happened, right? But that's still like that's like top 5 anime.
Oh yeah, I'd put it there. I mean, my like late teens, early 20s, that album was always like top 10 the whole thing through. So yeah, that
Like,
opening's definitely.
Like my dad even heard it and he's like, "Holy shit!" Like that's.
Oh yeah,
really
my
good
dad too.
fucking song.
My dad's a fucking music producer, and he was surprised he never heard of the Delgados because they're like they're Scottish, but that's pretty close. He's English, and yeah, when I showed him that, he bought himself a copy of the first couple, well, not the first couple, the second and the third one. Hates and Universal Audio, and he was cranking Universal Audio in the CD in the car. I was like, hell yeah!
Real quick, I will acknowledge Graffo's presence, assuming he's still here. Yeah, he
Oh,
said,
is in
yeah,
the chat. That's
he
cool.
said hi. Yeah, if you open the
Green.
link,
I've
But,
never seen a gun with with like a straight trigger like that. I mean, a handgun with like a straight trigger like that.
no,
That's
some
really
of
weird.
them-
yeah,
some of them
because
do.
there's
It's just
no
like
curve
a
in it.
stylus.
It's like a little lever.
Yeah, it has a little nub at the bottom. But yeah, Graffo said the guy in Japan, redacted Shinzo Abe. And it's like, yeah, if they've established that you can shoot people in Japan without having actual guns, so you might as well let them have actual guns. Like, you can't stop
Just,
these people.
Just build a what's that Clint Eastwood movie where he's the bodyguard to the president, and he builds that fake plastic gun. Yeah, just make one of those.
I don't know.
It's not in the line of fire. It's the other one.
And he also said, shouldn't I grab it sideways to look cooler? No, you grab it backwards to look cooler. That's a common
And
misconception.
shoot yourself in the head?
Yep.
No, the only way to grab it that's cool is you grab it like Death the Kid from Soul Eater, like upside down, and you're shooting it with your pinkies, both hands. That is the fucking coolest
Soul Eater was the
idea
blackest
anyone
anime
ever
ever
had.
made.
Hell yeah! I
Even
mean,
more than Afro
it's one of the
Samurai.
Oh yeah,
it's one of the few anime you can point to with rap for
we
the
were talking
soundtracks,
about
at least early on.
We were talking about iconic guns, real guns actually featured in anime. The 357 Smith & Wesson Magnum and City Hunter is fucking sick.
Oh
That was-
yeah.
I love 357 Magnums. They
I
just hit
forget.
good
I'm
rounds.
gonna
Alright.
look up right now what Bean Bandit's gun is. I need to know.
He just hits people with his car.
He's packing, man. He's packing.
I love Bean Bandit so cool. Or so much. He's so
Yeah.
cool.
I want to watch it. I watched
Green. You haven't Green. I showed Green riding Bean, but I have never. I don't think he's watched Gunslinger Girl OVA,
I don't think you
which
showed
is
me Rainy
which is
Bean,
pretty
'cause
much just as good.
You might have
No,
watched
you
it
did.
with me because we watched
No,
it.
that movie. that movie night. I was playing.
Oh fuck! Right. God damn it.
I was playing Writing Bean. Yeah.
There's too
That
much
was me.
info in my
that was my
brain.
computer.
Yeah, that was Thupa.
Actually, technically, yeah, it was Thupa playing my. I sent him the playlist because I had an issue with the
back
streaming or
when
something.
Thupa did his movie nights, which is how.
That back when Thupa did his
half of
fucking
us-
job, which has helped me.
Yeah, man, those movie nights were so fucking fun. I don't think we're ever gonna be able to bring that back unless COVID happens again and we're in the exact same life situations.
Oh
but,
yeah, let's go.
Writing Bean has for a long time been like one of my go-to show to people because 99% of the time they haven't seen it. You know.
Oh yeah.
They might have seen Gunslinger Girl, but yeah, Gunslinger Girl is pretty much just as good. The OVA. I mean, it's got cute girls. It's got a different version of Raleigh.
Wait, no. You're keep saying Gunslinger Girl. You mean Gunsmith Cats.
Oh, god damn it! Sorry, you messed me up.
Yeah, wait, what was that song
Guns-
you were saying was really good? Is that the Gunslinger Girl OP you were saying?
Yeah, that's actually
the light
Gunslinger
before
Girl OP.
light before the end, I believe it's called.
Yeah, the season 1 Gunslinger Girl OP is one of the greatest OPs of all
It
time.
falls on the short list of anime openings that have actual like English songs. You have like you have what's the big ones? I mean, you have Eden of the East has Oasis, Falling Down, Ergo
Cowboy
Proxy,
Bebop.
yeah, Cowboy Bebop, of course. Ergo Proxy has Paranoid Android. Fucking Gankatsuo has the guy from the Stranglers. I forget his name.
If you just
That's
include
the
the
game.
chorus, there's the Psychopaths 2 one where they yell "and I feel" as it cuts in and the music gets
that
all
doesn't count.
For a second, I thought you meant Psychopaths Season 2. I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
no.
exactly. I was like,
No,
oh no.
It's the second
I'm not-
OP in Season
I'm not
1.
saying Japanese songs with English lyrics, or else you could say season 1 too, because Link Tosai Segura is singing in English. No, I'm talking about originally Western songs, like by real bands.
Well,
that
one
aren't,
that'll
that aren't
kill
J-rock or J-pop.
one that'll kill RA is with Maizani Koku. They tried the
I'm
swap
missing a
in this
big one, man.
funky folky song, and it was actually really cool. It was all downbeat in 70s, but apparently they were gonna like threatening to kill the people making the show or something, so they just changed it back.
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop doesn't count. They don't use any actual. They don't actually play any actual Western music, do they? It's Yoko Kanno facsimiles of stuff, but like.
Well, Blue is still it has English lyrics. That's cool. That
But it's
counts.
not. It's not like a previously. I'm talking about previously existing song that is licensed for the thing, or else you could like. There's a lot of shows like that.
Oh,
just
there's
have, like,
I mean,
like
there's
Writing Bean itself. Writing Bean has an opening song.
I think Maizuna Koku either OP2 or OP3, which only lasted one episode.
Yeah, I was just saying
What
that.
was it?
Before it was canceled, but it's like one of the best. It's a great
What-
song by
is the
Gilbert
band?
O'Sullivan.
Okay, that's
it's-
fair. That counts.
And
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I don't know. Writing Bean has that's like original. Like Writing Bean has the Roadbuster song by some dude called like Andrew Garfield, but that's not like a. That's not the same as licensing Paranoid Android for your ED, is
Why
it?
don't fucking anime use more mainstream Western songs? Because it would be cool
They
when
should.
they did it. They shouldn't do it all the time, but
your
Yeah,
your Kickstart My Heart idea was perfect.
which I did
Like-
steal to be clear. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Never mind. I was surprised you'd come up with.
everyone thought Chainsaw Man. You know, it's like, oh, if they have Kickstart My Heart, that'd be so fucking cool. And Chainsaw Man could have done it because it's full
Would
of
be.
references to Western shit anyway.
I mean, the opening was fine. The visuals were better than the song.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah,
The song isn't that good. In a vacuum, it's a bit samey.
they put a lot. Of
I
thought
wouldn't
into
put
that
it in.
song.
I wouldn't put it in the like even top 100 J-rock J-pop songs.
Do
honestly.
JoJo EVs count?
Yes, of course. I
Yeah,
find
sure.
the fucking JoJo. That's the obvious
Yeah,
one. I didn't
walk
say.
like-
Of course,
walk
run
like
out
an
my ass,
Egyptian.
walk like an Egyptian. Yeah.
Oh, and of course,
I
the
was
part,
like, what's the big one I'm missing?
and
Duh,
the part 5
JoJo's.
one is I don't know the name of the song, but it's like every time I fuck, it's like something I wake up feeling so horny.
Every time I fuck.
No, fuck, it might be actually. I don't remember
Every
the
time
lyric.
I fuck with you.
Man, no,
And
it's
every time we fuck, I get this feeling.
I guess Pokemon counts because it's got fucking Britney Spears music in the fucking movies.
I mean, we can also count all the
It's got like NSYNC music. Yeah.
we can also count all the English OPs and EDs that they just made up.
No, we
No,
can't.
we can't. That's the whole point of
we
what I'm
can't.
saying. God, how many times I need to repeat this, Green?
Oh, it's
Those aren't
Freaking
real.
You is the
The-
name of the song.
The Gunslinger Girl song already existed. It was an
Oh,
album
fuck!
from
the Rush song.
2001.
But I'm
Roundabout.
also-
Oh yeah,
Roundabout.
The Mice on the
yes, that's yes. You
How did we
fucking
forget
idiot.
Roundabout? Don't
It's
call
not
it
Rush.
out of it. Shut
It's
up.
Yes,
not Rush.
You're Rush.
Roundabout. No, it's Yes Roundabout.
Yeah, it's not Rush. Rush is
Yeah,
Tom
it's not
Sawyer.
Rush.
God damn
Yeah.
it.
I was just trying to encourage myself to think faster.
The only time
Green
never
pretending
heard-
he's
I've
ever
never
heard
heard
any music that was an anime soundtrack
I've
music.
Hey,
never heard a
that's
Rush
true.
song. I've never heard a Rush song in anime. There is a Rush song in Futurama.
Yeah. Which
There is.
Rush songs are
When-
good?
when-
We should work through
When
that real
he
quick.
plays Tom Sawyer when he's fighting
Yeah,
the
when-
space
Tom Sawyer
invaders. Yeah.
sucks.
He's like, it's Saturday night.
I'm not a fan
It's
of
Saturday
Rush.
night. I've
I'm
got
just
no,
saying.
When Freya's like, it's Saturday night. I've
Yeah.
got no date.
That's right.
My mixed 2 liters of Fanta and my All Rush mixtape.
Yeah, let's go.
It's like, yeah,
Okay,
that's
what are the good
basically
Rush
been my
songs?
Saturdays in my entire life.
I like that.
Red Barchetta
what's the
is
one-
probably their best.
Okay,
I
can
like
I,
Red
can I,
Barchetta.
guys,
What's the one that
can I
Primus
cut in here?
covers?
Can I please cut in here for 1 second? Okay,
Yes.
I'm literally a Rush expert.
Oh,
Okay. I know every song, and I've seen them live like 5 or 6 times. So
I like.
I'm pretty fucking close. I'm not a Rush otaku, but I'm pretty
I
close.
mean, I like
Yeah.
Rush. I don't
So,
really love them. They're a bit too cheesy.
I know every album, every release year, because they'd had 19 technically studio albums. I know every song. I know what year they all were, like type of thing. So,
Well-
my opinion though of best songs is probably gonna be a little bit different. But basically, anything on moving pictures is
say.
what most people are familiar with. So,
Yeah,
Tom
moving
Sawyer.
pictures is usually held as the big one. Green said Tom Hart, so I'm sorry, sucks.
everyone knows Tom Sawyer. Red Barchetta is a great one on it. Limelight's everyone's heard Limelight at some point.
Working
On it.
Man.
Working Man, that's from 1974. That's like the first album.
I prefer
Uh,
Rush to Yes, I would say.
Oh, I like Rush way more than Yes.
I
Although
don't even
Roundabout
really
is
know who
Roundabout
Rush
is
or
a
Yes is.
Roundabout
Yes is too cheesy.
yeah. Roundabout is a great song, and the album it's on, Fragile, is a great album as well too.
Yeah, it's a good
So-
album. I agree.
I like the
Some of
Trees
those-
and Red Barchetta. I think
Yes,
those are the
Trees
ones I
is a good
like.
one. Most people have heard Free Will. Most people have heard The Spirit of Radio.
It's overrated. Most of Rush
Spirit
is
of Radio.
overrated.
You've definitely heard
Some of
Spirit of
the
Radio.
guitar solos on 2112 are fucking incredible.
2112. That's what I'm thinking.
2112, yeah. Most people have heard
Yeah.
something of that, or at least heard of it. So, The Trees is great. I think once you probably heard Subdivisions
Yes, yeah, that's the one.
at some point. You probably heard New World Man as well too.
I remember New World Man. I liked it.
That was
What
actually
do you
that was their
think-
highest charting song.
Okay.
It was New World Man. In terms
What
of
do you
chart
think
for this
about
song.
Malevolent Narcissism? Because it has like
Oh,
no lyrics, it's mostly
Not an
Malignant
bass.
endearing
Narcissism.
trait.
Yeah, Malignant Narcissism.
Oh,
that
bye,
is the most-
Danger. Good night. Thanks
Pardon?
for saying hi.
See ya.
Good night. Who's,
You just
wait,
said goodbye, Danger. If you'd said hello, Danger, that would be that track from Spider Verse.
Hmm. Goodbye,
Okay.
Sunflower.
yeah, I'm not here to derail the. Not here to
no,
derail.
no, no. I love.
I mean, we
to-
are here to argue about metering. I'll remind you.
Finally, the music cast.
Yeah.
I've been starved. I've been starved.
Yeah, music sucks, doesn't it?
It does.
Shut up.
You know.
I've never watched
Music's
the music
only
ever.
good if music's only good if it's associated with anime.
Exactly, because you can see their
I actually-
faces and pretend they're singing
I
to
will
you.
admit, I'm not an AMV guy, generally speaking, but I have
Oh,
definitely
God.
watched a lot of City Hunter AMVs recently. So,
Oh, we
Dog.
talked about Girls in Panzer earlier and the aesthetic. One thing about Girls in Panzer that is great.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna talk about that Russian song again.
No, I'm not. I mean, yeah,
Everyone,
no
cross out the green bingo.
I've actually
mentions
wanted to
this.
do podcast bingo for a while. I just haven't thought of a good way to do it because you would need the right group.
Other categories. Shut up.
not me.
Shut up, motherfucker. Stop making fun of me.
Okay, fine. Let me find the person. His name is like something Samuel Farina. Okay.
Brings up Blood Meridian.
Brings up Blood Meridian. It's just, whatever books I've read recently.
I'm not. Why are you? Don't take offense to it. You could easily make a fucking bingo board of me.
What would be No, I've wanted to. I've planned on it.
I'm an obsessive, repeat the same thing as memes over and over again guy.
Well, I have wanted to do podcast bingo where you get 3 people and each provides half of the squares for the other 2. And then in the middle you can have the
That'd be
free.
cool.
But it would be fun, but you would have to have people who kind of knew each other.
I feel like half of my neuroses all bubble down to different iterations of judging, taking aesthetics over substance, just
that sounds like a lot of work, Green. I don't know, bingo.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be fun.
Bingo's a game. Also, bingo's a game too, and I unironically don't like games. So
damn it! I'm trying to get you to play games. Fuck.
No, you're not going to be able to get me to play games.
Eventually. Yeah, but I thought it'd be funny. There could be a free space, RA's free space would be agrees with Green. Thupa's would be by the way. Him saying by the way.
Oh, by the way, I thought he said bite away.
No,
he's
no.
a fucking crazy dog.
By the way.
Bite away, gouge away.
Yeah. Michi's, I don't know, maybe no with 5,000 O's. That could be one. Or just is wrong.
Is wrong. Oh, very funny.
But I was going to say, I guess Michi can't see this because he sucks, but I have, he can't be bothered to open the stream that he's a part of.
More like I'm the only one who doesn't suck.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's go.
But Sam,
imagine watching a stream.
I said earlier, if you have Girl Zoom Panzer in your repertoire, you can consume various aesthetic content that invokes the imagery and tone. And
you can do that without watching the show.
Exactly. But Samuel Farina is someone who I like their channel. He does Nightcore songs of, various militaristic tunes from history, and he posts anime girls on the thumbnail, often from Girls in Panzer and the relevant country. And I enjoy this. It's a very cool thing to have while you're writing or just chilling out. The Italians are the best because, fascist Italy had some of the best military music. A lot of people don't know that. But they have some good tunes, and there's a cute little girl with the pigtails and the Italian shitty tank. It's great.
Yep, they're good at art. They're just not good at, war.
Yeah, if war consisted of making videos with anime girls of the country, Italy would win every time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Tough to argue with that.
It really is. How would you?
The only good Nightcore, not the only one, but the best Nightcore song is a Rockefeller Street.
Oh, well, yeah, that's cheating because that's the one where the original song sucks, but the Nightcore one is good.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, if you asked me to define Nightcore, I literally couldn't tell you. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's just
Sped
you play the
up,
song faster.
Squeaky voice.
Yeah.
Add some beat.
I know it's some Zoomer shit that the kids are into.
I don't even know if it is.
It is not Zoomer
I think it's
shit.
late millennial
It's gone
shit.
now. Yeah, it's late millennial, 2000s core shit.
I'm kidding. I'm just, anyone who's younger than me is a Zoomer. So.
It is weird though.
Zoomers are more into break beats.
I don't know what Zoomers are up to at all.
Stuff.
They are living without any supervision. It's going to end badly.
Yep. Well, dude, it's already ended
fucking
badly.
Zoomers do. They haven't fucking done anything yet.
It's already ended badly.
It's fucking weird when you see things
when all the Zoomer manga starts coming out, but it won't because they're all emotionally well adjusted, so they wouldn't do the crazy thing of fucking giving up their life to draw squares. They all own flower shops and restaurants.
Yeah. They're all happy. They all watch the news.
Fuck
yeah,
them.
they'll watch the news. They watch Seinfeld. Fuck off.
Fuck people that are happy.
Yeah, seriously.
Seinfeld's
People that are
very
happy
cool.
never made anything good.
Yeah, fuck people that are living in comfortable, safe, architecturally beautiful areas. Am I right?
Stop it. Fuck you.
Yeah, they're high.
I could be dark. I could be dark and affected.
I'm a hard-boiled 1940s American detective. So
I'm the expert on. I'm an expert on film noir.
I know how these streets can eat you alive.
Yeah.
But
You're an expert on being happy.
You're
and having no
regular Jack Nicholson over there.
Michi's one of those people when you list his problems, he's like, people love me too much.
You're such a dick.
Am yeah, it's
Look, I don't like.
I also make fun
I-
of you, Michi, but also at the same time, I also happen to live in one of the safest states in the country. So,
Yeah.
so
I mean, I don't know. I just don't like it when people like me because I'm not a nice person. So
I'm
that fucking
aware.
annoys me.
don't worry, Michi.
I've come to terms
That's
with
why.
it.
That's why you stuck me in the thing.
It's
Thing
like-
is, Green, I'm just cool. That's the only explanation for it. I'm cool and I attract people, and you're not. So there you go.
yeah, which is why you're
I
sitting
didn't-
here with
I didn't
7
choose-
fucking
You'd be a
people
lot,
that
choose
you'd be a
I've
lot
life.
cooler,
attracted
Michi, you'd
over
be
the
a lot
years.
cooler if you actually had
I
some
know.
contrarian opinions.
I know. I have contrarian opinions.
No, it's just like everything I hear. It's like I love Naruto. I love
off.
Hunter.
I-
Hunter.
Okay,
I like
hold on.
Taiga
First of
from
all,
Toradora.
what are you? Stop! Everyone, stop fucking reaming me over here. And
Yeah, what?
first of all,
Yeah, not all of
you're
us watch
defining-
baby anime.
motherfucker, I could name like fucking 20 manga you haven't even fucking heard of.
Oh,
so-
but there's also hundreds of thousands of normie manga. So I'm into the cool esoteric shit.
There's
like,
nothing wrong with also watching normal
like-
stuff because you have to know your enemy.
Oh yeah. Well, you're not really helping your argument here.
Okay,
Michi.
Mister, I
It's
watched
just-
Toradora.
Oh, a normie defending normie art.
I'm not a normie. Have you
I'm
fucking seen my
kidding.
comic?
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
Are you a normie? Who's the normie here? I mean, well, John's gone.
RA really knows how to. RA's trying to get under my skin. He's found all my flaws.
That's all
People
right.
It was
thinking I'm a
so
normie
hard.
instead of.
That's
Shut
fine.
up!
He's been
What is
digging
this?
for weeks
Turn
doing
the
research.
stream off. What is this
I'm
shit?
into all the cool shit. Okay, no one else understands me. No one understands
Damn
Aqua.
it. Yeah. Oh yeah,
oh,
your obscure, non-mainstream
yeah.
shit like Konosuba and Toradora.
Yeah, you haven't
Oh,
even
man.
watched Konosuba.
Because it's a fucking
You
isekai.
watched
I don't give a shit.
Naruto, but not Konosuba. How much
I was a
normie can you
teenager.
get?
What are you expecting?
Oh wow.
Actually,
God damn it!
I mean, he is objectively right though. It's like he's watched. He has watched way more than I have.
Look,
than
I
have.
hate demons. I hate Demon Slayer. I despise.
Dude,
I hate Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't give a shit about My Hero.
I thought
I've
you
got
liked
plenty of
Jujutsu
fucking-
Kaisen.
No, I don't. I told you I fucking don't. I told you I watched it and I thought it was fucking
girls-
lame.
The girls are hot in Demon Slayer. I give it a pass. It's fine.
What?
The
Yeah,
girls
that
are
makes
hot.
sense. If
Okay,
the girls are
fine.
cute, nothing else matters. Minarine's great.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just like it at least gets a passing grade. It at least gets a C minus.
Yeah.
Like
It's the bare
just
minimum.
by default.
What?
The rest of the show could, however.
As soon as
it
I say a contrarian thing, all right, you're wrong. You're contrarian about the wrong thing.
falls. I mean,
Right,
again, like
good
I'm
to know.
already openly admitting you've seen
Look,
way more
my
shows that know
favorite
way more about anime than I
mangas are fucking Shoulder Coffin Kuro and King of Bandits Jing and
Well, I don't
know.
have a favorite manga because I can't read. So,
Okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. All I care about is Made in Abyss and Evangelion. Leave me alone.
those are acceptable answers. I'll accept that.
Okay, fair. When I say I like Naruto, it's not like I'd put it in my fucking even top.
I mean,
50.
I haven't watched Made in Abyss, but the only reason I haven't watched it is because it's just like that's what like normal people like, and I'm
Oh
really
yeah,
not-
normal people really love Made in Abyss. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at Barnes and Noble every time I'm there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like I mean, I'm obviously joking here, but it's like you can't just go to the biggest like chain bookstore and just buy fucking Made in Abyss on the
Well,
store.
sure, you can
It's
go
not-
to a CD store and buy Aphex Twin, but it's still got some fucking stuff's gonna scramble your fucking
I
brain.
mean, it fucking
You can
throws
find
it every
Mers
time.
Bow at the fucking shop.
I am genuinely afraid of watching Made in Abyss because it's like I really don't want my brain scrambled
Yeah.
anymore.
Let's find out who
I
really am.
Last time I got a horrible brain scramble was End of Evangelion, and that was great.
Well,
That
that's
was
my favorite. That's my favorite anime movie. So there you go.
Yeah, it's my favorite anime movie as well too. So we're in a deadlock then. I mean, it's just like we're at
My
a
fav-
total
I-
impasse in this chess game.
All right, you just come in. The thing is, okay, you have to understand this. Okay, me and Green like met each other because we were into weird shit, and
Yes.
then, but the thing is, like, the more and more we go along, we kind of find it fascinating that there is worthwhile stuff in the normie stuff we started with. That's
all
what
the shit
that's
is-
what
all the-
that's
all
what
the shit
the
I'm saying-
interesting
all the shit I'm
thing.
saying against normie shit, I don't believe anything that I'm saying.
That's why we talk about like that's why we
literally,
talk about
literally,
we talk-
unironically, my favorite anime is Cowboy Bebop, and that's fucking
there you
normie
go.
shit now. And it's just like it just is my favorite. It's just like I'm not gonna fucking like lie or win points. It's like it's Raf Xenon, but specifically.
Is that what you're
it's-
saying, Razafon?
I love
well,
Bokurano.
Again, I don't care, right?
I
but
love
it's just like-
Bokurano.
I know you do.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
I haven't watched it. Like, I don't. Like, it could be my favorite. Like, I don't. But like, I'm not gonna like make up some obscure thing and be like, that's my favorite to like win brownie points. Like, that's Cowboy Bebop. Like, I don't give a
Look,
shit.
the only thinking position to take is to be like, I'm gonna give normie stuff and non-normie stuff a fair stab. And the truth is, most of the time, normie stuff sucks. But you know, like me and Green, we like talking about this stuff just because we're surprised that Naruto, how much stuff in it holds up. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about like Hinata's so cute. We're talking about like, hey, did you know, isn't it cool that there were these weird elements in it for because stuff gets flanderized and people's perception of it is that it is just a normie thing. But it's like Naruto was like a cutting edge weird thing when it appeared, you know? Like aesthetically, thematically, it was like it was a different thing from the stuff that was going on at the time.
It's interesting how much body horror was in the first part.
There's like weird psychological
Yeah, I mean-
like head trips in it. There's like violence, people get kids like bleeding out.
I mean, Yu Yu Hakusho is basically a normie.
Yeah,
mainstream
I love Yu Yu
anime now.
Hakusho.
It's one of my fucking
Yeah,
favorites.
same here.
So yeah, maybe, well, I like it more.
I like Yu Yu Hakusho more. I too. It's like one of my. I would put Yu Yu Hakusho above like the big three pretty much. Certainly in terms of anime. I mean, what big three? There is no big three anymore. But you know what I mean.
The old
It's
pixel.
like
I put the
like-
Azumanga Daioh screenshot in the chat. This is me after I ask you guys for anime recommendations.
Oh, I was stupid for asking you.
I don't know what the. I mean, what do you want? Like obscure Rex? Because I could fucking. I could talk some stuff.
No.
I
It's just like no. It's no. The joke is like guys,
One of
what
my
are
favorite
you gonna do?
anime is
Like,
fucking-
the only thing you guys come back with like a Demon Slayer,
Shut up.
Naruto.
like the thing is stuff that was obscure when I was into it has since gained a bit of like nowadays weird stuff gets like traction because of TikTok
And
Yeah,
YouTube.
like songs that I've been into for years
I
and
mean-
can find them and go, have you heard of this fucking
Yeah,
obscure have you heard of
I
Square
mean, I
Pusher?
literally-
And I'm like, yeah.
I mean, Green and I, to be fair, like Green and I learned about Apocalypse Zero through YouTube, and like no one gives a shit about that show.
yeah, me too.
Which I
So-
got that
But,
specifically for the gimmick of, it's the most underrated anime ever and it's super
Yeah, yeah.
obscure. It was not great, but it was a good time to watch with a buddy.
Just stuff that was like
It was
there
interesting.
like-
Like I was fucking.
There was
like
a
I
lot
was
to
a
it.
fucking I'm like Alien 9 is like one of my favorite anime ever, and nowadays it's like pretty. I think it's much more well known as like a cult classic. I feel
Yeah.
There's a
I've
few
been
things
meaning-
like that. Again, I mean, I was the only for so much of my life. I was the only person who knew what the fuck a writing bean was. Shit like
He's a
that.
writing
Like,
What-
so now, I mean, it's hard to say. In the internet age, what the fuck is obscure anyway? I mean, if you got some VHS only anime you're holding out on,
Yeah, like is Dragon Half like really obscure anymore? Like
yeah,
probably
is
not.
Jigu is Joshi Rock or fucking what is the Demon City?
I thought you were
that
saying
one.
Isn't
City
Yoshiraku the one with the
Shinjuku.
girls?
I said the wrong one. I said the wrong
No, I'm
thing.
not mad, but isn't that the one with the girls that do like the comedy routines?
It is. It's the famous ED song with the
The little
the
dance.
Rakuen thing. Yeah. The
Oh,
ding, ding, ding,
I had
ding,
fun the
ding,
other
ding.
day because they posted the
Can I
clip.
just before I literally
Yo!
forget the screen, just before I look at this, the Dragon Half protagonist chick is probably pretty close to the cutest fucking anime girl that's ever been penned. I'm
What
not
is
saying
it?
it's
I've
the
never.
best character overall.
Oh,
like,
RA's coming
it's
in with the
pro-
obscure shit Michi doesn't know. This is
it's
getting interesting.
it's
Oh, I do know
it's
this. Oh, this looks like Oh,
that
what is that other the character designer? I
that
know
is
this.
about as close to the cutest character design I've ever fucking seen.
This is
it's
this looks like that.
it's fucking tough.
Oh man, I'm not.
I
Gonna
could
remember
watch
the
100
name.
episodes of that shit by just the character design.
Perhaps the cuteness is bleeding into the obnoxious area a little bit. Oh no,
Yes.
a tit! Fuck YouTube! Don't ban me. What kind of garbage are you telling me to look up in RA?
I'm sorry.
I watched the. Do you know an OVA called Dragon's Heaven?
No, I
I
don't.
think so.
Oh, look at that! I got you.
Yeah, well, I mean,
help people
it's clearly
customize.
normie stuff. That's why I don't know it.
It's not normal stuff. The guy who made it followed me on Twitter for a while.
Oh no.
Pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he did. He was like, I was like messaging him. I don't know why he unfollowed me at some point. I guess maybe he was just thinning his. I think he unfollowed a lot of people. I saw. This is a gift from it. It's like this, inspired by Mobius, whatever.
Real
like
quick,
mecha thing.
this
It's
is
really cool.
I like that. I
Sick.
found this Joshiraku clip. It's an annoying song you can't get rid of. But I tried to look up what song they were singing, and someone linked it in the comments, where it's the Japanese. No, not the other one. But it's the Japanese chain company of electronics, and I think they sell otaku stuff as well. It's called Map, and they have just released many versions of their theme song over the years, where they sing about come to the wonderful place where everyone is peaceful and cooperative and happy, and it's just like this kind of Akihabara thing. I don't know. It gets
I thought you were talking about Jonestown.
no,
Never mind.
no. I need to get rid of some of these gifs. Holy crap! I have
That was
too
like
many of
some
them.
that was like some Davidian stuff. Come to a beautiful place in the countryside, bro.
Oh yeah. Really cool.
With wholesale Christian values.
I'll get rid of the May over my cold, dead fucking body, but there, we cleared up the screen a little bit.
I'm actually not watching the actual stream. I never do that while I'm
No,
speaking.
I didn't do that either.
Well, you have
I
your
think
The only
focus
time I've
on.
ever done
only
it was
Green does that.
the only.
We
I
can
think the
all
only
agree.
time I actually did was oh fuck! What? It was the stream where I literally forget. I don't know why I'm grasping. No, because the only time I ever watch it is when I'm actually on my laptop, and I haven't been on my laptop for a long time. That's fine. It was probably, I think it was like literally the test stream, the little first test stream we ever did that was
Yeah.
published on the channel. I think I was on my laptop. I actually was following the imagery involved there. I do like the cute maid GIF in the bottom left corner. I think that's great.
Yep,
I'm a fan.
it's a classic.
I'm a fan too.
You know, everyone. If only one day we'll get.
But I'm a
Bruce to
fan
drop
of
by.
I'm a fan of Akio Watanabe
Yeah, everyone
designs
is.
in general.
No, we know what Gunsmith Catch is. I have not seen it. I've seen Writing Bean.
Minnie Mae Hopkins is
Yeah, Minnie Mae Hopkins is top
is an
tier.
incredibly potent character design. Let's just put it that way.
What is it with characters named May and Bean?
I don't know.
I don't know.
There's got to be other ones.
I totally ripped off for a later character design for the comic that like Raleigh, especially in May, kind of have this thing that they only did in like the early 90s for some reason, where like characters kind of had like Batwing kind of hair. It's difficult to describe. Like
Oh, I know.
it was
what
like
you mean.
semi-long hair, but it kind of jutted out solidly in like a kind of like a
Okay, maybe
what's
I
the
don't
name
know
for that?
what you mean.
What would you call that shape? It's like a. It's very hard to describe. It's a basic drawing gesture shape. It's like a claw kind of shape, but it's like a symmetrical.
Is this the girl from
Back and forth.
Budokan? Oh, it is.
What?
Oh, I fucking.
I don't know.
You guys, someone
I'm
other
not
than
watching.
me someone other than me needs to watch Budokan. Budokan is a
Budokan, that rings the bell.
legitimately good show. Yeah, it's Oshi ga Budokan Itekurata, whatever. It's just they call it Budokan. It's the one about the stalker fan for the local idol group. where there's
Oh.
where the cute girl is like has a crazy infatuation with one of the members of it. It's like Perfect Blue, but it's like a
Yeah, I was
wholesome
literally just about to say that.
comedy.
I
just
was
sounds
gonna
like
say
Blue.
I was gonna say the only idol thing I've watched is Perfect Blue.
No, it's like the anti-Perfect Blue. I mean, Best Guy Ever had a great video, or he cut a
Hey.
snippet out of a podcast, but it's a no, it's just obsessive stalking of a local media figure, portrayed as a heroic and soul-enriching act, and it's great.
Hell yeah.
If you look at it
If you
closely,
like-
there's actually some really cool subtext, but I can point it out later. It's a good show.
to
though.
anyone. Yeah, you point that out. Point out that subtext, dude. The if you like Satoshi Kon, I want to recommend to anyone who might be watching, go read Opus, the manga by Satoshi Kon, and go read Seraphim Wings, whatever random number comes after it, written by Mamoru Oshii and drawn by Kon.
That's awesome.
They're Kino, yeah. Oh, you hadn't heard of that already?
I have.
Oh, I got it right over there in my
Feigning
bookshelf.
surprise.
I love how I
Surprise.
try to beat
Uh-huh,
Michi down and it
uh-huh.
doesn't work. Then you bring RA on and he just gets everyone's goat.
You can't
Yeah.
say anything to annoy me,
I
Green. I,
have-
know too
I
much.
have-
RA is just
What does
RA
that
is
mean?
just
Out of
RA is
in
just
all honesty-
mysterious enough that I don't know I don't know enough about him that he.
Well, I mean,
I'm
you know, the
scared.
Satoshi Kon guy. I mean, how good could he really be?
Yeah, I think he's a bit of a con, in fact. If you know
Yeah,
what I mean.
CON, yeah, sounds like you know. But although if I'm going to plug anything Satoshi Kon on this while I'm here, Millennium Actress is like my second favorite anime movie behind Enemy.
Everyone's heard of that one. Boring. Normie choice. Boring.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
wouldn't
wreck.
say that.
I'm gonna wreck the cool mangas that he drew when
Kon
he was
is-
actually better at
All
drawing
of Kon's
mangas.
movies are normie shit now. There's nothing.
I
That's
know.
not
I'm kidding. I'm joking. I don't
Like,
think.
aimed
Green, have you watched Tokyo Godfathers? Even
Yeah, I watched it
you did. Cool.
Christmas before last.
Okay, you're
I
cool. You
think.
pass. You can pass.
Yeah, I am. Unlike some people.
Actually, no. Actually, that reminds me. The only other anime we watched together, Green, besides Apocalypse Zero, was the Rose.
Oh, right. Memories.
Yeah,
We
those
watched the beginning of
Satoshi
Memories.
One of
Memories.
my favorites. Hell yeah.
You should have been there, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Magnetic
Good.
Rose is definitely the strongest.
Oh, it's
I mean,
not even
anything.
close.
Anything fucking. God damn it! I blanked on his name. The Akira guy. Otomo. Anything Otomo touches is. Perfect. Katsuhiro Otomo. Yeah, you just got that fucking eye for that shit. It's the same. What's the other anthology? I always mix them up. That's Memories, and the other one is Neo Tokyo. Neo Tokyo's got some cool shit. Not as good, but I like the fucking Catboy sequence is really good.
I don't know much about
By,
it.
is it by? I think it's by. Is it by Rentaro?
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta come clean
No.
here. The only anime I've ever watched is Spirited Away. So I know, like, I did a lot of research to avoid watching.
Oh, please. Wait a second. All right. What's your? I want to know what your favorite Ghibli is.
Oh God, I'm just gonna get fucking destroyed here.
No, go ahead. I'll save you.
My favorite Ghibli movie is Only Yesterday. I have to give it.
Oh
I feel like that's
my
gonna be
God.
the patrician
I've never
choice
heard anyone say that.
that he respects.
I'm
No,
not-
the patrician choice is Pon Poko. That's the
know.
real shit.
Porco
haven't-
Rosso
the
is
fuck-
pretty
the-
cool.
I haven't seen all the Ghibli movies. Number one, so it's just like I have a limited sample set here. I mean, I've seen a good number of them, but there's still plenty that I haven't fucking seen.
Have you
but I would
seen
say of all-
Have you
I
seen
would
Pon
say of all-
Poko?
I do not like Spirited Away.
Jeez.
I don't like it. Like, I literally probably will watch it maybe one more
Are
time
you
in my life.
getting nervous there, Michi?
Have you? No,
um,
it's not. It's not my favorite.
Is Ari's power
by a
level
long
shaking you a
shot.
bit?
Don't-
Let me see. All right. Have you seen Pon Poko?
I've not seen Pompoko. No.
Oh, strike one for me, 0 for
Yeah.
yeesh. Oh,
Well,
put
what's
that on
your
the score.
favorite?
You're keeping track, right?
Yeah,
What's your favorite
Uh,
Ghibli? Is it Pompoko?
Kiki's Delivery Service. No, it's Kiki's
Oh,
Delivery
that's a
Service.
dangerous pick.
Kiki's
Ponyo's pretty up there too.
That got a
though.
broad global
some
release.
days
Oh.
it's Ponyo.
Oh, Kiki's Delivery Service. Oh, you mean literally
Yeah.
the first Ghibli movie I ever watched? Boring.
What? Because you watched it first? I don't know. I love Nausicaa of the Wind.
I mean,
I've read the
Actually,
manga
okay,
like 3 times.
you and I can agree there. Nausicaa of the Valley Wind is fucking
Yeah,
awesome.
but the manga is better. I mean, but
Yeah,
there are some
that's-
guys who haven't read the manga though. I call those scumbags.
I remember you reading the manga while I was watching The Wind
that's pretty
Rises.
able.
That's
pretty
right.
able-
I got.
That's pretty
that's
able
pretty ableist.
language, Michi. Like I
I'm
don't have
so
a fucking.
sorry.
I can't read.
This is the second
So
time
what am I
within a
supposed
week.
to do?
RA has called me ableist. This is very surreal. I've got chronic asthma. Okay. I got drunk and I asked
Yeah.
Green to go get my
If I had to,
my massive hardcover tome of Nausicaa.
I would probably say my top 3. My third Ghibli would be really hard to say. My first is definitely Only Yesterday. My second is Nausicaa. My third might
Mononoke is pretty up
be
there for me too.
Mononoke would be third or fourth.
Yeah.
I would not be. I would
I
not
think
be. I would
we're
be
pretty
totally
close.
fine with my third.
I'm going
It's
top
like-
4. Ponyo, Kiki, Nausicaa, and Mononoke are like are all golden to me. I love them all dearly.
And the interesting thing about Only Yesterday, it's like there's nothing fantastical about it at all.
Oh, here's my contrarian take, RA. I don't get what everyone's fucking hard on is for Howl's Moving Castle.
Hey,
I think it's
sir.
fucking mid. I think it's mid Ghibli.
It's just a great romance. There's not a lot of good romances. You know?
Oh, it's a great romance. The romantic character of a guy who acts completely irrationally like he's fucking Willy Wonka the whole movie. How romantic.
It is.
Treats
you know,
her as his
she-
fucking slave.
She
Yeah.
gets,
In fairness-
she gets
in
younger
fairness
and
to
shit.
Green,
It's cool.
In fairness to Green, he's actually read the book.
Yeah,
I
I have the
exactly.
book. I
Not
didn't
many
read it.
people have done that.
Oh, that's Michi's
I
response
own
to
the
everything.
book.
I have
Yeah.
it. I haven't read it. I haven't read it. Every time I get a new fantasy book, it's like, oh, I have that. It's on my shelf. Have you read it? No. Oh yeah, Gene
Well,
Wolfe
some
is
of us-
great. I
hey.
hear.
Fuck you. I can't read and draw at the same time. I have a problem.
I like
Okay,
Hell's,
I don't
I
have.
like Hell's, I like Hell's Moving Castle. I don't think I'd put it top 5.
I like it. I like
But-
it. I just don't see so many people. I ask my girlfriend. I ask people. My friends. I ask them, "What's your favorite?" They're always like, "My husband because I'm like, come on, that's
And-
not even really a Ghibli movie."
And to
guys.
be
I mean,
fair, yeah, that's why it's
the
good.
story is someone else's.
Actually, my
Miyazaki. He
favorite-
sucks
my
at
actual-
stories.
He's
My
like
actual
Shakespeare.
favorite Ghibli movie.
Diane Wynne writes, Diane Wynne, who wrote like one book. She's a really good storyteller.
She wrote like 30 books. You can on the front page
Yeah,
of my
and
copy of Howl.
Do you know
she
any
has
other?
every
Do you
book
know
she's
any
written.
others?
No, and she's a favorite of Neil Gaiman, who you worship. So there.
Okay, fine. But Neil Gaiman has questionable taste.
Actually, my favorite Ghibli movie is From Up on Poppy Hill. Yeah, I'm pretty contrary.
Okay, let me.
What's with all these boring slice of life Ghiblis?
Okay,
I
let's
don't get
slow
it.
down. I need to come in
I'm
here. a
kidding.
bit.
I do like. I was wrong to. I wasn't trying to poke fun at From Up on Poppy Hill. It's just no one will say that's their.
No one will
favorite.
say. No one will
But
say
it is a-
Earthsea.
but it is a
That's
good
the one
movie.
no one will fucking say.
Sorry, which one?
Is Earthsea.
I've read
Earthsea.
Earthsea too.
That actually was the one I was about to use.
I
as
own
a joke.
Earthsea.
Have you read it?
No.
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 Or I've
Green
read
I
it.
was
20
too busy.
spoilers, yeah.
I was too busy writing my own comic, bro.
Oh,
I don't got
that's
time
a
to
punch
read.
below the belt. Yeah, and
Well.
just to clarify, same energy as anime fans that like Akira. I'm sure the manga's fucking great, but I also have heard the story's like different. I don't know.
Akira, hold on.
And-
Akira is almost as good as the manga because it was like directed by the same guy, and it's a pretty cool like
Didn't
lots
he
of the
make-
story.
Didn't he make the movie in the middle
Make
of the
it,
manga?
yeah. He did.
Okay. And Hal
and
isn't that erratic.
Nausicaa-
He's just a man-child. Yeah,
Na-
Hal is a
Na-
man-child. In the book,
Na-
he's worse,
Nausicaa-
but yeah.
Okay, if you think man-child romances are cool, more power to you. Fucking
I guarantee your
Nausicaa
favorite
is
romance is
frustrating. My favorite romance, Toradora.
As a woman child.
It's not a man-child; it's just a child.
My favorite
Wait, I was-
romance. You probably haven't heard of it, so I'm not even gonna.
What is it? It's a little, it's a little obscure
Urusei
one.
Yatsura?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Is
Kare
Urusei
Kano,
Yatsura
baby.
even really a romance?
It is.
The best
I mean, kind
romance
of.
is
Some of the best episodes. Some of the very
Hands
best
up.
episodes do revolve around their relationship.
Oh.
hands up if you've watched Mahoromatic.
I
I
watched a
have
few
not.
episodes
The
a
artwork-
long time ago.
The artwork is Kino. I will give
It's
it that.
Kino. Animation's pretty fucking Kino too. It's like
It is,
Pete
yeah.
Gynax. Wait, I was gonna say. Oh no. Oh, Nausicaa is frustrating for me and probably RA because it's like the manga just has so many fucking amazing moments that would have been glorious to see on screen. Like you don't get to see Nausicaa tame the fucking nuclear giant and fly him around. You don't get so many of the cool characters.
I can't read. I haven't read the manga.
You haven't read it? I thought you had. Oh god.
No, it's my second.
How did you know the manga
Ghibli
was
movie.
better then?
I didn't. Where did I say that the manga was better than the movie?
I thought you did. I thought I said the manga's better and you agreed.
I agree with you. It probably is because it's just like Hayao Miyazaki. Because the story's
his masterpiece.
The story's going to be better fleshed out because it's just like it's this big fucking thing that Hayao Miyazaki did from start to finish, and it's just like as great as a movie is, you're only getting like one small piece.
Not just the story, the fucking artwork is in like top 5 artwork.
Wait, we don't get to see the
manga.
Emperor on Ghibli Kino. What's the Emperor?
I actually saw Nausicaa the Valley of the Wind in theaters like a month ago.
Oh,
that's awesome. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, it fucking rocks.
I'm talking about Ghibli, and I say Howl's is my favorite.
Wait a second, Jaws hasn't said his favorite yet.
Oh, I forgot Jaws was here.
I'm only here for like another minute or so.
Then Jaws, no one talked but Jaws until he leaves.
What is your favorite Ghibli?
I think I've only watched one favorite Ghibli movie, so the answer is pretty obvious. It's Princess Mononoke. Yeah, for some reason
that's
I'm not
a solid
really
choice.
It is
really much into
it is a solid
movies.
Yeah, it's no Howl's, but
Like, I think I associate anime with just 24-minute episodes, so that's probably why I never really got much into movies. But
Mononoke kicks the shit out of Howl. Mononoke takes Howl behind the shit and shoots an arrow into its head.
I can't even say that's wrong, but I
have to agree with you here.
I just have like a personal fondness for Howl. I think it's because I watched it.
I
think it was one of the first ones I watched. I watched it when I was pretty young, and I liked it. So I think it just has momentum in me. Mononoke, I understand it's fucking great. I understand Mononoke is like the archetypal Ghibli movie. It's not a personal thing to me. Okay, continue.
I'm surprised that you don't you find that like Howl is like confusing kind of pacing wise?
Oh yeah, no, it
compared
has tons
to
of
other movies.
It's not as well constructed.
Yeah, Howl is a very messy movie.
Whenever
I
sit
still
down
like it.
to watch it, I don't feel like I can just like relax and just be like, I can feel the beats come in, makes total sense. I'm always just like, oh yeah, now this scene is. Oh, I forgot about this one because it's like some of these things just like come out of left field and you're just like, what? Now he's flying over the fucking airplanes. I don't know.
I mean, you're right, but
Whatever.
is story structure really what Miyazaki's known for anyway?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, well, if you read Nausicaa again, but Mononoke is just like a solid, like the perfect ideal of just like an escalating stakes. It makes sense. Like it's really clever in some parts of it. And it's just like it's straightforward plot, but with lots of moving parts. It works really well.
I mean, okay, fair enough. Just I think a lot of his
Spirited
movies.
Away is different because Spirited Away is like a not a haunted house, but it's like a fun romp through this. It's like Alice in Wonderland, basically.
I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. I mean, whatever. I
will also say I think
not in my
would.
Top 5. It's in my top 10.
I think even if actually, and I am a little worried to rewatch Howl because it has been a while and I might hate it now. Who knows?
Oh my god! I forgot the wind. I forgot the wind rises.
Okay,
I forgot the wind
I
rises.
did not.
Everyone.
I watched it a year ago. I think it's okay.
Okay, see.
That'll be the 5th one in the top 5.
But
Wind Rises.
But I'm gonna say Howl's is there, and almost tied with Howl's would probably be Porco Rosso, which I just watched a little while ago.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
I didn't like Ponyo so much. I saw Mononoke when I was much younger, and I liked it, but I don't have strong feelings about it. Kiki's I watched when I was very young. I don't really have any feelings about it. The Wind Rises, I understand.
Kiki's are just turn it on and smile.
And Spirited Away is kind of that too. Like I acknowledge Spirited Away is a perfect movie, but it's not like a personal thing that I have strong feelings about. And The Wind Rises is kind of the same thing. Like, I understand why The Wind Rises is good. I always get mad at the scene where the dream of the Italian plane guy, where he says an artist is only created for 10 years. Fuck you, Miyazaki. Fuck you and your
I love
fucking
that scene.
Japanese ass.
I mean, Green. The thing is, I've been an artist for like, it's coming up on 10. But the thing is, I would say I've only been creative for about 2 of those years. So it's okay. I've still got 8 years that are coming.
Oh,
Artists for the first few years aren't really creative. They're like,
Figuring
not
shit
really.
out.
They're,
I'm like
they're not really. They're not original.
I'm like the
Oh,
dad
no.
in Kill la
Oh,
Kill.
oh shit! It turns out. Oh shit! It actually turns out it is exactly like an hourglass.
Oh no.
Oh.
I'm like the dad in Kill la Kill. Like, a scientist doesn't even begin to hit his stride until he's 60.
Nice.
The dad in Kill la Kill.
Kill la Kill.
What dad?
Kill la
What
Kill
dad in
fucking
Kill?
rock.
Her dad. Her
Aw,
dad
did
is
you-
dead.
Did
in
you
Kill la
not
Kill.
watch? Michi, there's this thing called watching the show. It does a lot to fill in the gaps.
I've watched the fucking show like 5 times, dude.
So
I don't know
you're
which
s-
dad you mean. Do you
you're
mean
s-
Mako's dad?
No,
The doctor?
I mean the main character's
watched-
dad. Ryuga's
Yeah,
dad.
Yeah.
Ryoko's dad.
I
dad
know.
who-
I know that he's secretly that fucking young sick dude with the hair, and he broke his spine so he could pretend to be an old man.
And he
That
says
was
the
a funny-
line I just said that you pretended not to recognize.
I couldn't remember it. Oh, sorry, I don't know every line of dialogue.
Then maybe don't jump in and say I'm wrong.
Maybe you didn't love it enough.
I
Yeah.
just said what dad. I said the dad that's
Oh,
dead.
I thought you
and
were
you're
being
supposed to say.
sarcastic.
You're supposed to say yes.
Yeah, but The Wind Rises, it's a great movie. It's perfect for what it's supposed to be. I just don't love it that much. It has really good
I love-
moments, but I don't care.
Ano
Porco
is a
Rosso,
great-
though, that's my man. Porco Rosso's just me. He's me for real. He's flying on a plane.
Ano-
He's on an island. Women all want him, but he's just, too wrapped up in his own business.
I did always say you were a pig, but
You're not wrong.
the
With wings?
Whoa.
of note in Wind Rises, Hideaki Anno is a great voice actor for the main character.
Oh yeah. That's
He has such an
Have you ever-
interesting, like monotone, raspy voice. I love it.
but it also works for like this like almost like I don't want to say simple minded because he's actually really fucking
He
smart.
sounds
But, like-
innocent. He
but,
sounds like naive and innocent.
Yeah, he's just like completely absorbed with like his interests, his soul,
Yeah.
his singular interest, and it's just
Yeah.
like, and he can't not be real with you and just be like very plain, and like like plain. And like, have you ever seen the documentary about? It's not really a documentary specifically about the making of The Wind Rises, but it's in the Kingdom of Dreams and Madness, which is like one of my favorite
I have
documentaries.
not. I've
ever.
been meaning to
Oh,
watch that for a fucking long time
good. Because
I'm a big Anno fan.
It's not exclusively about the making of, but it overlaps with when they were making both The Wind Rises and The Tale of the Princess Kaguya at the same time, because they were
I did
released.
not know they
they
made
were
those at
released-
the same
They were
time.
released alongside each other.
That
like
is
they
the
were
only Ghibli movie I've seen in theaters was Princess Kaguya.
Yeah, which is a great movie as well too.
It is a good.
I think I like Takahata but more than Miyazaki.
Yeah, I guess you
Just
do.
because I do.
Kristen.
I just think I do.
One-
It's just
you
like,
should watch Pompoko then, because Pompoko is a Takahata one.
Really quick,
Yeah,
Jaws,
no,
were you
I
going
just-
to say
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, I was going.
I think he's
Yeah, I
trying to
was
say
just-
he's gonna go.
I'm already too tired to say
Yeah, it's
that I'm
fucking
leaving.
late.
oh my god, yeah, so fucking late in your country.
I mean, for Jaws, I don't think it's mind-crushingly late, but you should still
No, but
probably
it's,
go to
it's
bed.
time
Yeah,
for me to.
yeah,
to
it's
leave.
fine.
2:30. It's 2:33 here.
I
but
want to remind
was up-
everyone,
I was up till like 8 in the morning, so I
this
slept
started as me.
recently.
A few days ago, I asked John if he would play a round of the Girls und Panzer game with me, just to test it out. And that's what we did. And Jaws was like, oh, hey, can I just drop in and watch? And it's like, cool. And then this turned into a Toradora argument. And now we're here like 6 hours later.
I saw you guys were. I saw the general chat.
Michi
and then I
saw an
popped over
opportunity to not work on his comic, and he...
Oh, you really know how to kick a guy when he's down,
I'm
don't
sorry,
you?
I should be writing right now too. We've both
Look,
been having
this-
issues.
I
You all
should be
know.
I should be
When
writing right now.
When I'm like
read.
I should be working on my comic, I go and watch The Shining instead to make me feel much better about it. And then I'm paranoid I'm gonna kill everyone with an axe. No, I went into the. I saw you guys in the call. I pop over to Steam to see if you're playing anything, and it says you're playing the Girls in Panzer game, and I really weighed my options. I was like, well, I definitely don't want to play the Girls in Panzer game. Plus, I can't pop in mid play. Should I intrude? But I did, and it's been horrible. Thank you.
It's been horrible.
Hey, like we're trying to
all of my everything I value has been questioned and kicked.
Yeah, I mean, this is a birthright of becoming an American. It's just like this is a school of hard knocks.
And Thupa wasn't even here, so
No.
like that's not true.
So-
I'm the only one
Like,
Thupa doesn't
yeah.
make fun of.
My favorite saying from my army days was "Better get comfortable being uncomfortable." It's just like but we're helping. We're trying to turn you into like a razor sharp tool.
I'm
That's what we're trying to do.
I'm just imagining you in Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
I'm imagining him in
Fucking
Full Metal
shouted at.
Alchemist.
Who said that?
No, you're
Who
not, because you haven't seen
said
that.
Yeah.
Because you joke about the Full Metal Jacket thing, but like it's just like I have like the sixth sense that when someone's shit talking me, Noreen, who said that? Who the fuck said that?
You're like Arlie.
That guy was an actual army guy. Yeah.
He's not acting.
The
Could-
story behind
could-
that.
How could a guy make so many?
One of the greatest acting performances of all time is a guy not acting.
There's a few of those.
The story behind
There's
it is
a-
actually. Or sorry, go. I'll go after.
I was just gonna wax poetical about how could Kubrick make so many movies and they're all good? How is that
Because he was a
possible?
perfectionist.
Yeah, he's just a genius.
Yeah, I guess so. He was a real fucking genius. It's impressive.
There are two types
That's
of
all.
perfectionists.
Shout out to Kubrick, and also anyone who thinks he was mean to Shelley Duvall. He wasn't. It's been debunked by Shelley Duvall. Stop propagating this meme. And go after William Friedkin instead for smacking actors in the fucking face during The Exorcist and making them drive into oncoming traffic with no permits.
I mean,
Yes, go on.
I really don't like actors and actresses for the most part. So
Yeah, I know. I think they
Actually,
should
I'm
look.
pretty
Slapping
cool,
actors makes them better actors. I
Isn't it
agree.
great how
Just
they're out of
specifically
work?
Kubrick didn't do that, so
I mean, yeah, it's just like I literally don't want. I'm only half kidding when I say I literally don't want more things to be made.
I mean,
I agree. I
don't
agree with
need
you.
anything.
I agree with you. All right. I mean, Green knows I've been like binging like every interesting movie from like 1929 to fucking to 1999, and I don't care about new shit. I've got enough old, like I'm gonna chisel my way through the fucking Criterion collection, and I'm gonna die way before I get to the end of it. So who gives a shit? I'm gonna watch fucking Aguirre or some shit. I don't know.
That's kind of how I feel about anime as well too. It's just like I don't
Anime.
even if there were
there's
great
not-
seasonals, it's just like I'm gonna be going through a fucking backlog and watch list for most of my life because I also barely ever watch anime to begin with.
I feel
So
like
it's just
there's
like
not that
people-
much. I feel like there's not that much good anime.
Yeah, actually, you're right. We've actually had
Not
discussions
Jaws.
before. It's actually I think you've said that before, Green, where it's just like if you really broke it down,
Yeah, you could
There's
watch all the
not-
good anime.
there's not that much essential viewing.
Yeah. Is
Go
Jaws
watch,
gone by Jaws. if
Yeah,
you
he
are?
is.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
said by.
Oh.
Go watch Angel's Egg. Go watch
Oh, I hate
Bakano.
Angel's Egg.
I love Angel's Egg.
It's so
I,
overrated.
but then again, I'm a
There we go.
visuals. I'm a visuals
go.
guy, so there you go. I would just look at
I'm a-
Angel's Egg. I would just have every frame of Angel's Egg like framed on my wall, and I just look at them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm glad. I showed Green the one of the other most gorgeous anime movies. I watched them.
Vampire
I showed
Hunter D
him-
Bloodlust.
Yeah,
Yeah, we talked
yeah.
about that on the
And
stream
like,
that you
that's-
bailed on.
That's actually seems to be one of the few things we're all in like pretty much perfect agreement on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just
and
like,
it's
one of the
all
greatest
right.
anime of all time. It is one of the greatest.
I
like,
did it.
yes.
I did it service. I showed him the original first, and I like the
Yeah,
original.
yeah. For comparison,
despite warts and all. I mean, it's conversely, it's probably one of the ugliest. Well, no, color-wise, it's great. I like the designs, but oh my god, it has so many like ugly frames, awkward faces, like jump, fucky animation.
And then Vampire Bloodlust is literally the apex of the medium.
Yeah, it's like one of those that you just name when you want to say like, just movies that there are anime movies that just don't let up. It's like Redline.
Yeah, there are no bad frames.
No,
there's no bad frames. There's no bad artwork. There's no corners cut. Everything's just perfect. And it's just like, it actually is possible to do. It's just really fucking
There's so few. It's like Akira, Ghost in the Shell, Vampire Hunter D, Redline. I would put Metropolis, the 2001 movie.
I mean,
I like
gorgeous to look at.
I like Bloodlust. I like Bloodlust more than Redline, but Redline is also like
Redline's good, but Bloodlust
Redline's
is basically
a perfect movie.
Yeah,
Redline's basically a perfect movie though. So
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Bloodlust has a great story, but also like even just speaking aesthetically, that's much more my aesthetic. The fucking medieval gothic one than I like the cool futuristic like sci-fi car stuff, but I mean you're definitely gonna smite me if you show up with fucking these gorgeous looking mansions and shit. I'm just gonna be like, oh my god, the gothic architecture everywhere. Cemeteries.
I do genuinely remember watching Bloodlust on my TV for the first time and getting to the scene towards the end of the movie where you finally get the first shot of the gothic of where the actual like vampire.
I love how they go so far. Like Carmela's mansion.
Carmela's where the rocket is as well too. And I'm
I literally
teared up on that. I'm just like, this is
it's
unbelievable how good this looks.
Yeah, and it's just like it's just like a perfect fusion of like that like cyberpunkish. Like massive dystopia megastructure thing, but it's like all got the veneer of like, that gothic arches and like those all that shit.
Yeah,
like it's a perfect fusion.
It's medieval, like, and that's what's kind of a crazy element to it. It's just like it's medieval gothic plus cyberpunk plus Wild West.
It does it way better than
like it's not like try hard shit though.
No, it's like the rocket ship is like the perfect symbol for that fusion, where it's like it looks like how you could ever envision that, and like it kicks the original one so hard in the teeth because it's like the first one is like I swear 50% of anime are just like I love Mad Max or I don't know what it was it's like the original novels have the Yoshitaka Amano, so that's obviously the aesthetic, but then when they make it an anime it's like it's the future. It kind of has a bit of like weird fantasy element because it's like a 17th century rural town, but then so much of it is like Mad Max shoulder pads and weird rifles and shit, and I'm like I want to see a cool carriage with robot horses. God damn it! When he comes in and all the crosses fucking bend. Oh my god, that is like one of the best vampire movies at that point.
My two favorite gifs in the movie are that you could take from the movie are when he catches the arrow on the hill in the graveyard.
Oh yeah,
right. And then when he's in the mansion. And he disappears by turning into all those bats. Oh, that looks
great choice.
Oh, good.
This is like
watch that on like an unlimited loop.
This is like a fan theory for me, but I feel like that scene when they're in the tunnel on top of the carriage and he's hitting a sword against his wing and it's like turning red with the friction. I'm like 50% sure Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance like cop that for when Sam is fighting with Raiden on top of the bus inside the tunnel and they're just like sparking against each other. It's gotta be. Come on.
I wouldn't be surprised. No,
I gotta say,
I wouldn't be surprised. They're both Japanese properties. I mean, it was a pretty big movie and it wasn't like a box office smash, but it was. I mean, it's from the guy who brought you Ninja Scrolls. Scroll, come on.
And I like Ninja Scroll, but like
I like it too. Yeah,
not
but it's
even
no
like
Bloodlust.
not even close to like
No.
Bloodlust. As good as it
It's
looks.
also kind
It
of an
doesn't-
uncomfortable movie in some bits.
Nothing. I don't have a soul anymore. That got ripped out a long time ago.
I
So
know,
nothing,
it's not
nothing
like-
really rattles me anymore.
No, I'll watch that, and I'm the most like I'll fight for the right of anything to have anything as fucked up as they want it
Are we
to
talking
be.
about Ninja Scroll?
Yeah, I'm talking about like the big rock dude like sucking that woman's tit and stuff, and it
Oh,
gets
hot.
pretty rapey on a few
Okay.
points. Did you remember that? Oh, you
I've
never
never
seen it.
Ninja Scroll.
It's hot.
Even the main,
I don't care.
it's hot. It's hot. I agree, but I'm just like I just like don't root that much for the character because he's like an asshole.
Yeah, he is a dick.
Samurai Champloo has the cooler.
What
Samurai
an unpleasant
character, probably.
image I just discovered.
Did you look it up?
Yeah, it was a guy with a big head. It's,
Yeah, the big rockhead dum dum
unpleasant.
dude.
Uh,
I mean, whatever. I'm just saying. Vampire Hunter D is the classier
Yeah.
of the two.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
because that's the thing. It's like that's the cool thing about Vampire Hunter D Blows. Like you could watch that with your family. Like,
Oh yeah, for sure.
like as long as they're like adults, right? It's just like, but there's nothing in it that's really like that fucked up, or like where it's just like, it's like running like a normal movie, and then it's like, oh, anime moment.
It's also
yeah.
like it's also like got
you
so
gotta
many more.
pass that one.
It's got so many more set pieces too than compared to like Ninja Scroll. Where Ninja Scroll is like forest, pagoda, forest pagoda, seaside boat, bamboo forest in the middle. It's like you cannot believe how often you're getting hit with these. Every 5 minutes there's a crazy set piece with a crazy monster with a new power, completely different color temperatures. Everything's. You're just like, oh my god,
It
I can't
opens with the
stop looking at
cube.
this.
in the middle
And then
of
when
nowhere.
he's running across the desert, we're not running
Yeah.
across here, but just
Yeah.
like traveling across the desert with the horse, and then you see like the crashed spaceship in the background. That's like clearly like 500 or 1,000 years old.
Oh
Basically,
yeah, it's so fucking
so
cool.
fucking
And he passes, and then the fucking the Shadow of the Colossus beasts come out of the fucking out of the sand.
the
It's like,
sands, and
oh
so
my
he
God,
flies
yeah.
on it.
I love the guns in it too, like futuristic.
Oh,
but
yeah,
like,
the
they're
handguns
like
so much
steampunk. When that sheriff with the fucking like he looks like Mozgus from Berserk.
Yeah.
She's like, give me your gun. She points at his fucking face, and he's just like stone cold. And she turns it around, hands it to him, and it's like this massive fucking clunky steampunk gun.
Yeah,
so
it's kind of
awesome.
it's kind of like it's almost like it reminds you of like a steampunk version of like Vash's gun and Trigun.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going. That reminds me of that like future Western aesthetic. Yeah, Vash. He. I mean, I don't know about the new show. He hasn't been done justice.
I've tried to
I
go
wish
back
I'd
for
been like
Trigun
a
so
man-
many
a
times.
manga.
I did actually manage to go back and finish Trigun. After I
I've
got
watched it a couple times. I watched it as a teenager.
I have fond memories of watching parts of it as a kid when it was on TV, but it's hard to get back into.
I was pretty affected as a teenager by his like. I like his philosophy. It's pretty, even though it might seem like kind of generic on the surface, it's actually pretty unique.
Yeah, but
as,
I think that like Rurouni Kenshin does a similar philosophy like so much better.
Really interesting. I haven't watched Rurouni Kenshin.
You should watch the first half of it at least. Like that is.
I'm lying.
Absolutely worth
I
watching.
tell a lie because I have watched the Blood. What is it called? The OVA. You know what I'm talking about? When it takes place.
I've
watched the
when he's
entire-
young, when he's like a violent killer still. That is a really good. That's a gorgeous looking OVA.
Yeah, the only thing I haven't watched it, I've seen frames from it. What I don't like, I fucking hate when this happens. When it's just like when you have the TV show and you have a certain style, and then you don't mimic it well in the movies or OVAs. Like I think a great example of doing this well was Cowboy Bebop, because it's just it kept all the same designs. Like it didn't fuck with anything. It's just that extra level of detail that makes it look unbelievably good. But it's you don't recognize it all as like, oh, this could literally just be the same artist who did this. Who just gave them an unlimited budget. But the problem with like that, it's just like it looks gorgeous on its own. but then you compare it to the show, it's like there is like still a little bit of a cartoony element.
I mean,
Like,
I
to
kind
the
of like
style
when
of
it
the show.
changes
I
like
like
that, though.
element. I don't.
Like Space Dandy does that really well in some episodes. They're just a completely different art style. I like One Piece movie 6 benefits from it because the art style looks much better than the show.
But the art style changes in Space Dandy is consistent with what the show is trying to do.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
With this, it's just like the TV show, it's done a certain way, and then the movie, it's like, okay, this is gorgeous, but it's also like it takes me out of the experience because it's just like
is
this.
the style that much different?
I mean, I think there might even be multiple movies here. So, but like, there's one
I'm
that
talking about
one that
the weird
everyone-
OVA.
there's one that everyone considers is like the masterwork one, and it's fucking gorgeous, super detailed. Like, and I've looked at it like, yeah, this looks great, but it's also just like this is does not remind.
But do you
me of,
like the original drawings that much? I mean, I've always found the original manga art style pretty fucking poor, honestly.
I'm talking about
The manga, the anime art style.
I'm really talking about the TV show proper.
The
I
anime looks
always
a lot better.
What are you
the
guys
anime
even
looks
talking
pretty
about?
Rurouni
What?
Kenshin.
Oh, Kenshin. Okay, you guys, all of a sudden, you guys have like amazing chemistry, and I'm sitting here like Jaws after you guys have been bitching the whole time.
Man, it's
Sorry.
almost like we've watched like hundreds of anime or something. I don't know.
Oh,
Thousands.
that's right.
For a long fucking time.
Forgot I'm a casual.
I remember I did actually.
You're
used
not a
to care
casual.
about-
You just have some catching up to do.
Just have
Hey,
shit taste.
I did for the record. I did actually get Green onto Mal, and he did actually
I've got
update his list, and it's actually a pretty impressive.
You
list.
did?
Mini.
Wait,
He's watched,
You
he's watched a lot more
fucking-
shit
you,
than he gives
you,
himself credit
you
for.
bastard.
Wait, did you
I-
not know I
I-
made a Mal?
No, I kept mentioning him, Mal, and
Well,
you
no,
and
you-
Cuba kept
Oh,
treating
shit,
me
I
like a
didn't mean to
fucking
cause
nerd.
such-
Well, you kept complaining you complained for like a year, and eventually I did break down and make a Mal.
You just didn't.
I need to
add me
update
on
it.
because you're yeah. I need to update mine too. Mine's pretty out of date.
Yeah, but no,
Mine's
I don't-
mostly up to date.
I watched.
I don't
the
have that
shows.
many, honestly. The thing is, I've rewatched a lot of shows in my life, so I've definitely cut down on like my
New
I like-
intake.
new intake stuff. Let me see what it says right now.
So it's like, so I did actually used to care somewhat about like the number of like completed count and things like that, but now it's
I've
just
got-
I don't care anymore.
No, that was just like a teenager. I
It's
cared
just
about
like
that much.
it's just like how does my if I watch 1,000 anime, what's my reward?
I don't have that
Fucking
many.
nothing.
I've got 290 around completed.
It's-
Not that much.
Well, unfortunately, Mal always fucking signs me out, even though I always tell them to keep me signed in, so I don't even know. Actually, it looks
Yeah.
like I'm signed in right now. Let me see how many I've
I
completed.
mean, Mal's not a great website, really. In terms
Yeah,
of
it's
its design.
How many completed do I have? Oh, well,
I use it a lot
so
for
I'm not-
manga too, actually.
I have 161 completed, and in reality, it's going to be like 175 or something.
Mine reality is
have-
probably going to be like 320
I-
something. Low,
I
low
have
300s.
I have 224 completed.
Okay, I've got the most, but it's not by much. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I imagine.
And also it kind of sucks as well too. It's just like I watched all of the Cat's Eye recently. That's like 76 episodes across like 2 massive
Yeah, and
seasons.
it- yeah,
only
and it counts as
it only
one, yeah.
counts as one entry.
I know, right? Yeah, and then you watch a 10-minute OVA, and it's like, yep.
Yeah, like Dragon Half. It's just like this is a blast, and I got to add one easy, like under an hour, right? Super enjoyable. I should do this like that's
I mean-
one way you like crank up your stats if you fucking
To
care
be
about this
to be
stuff.
fair on that front, though, I think I'm probably suffering more on that front because I've watched like the complete Bleach,
Oh,
the complete Naruto,
Hey,
the complete
and
Hunter x
in
Hunter.
some, yeah, definitely, you're definitely like. But I mean, I will say, like, I have seen all of Yu Yu Hakusho. That's like 120 episodes or something. Like, I've seen all of Sailor Moon, which is 200 episodes. I've seen and all the movies.
Definitely- cool.
I've seen Maison Koku, which is 94, 95.
I was
Episodes.
actually going to bring Maison up a moment ago, the drop in quality to the movie or the change in designs.
Oh
you
my god,
hate-
it's one of the worst of all time.
Because it gave them these much harder designs, Michi. I don't know if you've seen it, but it went from a very soft, old school rom-com, friendly character look to like they look almost like action characters.
Like it looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not remembering exactly. Oh yeah, of course, Maison Koku.
Yeah, if you type in movie, like their jaws are really
Yeah,
big.
Yeah, it's actually kind of jaw-dropping how bad it looks. at
Haruhi
times.
Suzumiya handled this thing well. Where like the movie was just like high budget anime, like you were saying.
Like that, and
The-
that's all I really want. I don't. It just does take me. I'm not saying it can't even be good. Like
Oh, I
it
see what you
can be
mean.
great,
With the
like-
design change, they're like this looks like the oh man, what's he called? The fuck. What's that manga about having like a robot girlfriend?
You don't
My life
mean-
as a teenage robot.
God damn it.
Wait, you don't mean the? Is this an anime figurine girlfriend or like a robot?
She's a robot. Not Maharomatic. The
It's not the one where it's a old man with the robot, is it?
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
Nietzsche Joy or whatever the fuck. Where
No,
she's
it's
a
a-
little robot with the fucking gear in the back.
No. You're thinking that's
Nietzsche Joy.
yeah.
Or however
No,
the
it's
fuck-
Nichijou. Yeah, no, it's Nichijou. You're right. No. It's like a 90s. I keep thinking like Tula of Root Fruit Baskets. None of that shit. It's
I can't think of it, man. I don't know.
God damn. It's like a Musha. You know, like Musha the artist, the
No,
Alphonse Musha. No, okay.
sorry.
Early 1900s painter. It's like that kind of an art style, but anime.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna go to the grave with this one. God damn.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll find it. I'll find it.
Speaking of graves, not a huge fan of Grave of the Fireflies, to be honest.
I've
Never watched it. Never watched it.
I don't need
Oh.
that in my life.
Chobits. It's called fucking
Oh,
Chobits.
Chobit. She's like a computer, though.
Oh, Chobits. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen
So?
it. I know a bit about it.
Is this what I'm thinking of? I hope this is what
It's
I'm
like one of those
thinking
classic, semi-classic etchies, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you see
I
the character
definitely was
get
thinking
memed
of-
a lot.
I was thinking of Chobits, but the one I'm thinking of in art style is a bit of a different one, where it's like it's from around the same time. Oh, whatever. Who gives a
2000s
shit?
anime always looks fucking weird.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to
Koku, I see
turn
what
the
you're
knob.
saying. The guy, they changed him into Hakuto Ken, apparently.
Yeah.
Fucking just the North Star to them.
And the
That's
girl
really
actually
weird.
looks pretty masculine too, because
She
It's al-
does.
they widen her
It's because they
jaw as
gave them.
well.
It's because they gave them angular jaws. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just wider, angular. You give them 90. You give them that 120 degree jawline. It's not gonna make them look girly. You need the soft curve to ease into it.
Hey, the preacher guy is in the new Trigun? I didn't know that. I always remember him
His
from when I
name
watched
is.
it.
His name is Nicholas
Wolfwood.
Wolfwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to? Actually, hold on, because this is this thing some people don't know about. Let me find it here. Sorry, technically his name is Nicholas Dokunoku Mino non Jaweru Sumaki Nishite Shizumetaro Kakora.
Thanks.
Wolfwood. That's what the D stands for according to the author. Which translates to, what the hell family do you think you're from? I'm gonna tie you up in a reed mat and dunk you. That's his middle name.
So true,
That
bro.
whole phrase together.
So true.
The new Kenshin looks so fucking bad, man.
The new Trigun looked kind of cool. I like the cell
have
shaded look.
mixed feelings. I didn't watch it. I couldn't tell if I was supposed to be excited or not for it.
I just don't know. Why did they change his hair? I don't get it.
Why did they change his glasses? His
Well,
fucking
that's-
original glasses are the coolest fucking shades you could have with the zigzag.
Just make
They
him
got-
look like
they
the
got-
character.
They got rid of the zigzag on the side. Why would you get rid of the best aspect?
Yeah,
It's
I
like if you
fucking.
did Gurren Lagann remake and they give him round
Oh,
glasses.
don't.
It's like, what the
don't
fuck?
speak that into this world. Okay, it could happen, and I don't.
Well,
fucking
we
want
felt
it
the
to
original
happen.
design. We felt the original design was too pointy. And
Yeah, we just didn't think the original. We just thought the original. It was a
Look,
strong start.
when we
know,
sold the
but, like-
merch, a kid pricked himself on them. Wasn't it the coolest like visual metaphor when they go from like the Kamina glasses to the full 5-pointed star glasses? And you're just like, oh,
yeah,
my god.
The 5-pointed star glass is the sickest shit I've ever.
Yeah,
fucking
I
seen in
know,
my
and it was
entire life.
there. It was there, staring you in the face. It's like it sprouted them out of Kamina's glasses.
Yeah,
Perfect.
exactly. Yeah, it's like it's literally they transform out of it.
Yeah.
Gurren
And it's the
Lagann,
sickest shit of all time. But just before I forget, like the reason why I say don't speak that news is because like we all know what happened to Fooly Cooley, right?
Oh,
not
God.
not that I'm that
Don't bring it
invested
up.
in the original Fooly Cooley, but
God,
like even
I
have
am.
to
I am. I
even
love
I
Fully
have to
Cooley, the
respect.
original.
I have to respect what the fuck that did.
I don't
and
love
the
it.
fact
I
that
get
now
why
a
people do,
fourth-
but
There's now a fourth season being worked on.
The thing is, Green, I was
kill me.
I was a 16-year-old in summer going through a heat wave, and I stumbled across Fully Cooley.
That's
And,
dude. That's how every.
why did
Yeah.
the temperature
yeah.
matter?
Because Fully Cooley is like a summer, like it's like kind of a sometimes like a heat wave thing. You have the episode of like them setting fire to the stuff.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
summer heat wave. Summer heat
Yeah.
wave. Still deep into puberty.
Oh,
I
maybe
was-
should
yeah,
watch
exactly.
it now.
And I was like, I was like in my bed, just in my like underwear because it was so hot, just like dying, melting, and I
Michi's
put Fully
trying
Cooley on,
really
and it
hard.
distracted me.
To not say he jerked off to the pajama scene right now,
Yeah,
and he's not doing a great job of it.
I was in my
You know what?
underwear. It's,
Yeah.
it's
I've
so.
never-
It's just so hot in my room, when Fully
I have
Cooley
never
came
jerked
on.
off. I have never jerked off to an anime per se. It's always been supplemental material, but the anime
That's,
themselves, the scene, I'm always just watching it.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna just not dive
obviously
into this.
that girl is the hottest.
Yeah.
Nina Mori.
Kiri?
No, Nina Mori.
Nina Mori.
She's not even really like my type at all. But I just.
I
have
know,
to-
but yeah.
It's just like this is like the
But yeah,
most like potent sexual energy
yeah,
that I've ever
the-
fucking seen.
The pajama scene is somehow hotter than all the Haruko
Yeah.
put together.
That scene is way hotter than just like pretty much most hentai.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's my problem with hentai in general. Is just the drawing quality is usually shit, and
My problem
I
with
only care for the
hentai.
best. I only care for the best of the best drawn stuff.
I would argue it has less to do with, although I think you're probably right as well too. Less to do with the drawing quality. It's also just like I don't
People
know.
just aren't
It's like-
discerning with their.
It's just like I mean, I
drawing quality
just
when it's what they jerk off
feel
to.
that I just feel that ecchi is like when done well is way more impactful than hentai because it's just like
Yeah.
it's
There's something to be said for that for sure.
there's
I mean,
something to be said for
Monogatari
not
is the hottest
having-
show ever for a reason.
because it's just like in some hentai it's like I feel like I'm literally watching a biology textbook
Yeah.
in terms of like the
especially the
anatomy and
X-ray,
things like
especially the
that.
X-ray ones.
I would so much rather have like a more stylized, like leave something to the imagination, like done extraordinarily well than just like laying it all out here.
Yeah, people have said
in
people have already
lurid
said this a billion
details.
times.
In lurid
The
detail.
less you show.
Like I don't like. I don't know. Like that's just me. But
No.
I'm gonna just say real quick, my thing I hate about hentai is they try to establish an interesting scenario, then within 5 panels it just goes to like, oh, we're all fucking.
Yeah. Well,
like-
Yeah,
time is money, my friend.
Yeah. It's like,
There's-
oh, here's a really cool idea you've never heard before. Rape! Oh, okay. Well, that
Yeah,
lasted.
I mean-
you can find novel stuff out there.
You can, but it's like 98% of hentai goes that way.
Well, sure, but
It's like 3 panels of
99%
scenario
of like
and then
porn
15
is
panels.
vanilla.
That's the problem, and that's part of the problem because like that, getting to that is literally the selling point of it. So that's why you're here, right? Like
I don't know
so
if it's
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 just
like-
always going to be limited somewhat by that. So
if I
it's just
find
like-
the art style really appealing, I don't really care what's going on. I just care about what the art style looks like, and how the faces and bodies are drawn. I don't. Everything else is irrelevant.
You do a hentai
reverse-
cast.
And reverse wise, if it's not well drawn, I don't care. What's
let's
going
not do a hentai cast. Actually, how about we don't do that?
Oh, Michi finally shows up on time.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again that like people don't want to admit that like hentai is a great tool for learning how to draw, and some of my favorite artists are hentai artists.
Well,
And
how
Yeah,
many
I mean-
mangaka have started in porn?
when people, sure, I mean, I'm just thinking when people talk to you about like, oh, what's your favorite? What are your influences in artists? You want to say, Miura, Boichi, I don't know, Miyazaki, Otomo, but then it's like I could also rattle off like at least like 5 hentai artists that are just like lords at drawing what they draw. Like if you want to learn anatomy and you don't want to, I mean, obviously draw actual people, look for reference photos, models, anatomy books. But if you want to learn how to turn that more stylized, the hentai is the best stylization of the human body more than anime. Because anime, you're gonna learn how to draw clothes, usually.
Yeah, I just thought of Nanashi Sensei, where I think Nanashi was always had aspirations of being legit, but he made a lot of porn in the slow slog to him making
Sure.
the modern Nagatoro. I will say I have seen some of it. It's not that good. Just because Nanashi has the weirdest bifurcation in tastes, he either 90% of his brain is dedicated to the character of Nagatoro, like
Yes.
to a ridiculous degree. Like he just
Which is
loves this one
beautiful.
character so much. He memed his waifu into existence by just battling in the sewers of pornography for like 15 years and slowly learning how to actually draw, and then he got an actual adept. I really respect Nanashi in a weird way.
I think it would be really. Well, I just think it would be really funny, like if he finished Nagatoro and then he never produced anything again because it's just like J.D. Salinger, Captain in the Rye. It's just like this is my magnum opus. Man. It's like I've got the only thing I had to say was about this character. I've said everything I can say. I'm just retiring and just fucking off into the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Right,
the thing is, Green, it's like people, because this is true for so many people, so many hentai artists, they can't draw that well as artists, so they're like, well, I'll draw hentai because then I can give something unique that even though it's not drawn that well, you're not getting this anywhere else, right? Like some hentai artists are like they trade exclusively on being like the only artist who draws this particular obscure character, basically, stuff like that. And it's like it's not about them being good artists, just about them just getting the job done. It's passable. And then people assume like if you are really good at drawing, you're gonna like you don't want to draw porn. You're gonna go draw some cool thing. You're gonna go for Shonen Jump. But the thing is, like people, they forget that like a lot of people can draw really well, and they're just really big perverts. So they're just gonna they're just gonna be like insanely good at drawing but do porn. I mean, even it's not as much of it, but like one of my favorite artists is the fucking Tsugumomo guy.
Oh yeah,
forgetting his name now, and that guy is like almost Miura level, and he draws the most perverted shit. I mean, every episode, all the girls are jacking the main character off. There's jizz everywhere, and everyone has to fondle each other just to get through the day. And it also has some of the best fucking fight scenes in any manga ever, and it has like jaw-dropping art. It's just like you can't account for the taste. Like some dudes are gonna draw really well and be perverts, and some people are gonna be really straight edge and not be able to draw. So there you go. I forget what the guy name is. I'm gonna look it up.
I was going to make a point slightly earlier. I know his name is like Yoshikaru or something.
Yoshikadu. That's it.
I was going to say Nanashi has this weird split where his girls are either just Nagatoro, or he draws the most disgusting, like wanked out cow tits.
Yoshikadu.
I mean, you can see
you've
it in
mentioned
the
this
actual
before.
Nagatoro manga. He either draws, cute little waifs like Nagatoro, or just breasts so big and saggy and ridiculous that they defy physics the way he draws them. Those are his only two gears.
Waif is a really perfect. Is one of those words that sounds like exactly what it's describing. That's a good word.
That's awesome, actually.
Hell yeah.
It's like nymphette, kind of.
Yeah. It's a word not used enough.
Yeah. Waif is a nice one. I like that.
One word that the moment I heard it, it just sent shivers down my spine. You know the word is up to no good, but fucking cunny. It's just like a viscerally unpleasant word.
Whoa,
like,
we're veering into
yeah,
or is it?
I know. It's like it replaces the like.
Hey, we keep things PG-13 on this stream.
I'm just gonna say,
I'm a minor, so this is fun.
Other than in certain racially charged situations, the only word you can really shock people with in mainstream, Western, certainly American society is the C word. And I think there's there's an other C word that can even shock otaku. Like, it's like, ugh. It just makes everyone's skin crawl when you hear it. It's like, ugh, this is not a safe place to be.
Is it cunny or cooney? I think I've heard cooney sometimes.
I always assumed it was.
I mean, cunny makes more sense because it's derivative from.
Okay, well, we're trying to not get. Try not to
Are you
get
gonna
auto
get
banned by
demonetized?
bots.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting demonetized. God damn it, Danger, give me money.
We're
There
getting
goes-
demonetized and
Well,
demonized.
We're
Yeah, as they say,
demonetized.
show me the money and goodbye
Show
money.
me the. Oh no, never mind.
Goodbye
I
money.
feel like in England the T word is worse than the C word for some
What
reason.
even tits?
No, twat.
Twats, you
Oh,
dumbass.
in America that's like a funny word. It's like a sound effect.
Yeah, it's just like
Yeah.
yeah,
I
it's just
talked
like
about
yeah,
John Cleese
twat.
was
It's like,
mentioning
what are you
this.
gonna- what are you
I thought
gonna-
it.
What are you going to call me, a twit next? It's just like fuck off. It's just like I'll just run you over with my car.
No, but twat means pussy. But
One I've
Yeah,
heard
I don't.
is
I don't understand. Like, why is calling someone an asshole and calling someone like the c word like that much worse? Like, if a woman calls me like a dickhead, it's just like okay, fuck you. Like,
Because insulting
dicks are
women
funny.
is inherently worse.
Yeah,
what?
women's private parts are much less mentioned, and it's just that like taboo aspect of it is gonna be there. Guys talk about cocks all the time. Women don't go around
okay.
talking about their pussies.
I think it's
I mean,
people
it's
just
true, it's
I
part
don't
inherently.
of
think I
it.
go around and talk about mine too much.
I
to
think
be
it's just an
honest.
inherent belief that insulting
People-
women is worse than insulting men. I think.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh, well, I'm
Sure.
you know,
Calling someone
I-
a son of a bitch is way worse than calling them a son of an asshole. You son of a cock. I was gonna say something cool, but now I'm not.
I'm sure.
Oh,
you will.
John Cleese was saying how it was funny how like I was watching the commentary for A Fish Called Wanda, and there's a scene where Michael Palin says it's better than buggering people, and that in England that's just like a funny word. Like buggering is a pretty like light
bugger,
word.
yeah, bugger.
Yeah, but apparently he said like in America the audience has reacted a bit more strongly to it. I think it's more like
It's an
like
archaic
sodomize, I
word
guess.
for
Yeah.
butt sex. Yeah.
I know what it means. In England, it
Yeah.
means the same thing. But to like buggering in Britain is just a funny word. It's like butt.
Well,
fuck.
all their words are funny.
How dare
It's
you
just like
say
I'll
that
read,
about
I'll read,
half
I'll
of
read
me?
I'll read like a totally normal Twitter post with like 3 sentences in it from someone from. Although somehow Bruce manages to avoid this, but I'll just read like totally normal Twitter posts from people from England. I'm just like, bro, do you look at the words you're saying? These words are ridiculous.
Depends on the region. I don't know.
I
My
mean,
family's from around
I'm
Newcastle and
obviously
stuff.
I'm obviously being an asshole on purpose. I'm just
I know,
saying
I
it's
know.
just.
But I was saying
But it's
northern people use more normal slang than like from where I'm from, around Yorkshire and Newcastle and stuff. Well, not I'm from specifically. My family's from. Then down south with the Londoners and is a bit more funny words to be sure.
Also, I do need to eat dinner, so
That's
I'm going to.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
we can
I'm gonna
break
go.
this up
I'm gonna
pretty
do
much.
that. It's 10 o'clock here, and I haven't had dinner. So
that's
uh,
fine.
I've had a lot of fun though.
I've been
So,
trying in the background to find examples of what I'm talking about with Nanashi that could maybe be posted in the stream, and maybe if I censored it for a
luck.
few
Yeah.
minutes, yeah.
Put May
Mission failed.
dancing. Put
Critical
May
mission
dancing
failure.
in front of the tits.
Oh, that's actually genius.
Yeah. Layer it.
I
Yeah.
almost wonder.
All
Oh,
right.
fuck. I'm not going to. We'll maybe another time. The legendary promised stream.
Funniest one is always to put a screaming Doug Walker head over each nipple. That always gets me.
Or the
All
Zetsubo
right.
Sensei route of just
Oh, yeah.
get the random producer and put his face over the tits.
All right.
Well,
Good night, guys.
All right, very glad you dropped by. It was
All right.
nice. I'll see ya.
Yeah. I defended my wife, who's on her. So
You
You
did.
did right for your by your cause.
Yep, you won in the end.
yeah. Well, what else is new? I'm an American. See you guys.
See you. Bye. Yeah, it's
If
a.
Americans win all the time, you're doing something wrong.
Oh yeah, it's a. How late is it?
You
in
sure you're
Portugal?
American, right?
Because I don't
It's
win
3.
ever.
It's 3:15.
A little late for
I
you
don't
as
know,
well.
whatever.
Huh?
I don't sleep anymore. I just straight up watching
Too
watching
busy
crime shows.
writing. Oh, I mean, too busy watching your crime shows. So, I mean, we can hold on. We can talk for a few minutes. I think I'm gonna end the stream though.
Yeah, good idea. I
I'm-
don't think anything's gonna be gleamed out of this.
Yeah.
If anyone's watching, see ya.
Yeah, there you may or may not be there, but if you are, bye. I'll see you. It's been